then the
For like
lights
concerts, you
at
mean?
concerts, and then the
Symphony
lights
stuff? Yeah.
dim to call back from intermission.
Yeah.
Line?
Okay, let's. Anybody else out in the hall that we're waiting for? Let's see. I think Okay. Let us call this meeting to order. Good morning, board members, staff, public, everybody. Great to have you with us. Happy holidays, Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, etc. Good to have you with us here, and I want to welcome, I'm not sure if they're all with us, but joining our board in voting yesterday in our leadership elections, our new members, Amanda Bollinger, Cole Kelly, Rod Hall, and Joanne Brinton. And we look forward to them joining us as official members shortly. Last night they participated in board elections, and so for those who didn't follow, and for the public, Matt Hymas will be our new chair, starting in January with Molly Hart and Leanne Wood as vice chairs. And so congratulations to them, and we all wish them well in carrying forward those responsibilities. So thank you all for participating. Thanks for being here. And we'll get started. We've got our Highway Patrol joining as always, Chris Horrocks and Security Devin Booth. In the event of an emergency, got 2 doors out here, either side, turn right or left. And let's do a roll call. Check who's with us. We've got Member Reel, Member Booth, here. Member Bogus, here. Member Klein. I've heard Member Klein was online. We will come back. Member Davis. Here. Member Green. Here. Member Carey. Here. Member Wood. Yes. Member Hymas. Here. Member Lear. Yes. Member Norton. Here. Member Straight. Here. Vice Chair Earl. Here. Vice Chair Hart.
Here.
And I am here. Back to Member Klein. Are you with us online?
Yes, I am here.
Okay. All right. We are all here. Let us get going with the Pledge of Allegiance. And we've asked Member Kristen Norton to lead us in the pledge.
Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Member Norton. And we will turn for our board member message to Member Cindy Davis. No worries.
Good morning. I have our welcome message this morning, and due to about 5 different reasons, I did not trust myself to be able to get through it emotionally. So this is a tender day for me, and these are tender topics for me. So I recorded my welcome message. Please forgive me if you wanted it live, but I felt like this would be the best way to proceed forward. And I just want to say welcome, everybody. Welcome who's here visiting, and welcome to our board members and staff. And it's great to see you all. Also, we're having technical difficulties, so the sound is not working. So our awesome Kelsey is going to put her microphone by her computer, and we're going to hope that this works. And if not, we're going to abort the video, and I will just go for it live.
Do you need a minute, Kelsey, or are you ready to give it a shot, or do you need a minute?
I'm good.
Because we can open the floor to songs. I'm sure we got a couple folks that'll give us a Christmas song if you need a minute.
No?
Okay.
They have this problem.
You don't
often.
want that? All right.
So, okay.
Welcome to our last meeting of 2024, board members. One of you recently asked me, why are you on the board? What are you passionate about? I know this member is passionate about math. I know this member is passionate about the Constitution. Why are you here? And I thought about this and thought, I've been here for 6 years. If people don't know why I'm here, I better do something to make it clear. So I'm going to share a few things that I'm passionate about today. And the most important really is that I'm passionate about a system of schools that invites all children into its doors, regardless of financial ability or academic ability or background or anything. I am passionate about a school and teachers that help students to become who the students want to become. I'm passionate about opportunities for students to get the skills and opportunities that they need so that they can eventually become self-reliant and that they can obtain and keep family-sustaining jobs. That is what I'm passionate about. I loved going to Boston and standing where we had one of the very first, was the very first public school. I stood, there's just a mosaic there now, here's a picture, and there's also a statue of Benjamin Franklin in the background there, you can see. But I thought it was so wonderful that some of our founding fathers attended that very first public school. 5, in fact, who signed the Declaration of Independence attended that school. And I think about, them signing for independence politically, and an education helps each of us obtain independence personally. And I'm grateful to be a part of working hard for schools so that students can learn and grow and become and obtain independence. When I started in my own career, instead of doing student teaching, I did what's called an internship. So I had my own class, and lots of funny things happened that year, and I will tell you one time when I have more than 10 minutes, but one of the students there was near and dear to my heart, and she would stay every day late. I was working late every day trying to figure out how to become a new teacher, and she would stay late, and of course I kept all the rules, opened the doors, other people were in the building, but I would go home at 5 or 6 o'clock at night, and I would say, you have to go home now, everything's getting locked up. And nobody came to look for her necessarily, and she would go. But I remember in wintertime she didn't have a coat, and my sister was near the same age at the time. I was a young 22-year-old teacher at the time, but my sister said, you can have this coat to give to her. It was kind of a puffy ski kind of coat, and she wore that coat every day, this student. Even in May, even when it warmed up, she wore that coat. I drove back to the school in the summertime and passed her on the street in the heat of the day, and she had the coat on. And something happened. My heart became sealed to public education. I'm here because of her. I'm here because of all of my students and yours, and all of the parents' children who are out there. I love the very beginning of our state's history of education. Just 3 years, roughly, after the Mormon pioneers settled Utah, they opened up a school in a home that was called the University of Deseret, and it was specifically to train teachers. Shout out to Dr. Height. And the teachers were to be trained to teach the children of the state. This is a picture of it here. It opened in 1850. When I was going back to my own career, an assistant principal at a high school, I had a student who had some disabilities and really sometimes struggled behaviorally, but I learned something about that student. If he could sleep for just a bit of time, then that would help with a reset. And anyway, I remember one particularly intense behavior interaction. This is a big student, and he was really kind of perseverating on an issue, and an altercation was starting, and I just said, please come and sleep right now. And he came in, and he laid down on in the nurse's station on the bed, and he slept for an hour, and he woke up, and he was great. He had a great rest of his day. Things like that we need to learn about our students. Our teachers are doing this all the time, and our administrators, trying to find what works for kids. during that high school graduation, I had had very little emotional interaction with this student. And he walked across that stage, and instead of shaking my hand, he picked me up and he swung me around in circles, and it was one of the best days of my life. I still remember it like it was yesterday. We have students just like that and others in our own high schools. I recently toured West High School. Here's a picture of West High School in its very early years. I just a couple of weeks ago went and spent, well, I guess it was in October, went and spent 2 hours there looking and studying the medical clinic they have there in partnership with the legislature and the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints and the Utah University Pediatric Department. Anyway, it's a great program that a lot of public and private partners have put together to work there. But I love this picture of West High School.
I'm going to finish in person because it's probably driving people crazy looking at that sound being off of what I'm saying up there. But this picture is our very first public high school. It was called Salt Lake High School at the time, and now it's West High School. Again, it was built in 1891 and remains open to this day. Again, and this message really stems from the question that Member Carey asked me at one point, which is, what do you care about? Why are you here? What are you passionate about? What is so meaningful to you about being on this board? And I was thinking about also a time when I was a elementary school principal, and you have to really look across the board at students from a whole gamut of abilities, and we were the first school who had students working on podcasts based on the state core standards and using technology to really increase their understanding academically and excellence academically. And they worked with a project with NASA, and we just did a lot of things to try to stretch people academically. And so I'm here for them, for those students who are really excelling and those students who are striving and those students who are in between those. I remember also looking really hard at early literacy rates and looking at research about third grade reading levels and how third grade reading levels so much impact eighth grade success, and eighth grade success so much impacts high school graduation and college entrance and college success. It was really important to focus in hard on those skills as well. That same time when I was an elementary school principal, I remember a family that did not have a car. And so they had 3 students with special needs in our school. And so I took carloads of service providers and teachers to their home one morning to do IEPs. And we went into the house, and there were 3 kids and a baby, and they were sleeping on the floor in the front little part of this tiny house with a blanket. And as we worked through the IEPs, I also talked with the parents and worked with the parents, and we went to the kitchen, and there was no food. There was milk for the baby. And so we thought we were going there to do IEPs for special education to fill our requirements. And we walked away with 2 weeks left to Christmas, and our teachers were amazing, and they spent the next 2 weeks pulling together a mattress and blankets and food and a Christmas tree and things that were going to make a difference for this family. And again, my heart was sealed. My heart was sealed to our public schools, and that includes our district schools and our charter schools that are publicly funded, that can help these students come and learn and grow, whether they're academically far excelling on one side or striving on another side, and everywhere in between. When I was working in our district office, I used to audit, kind of staying on this special ed theme, folders and files. And I went and audited IEP folders at a school for special needs students. And when I was sitting there reading one of the files, The present level of performance, this is a school-aged child, the present level of performance was 2-month-old. There was a 2-month-old present level of performance. And the goals were things like reacting to light, responding to sound. These were the types of goals that our teachers were working on for these students. And little did I know while I was sitting there that 20 years later, I was going to have my first 2 grandbabies, twins, identical twin girls. And Kelsey, I don't know if you can scan through to the end of that video and find a picture of these babies, but our babies have they're a year and a half now, but they have a very rare genetic disorder. So rare, in fact, they're the only 2 in the United States that have this disorder. And we work with lots of doctors and lots of specialists. Right now, they're working with USDB, who comes to the home and helps with services for vision. And I'm so grateful for them. They may continue to go to school with USDB or maybe a school like Dan Peterson or one of our schools in the state for students that have very intensive services. But when you asked me, remember, Carrie, why are you here? I'm here for my kids and grandkids, but I'm here for your kids and grandkids. And if you can show Kelsey that picture of our family, you can see how much. This was just snapped a few days ago when we were watching Elf, which is our Christmas tradition when we decorate our Christmas tree. And these babies are our treasures, and your babies as parents are your treasures. And as a teacher, I felt like my students were also my treasures. And I know that we have things that we need to tackle and fix. It's not perfect. And I work with parents and families and teachers to try to help correct some things that need to be corrected so this can work for all of our families. But I will say, by and large, we have schools that are going to really make a difference in the lives of all of our kids. And though it is an imperfect system, without it, I believe our communities would be largely more imperfect. And so this is why I'm here. And I'm just so grateful to be here to participate in the work of the policy of education with all of you. So welcome today. Welcome again, visitors, and let's get to work.
Thank you very much, Member Davis. Let us turn to Kelsey James for the education highlight.
Thank you, Chair Moss. Kelsey James, Board Communications Coordinator. I am lucky to have some people to welcome up to the podium today. We have some guests with us from Davis School District. We have Austin Green, who is an administrative intern at Buffalo Point Elementary in Davis School District, along with Celia Nilsson. Celia Nilsson, who's a physics teacher at Farmington High School, and Angie Winger, who's a special education student teacher at Holt Elementary. So you have a lot of different disciplines and both the elementary and secondary level represented here. They are going to talk about their experience with a study abroad program and what they learned. So I will turn it over to them while I pull up the slides.
Well, good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to come and present before the board for this educational highlight. Like Kelty said, my name is Austin Green, and I currently work as an administrator at Buffalo Point Elementary in Davis School District. I have 15 years experience in education at the elementary, the secondary, and also at the college level as well. We kind of want to share our purpose of going on the study abroad with you to kind of prep you for this. But I went on the study abroad. We went to the countries of Finland, Sweden, and then Estonia. This picture here is our entire group, And in the background, that's actually the singing arena. It's in Tallinn in Estonia. But I went on the study abroad because I've heard so much about the international test scores, or PISA, and so that was my main reason, is to get in the classroom and see what they were doing in their classrooms that we could learn from.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Angie, and I have been a paraeducator in a special ed classroom for the past 20 years, and I decided I want to be the teacher. So that's how I'm involved with Weber State, as I will graduate in April. I'm so excited. And I decided I wanted to go because I love Europe, and I wanted to go to 3 new countries, and I wanted to see how Europe incorporated special ed in their systems. I'm also a mother of a child with special needs, so I wanted to see from a mother perspective and a school perspective on what they do with special ed over there.
I'm Celia Nilsson, and I've been in education for about 10 years now and teaching junior high, high school levels. And the thing that brought me to study abroad was about 2 years ago, about this time of year, I applied for a program through the STEM Action Center here called for the Secondary Educator Innovators. And so they helped to fund my master's program, and I was able to go on this study abroad as part of it. So it's just been amazing, a fun experience that we were able to be part of. Kelsey, you can go ahead and push that along. So as part of this program, we visited K through 12 schools. Couple of them, like 2, maybe 3 of them were secondary. Most of them were younger kids, and it was a neat experience. We did go to one university and got to see what that was like there. Their teachers there are required to have a master's degree, all of them, which was an interesting thing. And then as they're in the program for the master's program, they are subs for the current teachers. So they have a sub base of really good subs. And I thought, that's really cool. Go ahead. So one thing we noticed for sure is that these students are happy students. And I know it's kind of cliche to say that, but these schools in these Nordic countries, they start these kids young with a respect for their environment. They become kind of one with their environment, and they take care of it, and they clean up after themselves. They don't make messes, and they're happy to be outside. They're happy to partake and help and be part of the community. Go ahead and present. I was in a physics classroom here with this one, and the students were presenting on conservation and preservation. I've sat through these presentations in my own classroom, and these kids were invested in it. They were talking about things that were happening half a mile from their home, about the nuclear reactors that were happening. I was sitting there with my little Google Translate trying to keep up with it all, but it was really fascinating to see how much these kids are invested in their curriculum to do preservation of their resources. And it is part of their curriculum, right along math, science, languages, all of those things, and then preservation of their curriculum, of their resources, natural resources. It's one of those core subjects that they are required to learn. You want to talk about this?
So this picture here is of their lunchroom, and as you can see, they're using non-plastic type things. It's a buffet style, and so when the students are eating lunch, something important to point out is it's all free. And so I know as districts, as a state board, you guys are really working hard on equity issues, and something that I was impressed with is that they've figured out a way to give free lunch to all their students, no questions asked. So they've removed that barrier for all their students, and this is at the elementary, this is at secondary, this is also at the university level. There is no cost for their food.
Can I say something about that too? What I thought was awesome is, as a SPED teacher, we are in the lunchrooms every day with our kiddos. So I see what goes on in the lunchroom, and there was like no food wasted here, which I thought was so impressive, because I see the garbages in my cafeteria are just so overfull with food. And so I thought that was impressive, that these kids, and they also would go back for seconds and thirds if they were still hungry, which I thought was fantastic too, because being in Title I school, our kiddos are always hungry. And so they were able to go back and get that food and it wasn't thrown in the garbage. So I thought that was amazing.
All right, so we also got to visit some of their public spaces, their libraries, and places that a family might take their children. And this was amazing. These libraries are very impressive. The architecture is amazing. They have very, very relaxing spaces. They have sewing machines. They have table saws. And you can just go and work on a project and enjoy the library for an entire day. So I thought that was a really neat experience, and it's all public funded. So flexible seating was awesome. I work at Farmington High, which is like flexible seating everywhere. These guys knew how to do it. I think this is what we're trying to achieve with our flexible seating. I think, Angie, you wanted to say.
Also being in SPED, you know, we're kind of different. You know, we like the different setting. The regular chair and desk kind of don't fit with our kiddos. So I loved all this special seating. In fact, if you see the right one with the big green chair, those things on the right side, those green and blue things, those are chairs, and they're stuck to the wall. So the kiddos, if they need a different chair, they could go and grab that chair off the wall and sit down, and they were able to wiggle and move and anything that they felt like they needed to, and not just be like this in a chair.
Yeah, and when you entered the school, especially in the rural areas, there was a place for everyone to drop their shoes, even the teachers. So you take your shoes off and you keep them off the entire time. It gives it a more home-like atmosphere. And as you enter the hallways have classes happening in them. So the students are instantly respectful. As soon as they enter the school, they quietly take off their shoes, they put their bags away. And when they're walking down the hall, there might be a class happening, and then they'll make their way, like those late students that come in, or even at the beginning of the day. They're really respectful of moving around in the hallways. You can go ahead to the next slide on this one. One of the classes they taught, which I'm a physicist, so I really like this one, they taught handicraft. And I sat there for a minute going, why are they teaching these kids how to play with popsicle sticks and stuff? You know, it was like really big in their curriculum, and they were all very excited about their handicraft classes. And it wasn't until we attended a secondary school and I walked in and this kid's talking about his handicraft class and how they did a high altitude rocket project. And I was like, what? Wait, hold on, you tell me all about it. So he was really happy to show me the pictures. You can see it hanging in the middle picture there. But I'm like, this handicraft, and I told them, I said, you guys translated this wrong. This is engineering. You guys are doing engineering from day one, and they're doing it as in their pre-kindergarten and their kindergarten, I mean, they do it all the way up, and it's a big part of their curriculum. And so I was really excited and happy to see that. The after-school programs are amazing. The kids can stay as long as they need to. The parents have to sign up for it. It's a funded program, but they can stay, and there's teachers that teach or are there for them. They spend a lot of time outside. They're making bug houses here, which is pretty fun. So, Kelsey. And then this is the part I wanted to pause on. I think everybody had a comment on this one. Every school we went into, every open space, everything we saw, there was music and art everywhere. Even the boring classes, the language classes, they were decorated with music and art. I know, right? Oh, okay, sorry. I'm a scientist, language. So, speaking of that, the kids all have language classes. They have a lot of refugees and many, talk melting pot of the European area. There's so many languages spoken in that area that the challenges for different languages at the school are tremendous. And so the way they work these kids through a language program, they take 2 or 3 language classes all the way through school. And so language arts, it's good. But yeah, the music and the art was everywhere. They had pianos sitting out in waiting areas. The kids could just play on them if they wanted to. Instruments out at lunchtime. We sat and watched a rock band play for a little bit during lunch. They were allowed to go into the music room and play with those tools during free time. You want to add to that at all? Okay.
I do. I want to say something because, I think of SPED. That's where my mind goes. So if a child was very frustrated or having kind of a bad day in their class, they were able to leave and go out in the hallway and just kind of play with an instrument to kind of regroup, get back on track, spend a couple minutes out there, and then go back to class, which I thought was fantastic. They gave him that out so he or she could then focus.
Anyway, I just wanted to say thank you for allowing us to come and share this journey, especially to the STEM Action Center here that helped me along that journey, because I never would have been there without that. But I'll let Austin finish us up.
Okay, so this is a school. It was above the entrance of a school that we would walk into, and all of us were stopped at this, and they paid particular attention to this clock. And so it's written in Estonian, but it basically translates to achieving your goals takes time. And so each of us has a specific goal in going on this study abroad, but we also know as board members, there's many things, goals and dreams that you're working on that are really, really heavy. And so we just want to tell you thank you. We know some of these things take time, and we really appreciate the opportunity to be here today. We know you have a very busy day, long day. And so just thank you for the opportunity to be here today, present this to you. Do you want to say anything?
I just want to say thank you as well, because I think it's pretty awesome for you guys to want to hear our amazing story we had in our study abroad. And education is all about adapting. Regular ed special, that's all about adapting. What can we do better if we failed at this one? Oh, let's gear back and see what can we do better for next time. So I appreciate this opportunity, and I hope what we say you enjoyed.
Thank you. And before we send you off with a thank you, we always get to grill our guests because you're the most That's you're frankly the most fun part of our day is to hear what you're doing down there in the trenches and then getting outside the trenches and learning from these other countries. So I want to open it up to board member questions and comments. I've got one, but Member Wood.
I'm just wondering about class sizes. I mean, there's a lot of innovation going, but how many students per class did you see?
I sat through a couple high school classes, and they were pretty typical to what I see, but obviously in the 20s, not in the 30s. But yeah, they were smaller. They're kitchen, home ec classes, I don't know what they call them. They were smaller. Like I think we said 6 or 8 students in that class. Yeah.
Thank you. Member Straight, is that your light? Yeah.
Yes, you mentioned all the different things you learned and experienced. Is there anything you've been able to already implement to some degree since you've returned home?
I can comment on that. I'll let someone else answer the next one. I definitely was so impressed by the art thing. I teach astronomy, and one of my units is art-based. And we're actually just starting the unit right now. I'm super excited. But the kids make a really nice pastel image of a surface feature. And I'm like, this year, I'm putting these pictures up everywhere. I'm not just going to put them in front of our classroom. I'm going to put them up by the front office. I'm going to put them by the counseling center. I'm going to put them everywhere. Because I think it's a huge thing to walk into a place and feel that fun, hominess. And I don't know, it's just neat to see what other students are doing. So, anything you want to say?
I can comment on that too. So we have our kiddos. We have 12 kiddos in my classroom, and I've incorporated art every single week because art's such a great way for our kiddos to learn. And so we display their art now in the hallways so all the other kiddos can see. And it's awesome because the regular kiddos are making comments about our special ed kiddos and like, oh, they can do that. Yes, they most certainly can. So that's awesome to incorporate that. And it also makes the hallways feel like we're in elementary school.
So I will share that I work at an immersion school. It's a Spanish immersion school. And it was pointed out earlier that when we went there, all the students are required to learn 3 languages. And so, of course, their native language, and then they start with usually a neighboring language, and then there's one beyond that they have to show proficiency when they get to high school. And so I think being at an immersion school, it's kind of given me a new, fresh perspective on how important learning those languages are. So in my conversations, I've had several conversations about how important it is to have those immersion type experiences.
Thank you. We're not done with you. Member Booth, Member Lear.
Any takeaways on why their scores are what they are in the testing that takes place? Is it a combination of all, the outdoors and the arts and the use of the facilities and the respect? What was your takeaway in terms of or anything that you learned from educators there that they're doing that is making a difference in mastery of the content areas?
Yeah, I can start. Well, either way. As a scientist, I look at numbers a lot, and I look at what causes the scores they're getting, and I'm looking at what causes the scores we're getting. I'm looking at the student bases they're testing and the student bases we're testing, and I recognize that it's an unfair comparison to compare our scores with their scores because their student base is different from our student base in a lot of different ways. However, the students that are successful are doing, I think for number one, I think it's the language. I think the fact that they've had to learn 3 different languages, it's requiring their brain to think in a way that turns them into natural learners. That combined with their outdoor environment, I think that's a huge part of it too. They spend a lot of time outdoors exploring, becoming one with nature, and allowing the brain to just, imagination, that's what it is in science, is working on those wonders and building on those wonders, like building the bug houses with the little kids. And it's just not something you see a lot of in school, maybe here, because we're just so set to try and get through our curriculum by the end of the year. So that was interesting. Do you want to say anything?
That was the part I was going to bring up. So
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you. Member Lear?
I've heard from many people that teachers are held in higher esteem, and specifically the Scandinavian countries, and especially Finland. And I just wondered if you saw evidence of that, or what you, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I just wondered if you actually experienced that or noted that when you were there.
Well, I'm not sure if it was noted earlier, but let's bring it up now. So all the teachers there are required to have a master's degree. That is a requirement. And so at that level of expertise, there's a certain standard that they hold their teachers to that they need to meet. And that's seen kind of in those public spaces as well. But I think it's important to note that the schools there are, everyone is welcome. Everyone wants to be, it doesn't matter if they're at this school down the street or at this school. All the schools are good schools because all the schools hire those professionals at a master's level, and they have training at that level. And so there's an attitude there that no matter what school that I send my child to, I know that they're going to be taken care of.
And you want to say something?
Go ahead.
To answer that question too, I also saw teachers are highly regarded as like doctors and lawyers, and they've been taught that from an early age, and everybody has respect for the education, which I thought was phenomenal, because I think that's the trick, is they're taught that at home, they're taught that that respect factor, and so it goes into the school, and so that's just what they know. And so I didn't see any like arguing or like the parents were right over the teachers. It was just the whole respect factor, and it was just amazing to see that they all work together as a team.
Well, thank you. They covered my questions, so thank you very much. This is inspiring and insightful, and appreciate all your great work and bringing us the results of your wanderings and exploration. So thank you very much for joining us. Back to you, or is that wrap it? Okay, thank you, Kelsey. And I just want to say thank you, Kelsey, for always tracking down these great examples for us and great reports from the field, from the trenches. So thank you as always. Let's go to our employee recognition then. Who's got that, Superintendent?
Me, yes. If we can get this slide up, here we go. You know, I'm always excited about sharing our Employees of the Month with you, but this is a really special month. So I'm going to ask Kathy to come to the front of the room. All right. So Miss Kathy Webb, I think I have known for decades, dare I say, Kathy. Kathy for years was recognized as an employee in districts and wherever she was as an innovator. And that continues today. So Kathy, what year is this of your employment?
35 in public education since 2007 here at the. Can you turn on your?
Okay, so 35 years as an educator. And from that moment that Kathy entered the classroom, she has just been an innovator, and for a long time was recognized as kind of the tech phenom, really forward thinking, and started electronic high school all those years ago. So things that were given to her, like, oh, here's an idea, Kathy just figures it out. And so she is being recognized by her peers today as Employee of the Month for doing something that I'm starting to hear about around the country, of people coming to me and saying, you have this amazing program for training special education teachers called Apple. Tell me all about it. This is so innovative. And I think Kim Fratto told me that we have 500 teachers now in the program. And it's something that is in our office that we developed, that we are supporting. And this is Kathy Webb, who figured out how to make it happen. There's a little bit of technology, a lot of technology involved, a lot of wisdom, a lot of support from peers in the field, and a lot of magic. That's what I've been told. There's a lot of magic. So here's some things that have been said about her as a person. And when we were having our fun brag fest with her, celebrating her, we talked a little bit about the Apple program, but we mostly, like 95% of it was just how awesome Kathy is as a person. So here's some things that were said about her. She's an innovative leader, often a lone female in a world of men in tech. And I can think back in the early days of technology when truly she was the only female in the room having the conversation. She has paved the way for so many women in ed tech, including many here today and in this room. Just raise your hands with jazz hands if she has affected you as a woman leader, especially in tech. Look at all that. See? That is amazing. She's an affirming and a patient leader, a mentor to many, and helps give people confidence. She looks for elegant solutions. I've heard that about her so many times. She is the tech wizard and the tech giant. Before there was Khan Academy, there was Kathy Academy, and that was our electronic high school. She sometimes stands in the middle as a translator between the technology and people trying to use the technology. And then there were just so many lovely things said about Kathy. She's a woman of grace, kindness, empathy, just so super patient with all of us as we've tried to pave our way through the world of technology. But the smile that you see on her is always there. I've known her for so long, and it's rare to see her get down or frustrated. She's just super positive. But so many times I heard people say that Kathy is magical, that she is a wizard. All those things come into play. And you put that on top of this lovely, lovely human being, and it's Kathy Webb. Now, Kathy is retiring after an amazing career. So tomorrow we get to celebrate her with an open house at 3:00 here in our building. But today we are going to celebrate our magician and our wizard. And Kathy, you have the distinction of being the only one who has received a wand. So I introduce to you Kathy Webb, our Employee of the Month.
Thank you. Can I take one moment to?
I was going to ask you to, so yes, thanks for volunteering.
I feel emotional today also, but thank you so very much. And it's been, I'm grateful for the privilege I have to serve in public education and work with so many capable and caring people. So thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Why don't we take a 5-minute break and we will, no, I'm sorry, public comment, then a break. Psych. Hey, we can always come in and out, but public comment, let's do that, and let's get to a break before we go into business. So our public comment, we've got, as you know, the public comment can sign up to share public comments at publiccomment@schools.utah.gov. The public may send written public comments to the board at board@schools.utah.gov. Public comments are limited to 2 minutes per person. A comment could express support or dissent for regulatory action. Individuals should not use public comment to complain about personnel issues or attack or defame an individual. Speakers making a highly detailed or complex comment should also consider providing a written outline of their words to the board. Please remember that children may hear your comments. Be thoughtful and professional, and keep your comments appropriate for a general audience. If you have material with explicit language or content, submit that material in writing to the board at board@schools.utah.gov. So with that, thank you as always for the input we get from our public. We do love to hear from you, either here or again at any of those other avenues that are open through written public comment to the board. So first we have in person, I believe, Amy Warren.
Good morning, board members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you this morning. My name is Amy Warren. I am the mother of 2 wonderful girls in the Utah school system and the Utah PTA resolution specialist. But today I am here as a resident of West Valley City and a constituent of Sarah Real. I would like to express my concerns for the Republican caucus holding closed-door meetings. These meetings are excluding 2 members of this board and the families in which they represent. It worries me that my students, along with those in my neighborhood, are going completely unrepresented in these meetings. As I have talked with others about these meetings, some have pointed out that, well, Democrats can caucus by picking up the phone. While this is true, I would challenge the Republican board members to think about the power that you have with such a great majority and the power that that gives them. As Spider-Man's Uncle Ben would say, with great power comes great responsibility. I am not going to spend my time challenging the legality of these closed-door meetings. I trust that as smart people, you did your research and that you are following the rules. But as I teach my 2 girls, just because something is technically legal and technically within the rules does not mean that it is the right thing to do. I understand that as our state legislator decided that the elections for this body should be partisan several years ago, and that's not something that you guys get to control. But you guys do get to choose how partisan you make your position. You can all choose to represent the children of Utah and their needs, rather they come from a Democrat household, a Republican household, or a nonpartisan household. It is your responsibility to do what is best for all children in Utah and not just those being raised in Republican homes. I hope that as things move forward, you are all able to work together for the best of all of Utah children, including working with our 2 Democrat representatives on this board. I would challenge you as you strategize to strategize with them, strategize as one team to do what is best for all of Utah's children and include all of those that have been elected to represent them. Thank you for your time and thank you for all the hard work that you do for our children here in Utah.
Thank you, Amy. Corey Fairholm, I believe in person. Yep.
Good morning. It's a privilege to stand before you today, and I want to thank you all for what you do for the children in the state of Utah. PTA is just not a name or an organization. It's a movement driven by the belief that every child, no matter what circumstances, deserves the opportunity to reach their full potential. Our mission is clear and powerful: to make every child's potential a reality by engaging and empowering families and communities that advocate for all children. The school and family partnership model and family engagement are the heart of this mission. When schools embrace inclusivity, valuing diverse perspectives, and ensuring every family feels welcome and respected, they create a foundation where every voice matters. When schools individualize their efforts, they meet the unique needs of each family and child, ensuring no one is left behind. When this work is integrated, aligning with educational goals and systems, it strengthens this overall mission. And when engagement is impactful, families are truly empowered to support their children's success. When we achieve these 4 I's, inclusive, individualized, integrated, and impactful, we create an environment where every child can thrive. Together as families, educators, and community members, we ensure that our schools are not just places of learning, but communities of belonging and success for all. Thank you for your dedication in this important work. Together, we can make a lasting difference. I want to give each one of you guys a gift from Utah PTA for the holidays. So thank you for your time and what you guys do. So here's a little bag that I will pass around.
Thank you, Corey. Sarah Erb.
Good morning, board members. Thanks for the time to present to you quickly today in public comment. I'm a parent of a student who is in 5th grade and a Braille reader. She's been successfully completing her RISE testing for the last, as long as they've been doing it, for her grade level. And it's been really exciting to see her be able to be competitive with her peers, as should be, as dictated by our meaningful inclusion from the State Board of Education for our students with disabilities. This is a right that all of our students have, and I am so grateful that my child goes to a school that believes in her capabilities regardless of any disability, and that they're able to hold her to the standard that is appropriate for all students across the state. As discussion has been happening over the last few months recently about services for students who are blind and visually impaired across the state of Utah, my questions have kind of been more toward at what point do our board members start asking the question of, with USDB having 2 arms, those that service students at their own LEAs in their least restrictive environment, because most of the students who are blind and visually impaired are serviced in that setting, as compared to the deaf schools who are serviced at the school. A lot of students are serviced at the school for the deaf, especially as we're talking about building a new school for students who are deaf. At what point do our board members start asking the question of it's time to separate the school for the blind from the school for the deaf because of that funding and the exorbitant cost of requesting services from the blind school as compared to giving local control to the schools who should be responsible for educating those students. So thanks so much for your time today, and enjoy the next 2 days. Thanks.
Thank you, Sarah. Stephen Seabury.
Oh, thanks for having me. So my name is Stephen Seabury.
Excuse me.
Yeah, no, that's my whole life. It's been that way, so I'm good with it. So I'm actually coming as a parent and as a teacher. So I'm a parent of 2, soon to be 3 kids in the Utah public school system. And I also happen to be a high school history and government teacher at a school in Harriman, Utah. I wanted to just give some of my concerns and suggestions about the recent move to have partisan caucus meetings in the USBE. Now, I understand from the initial standpoint is that, well, y'all are looking for ways to have opportunities to have more free-flowing conversations. I teach government. I know what Robert's rules looks like, and that, yeah, it certainly can make some structures difficult to have conversations that are more nuanced. Also, having them streamed can create some kind of a pressure for y'all, hoping that your comments don't get taken out of context. I'm a teacher. I sometimes worry about what my students go home and say I did or did not say. However, in trying to find a solution, this may cause more problems than the solution warrants. By having a partisan caucus, now we're starting to move towards having policy shaped by ideology instead of pedagogy. And that can be a problem for teachers and especially for my kids. Madison and Washington themselves both argued that factions or political parties cause more problems than they help. They may help people coalesce and get together around specific ideas, but sometimes the ideology outweighs good policy. It's similar to like when I go to the doctor, I don't go to my doctor because they're a Republican. I don't go to my dentist because they're a Democrat. I go because they're an expert and they have access to expertise and other information that I may not have. What I've seen in other states is when policy becomes more ideologically driven, it leads to outcomes that are poor for the teachers because teachers have to then teach standards based upon ideological pet projects, and that's Republican and Democrat, or it creates ideologically driven standards of how even history is taught. which I don't do. Even in my government class, I don't allow for my political leanings to be part of what I teach because it's bad pedagogy. Good pedagogy is allowing for exploration, allowing for critical thought and nuance. I think that the board should try to really focus on finding ways to have inclusive discussion amongst all board members and not just a certain group based upon ideological affiliation. And I know that's something that y'all have discussed and are trying to continue to work towards. And I would strongly encourage for board leadership to look at other ways to create work sessions or other options so you can have the conversations you need without having them be colored by more partisanship. Again, thank you for the work you've done, and thank you for giving me the time to speak today.
Thank you, Stefan, not Stephen. Sorry about that. All right, let's see. We have Professor Joel Campbell next. We've got you.
Yes, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we got you.
Okay, dear board members, I only have 2 minutes, and that's kind of hard for a professor to take 2 minutes, but thank you for all that you do for education. I'm married to a school psychologist and father of 2 high school teachers. Because I don't have time to read everything I prepared, I refer you to this document I submitted last night. But first of all, I would just say that I am very concerned that having been part of the grandma formation many years ago and also been involved with negotiations about the Open Meetings Act on many occasions over the last 20 to 30 years, I can say that I am very concerned that if partisan groups begin meeting before decisions are made, that the quality of government decision-making and public participation will drop. Research in the UK has shown the benefits of openness and transparency. Refer to my document. More importantly, public trust is bound to decrease. Any show of partisanship that may hinder transparency is detrimental to good government and leads to speculation about backroom deals and favoritism. Democracy dies in darkness. Public transparency should trump partisanship. I've been working with Grandma on open meetings for 30 years. There's already carefully crafted tools, negotiated tools that are already in place for meetings. While the Public Meetings Act may allow caucuses, I believe the law was never meant to apply to other bodies outside the legislature. My research, I've been doing a lot of research on the law from the time it was created. It took 3 years, and this compromise was that the legislature would keep its party caucuses, but local and state bodies would be subject to the Sunshine Law. Unfortunately, the state school board appears to be the first to wander into this new territory. I respectfully submit that this is wrong-headed and counter to good government. And I just want to say, if you compare what you're doing with the legislature has opportunities for 2 hearings, for 3 readings on floor calendars. Also, so there's many opportunities for public input. I'm concerned that you will have a fait accompli. You'll discuss it in closed session, come out and approve something without the kind of checks and balances that are necessary in a constitutional government. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joel. Renee Pinkney.
Thank you, Chair Moss. Good morning, everyone. I'm Renee Pinkney, the USBE president, and I tuned in yesterday afternoon to the board officer elections, and I watched straight through and then had a meeting, got in my car, and put YouTube on so that I could continue listening. I always learn something very valuable. And I just wanted to congratulate the incoming chair, Matt Hymas, as well as first vice chair Molly Hart and second vice chair Leanne Wood. And I really appreciated the comments and discussion around having contention versus conflict. And that is something that I really appreciated, as well as the comments made about transparency and the really the importance of being transparent in developing trust. And so following the comments of the previous public speakers, I too have concerns about a caucus that is not transparent, and that does cause some concern for me. And I also wanted to thank those of you who are entering into leadership roles for being willing to take on those roles. And at UEA, we're looking forward to working with you. And I want to thank the outgoing leader for your time and effort and dedication to being on the leadership team for USBE. And I also wanted to wish all of you happy holidays, and I hope you get a lot of rest and relaxation and enjoyment with family and friends. Thank you.
Thank you, Renee. And Cindy Phillips in person, I think, is our last. Is that ever? Wrap it up? Okay.
Thank you, Chair Moss, for allowing me to speak. I'm Cindy Phillips. I'm representing the State Charter School Board today. I'm coming to the end of a 8-year, two-term stint on the State Charter School Board. And when we first came on as a group, as a cohort, there was quite a bit of antagonism between the SCSB and the USBE. I want to thank members, just personally, at the USBE for the intentional effort that has been made during my time, at least, on the SCSB to become collaborators and productive partners in the public education sector. We really appreciate that, and I want you to know that. We were, about 7 years ago, some pressure was put on your board leadership and our board leadership to delineate our responsibilities more specifically and to have a better working relationship and to actually articulate that in some kind of an agreement. Generations of board leaders on your board and our board have worked very hard at trying to get that done. In fact, at one point, a legislative audit came out about 4 years ago that insisted that we respond with some kind of an agreement. It hasn't been easy. We've had to seek clarification from legislators in minor statutory changes. We've had to go back to legislators and ask what they meant by certain things. We have also had to work as, again, generations of leadership teams to try to articulate a very good working relationship that ensures that the USBE always has its authority and rights under the Utah State Constitution, and that we as a State Charter School Board are following our statutory obligations and authority underneath that. I want to thank you for the great efforts that you put in to do that and give the full support of the SCSB for the MOU that you have received. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Cindy. Okay, that does conclude public comment, and that does bring us to a break. So let's take 7 minutes. And we'll be back at approximately 10:15. Like a light bulb. Never let poor Rudolph. We're going to keep singing, and it's going to start to hurt. And one foggy Christmas Eve. Rudolph, take your seat. All right. Let's see. We got finance up first, so let's give it a minute. I know we still got Chair Norton here, but let's see if we can wait for Vice Chair Davis so she can address stuff coming out of finance. Oh, you're right there. I'm sorry. I didn't want to go to finance without you. Okay. Chair Norton. Are we ready for finance? I know, from Randy. What's that?
So let's all put some fun in that finance
Indeed.
today.
Take it away.
Okay. Visually impaired and deafblind. The motion for the board is that pending additional work and development of Rule R277801, that the board provide $300,000 to Tooele School District to allow for identified necessary services to their students by USDB, and that board staff coordinate with the legislature to ensure proper alignment of the funds for this purpose. And then the second part of that motion is to direct staff to work with board members and the legislature to request temporary funding for FTE needs for next year as we work toward a new formula long-term solution that aligns practice with current or potential code and meets the needs of those working and learning at USDB, the LEAs in the bottom 3 enrollment percentile, and the large LEAs with 3% or more of the public student population.
Okay, thank you. Any discussion to that motion? I see lights from Member Davis and Vice Chair Earl.
She was first.
Member Davis?
Well, I can speak more to this later. I just really quickly want to say that that $300,000 isn't actually going to go directly to Tooele. It's to help offset the FTE needs and costs, and I think it's up to $300,000. So just on the public record, I want to make that kind of understood that that's going in the whole 3% rule pot.
Got it. Thank you. Vice Chair Earl.
Yes, I just want to, I know we're not passing the rule here, and it's kind of out in limbo land, and I've spoken with Member Davis about this and others, but I just want to make sure it's clear that there's a request for temporary funding. The chances of us getting that temporary funding are probably pretty slim to nothing, but through the legislature. And I just want to make sure this is public, that we need to make sure we have something in place in the spring of next year so that the USDB is not out on a limb without any funding for staff this year or next year or any other needs. So I'm just making sure I'm kind of saying that public so we make sure we follow through with that. So anyways.
Thank you. And I just want to thank and remind the public and our stakeholders of our USDB subcommittee. I think we're calling it officially a subcommittee of Vice Chair Earl, Member Wood, and Member Norton, who have been getting in the weeds and working through some of these issues with USDB so that we have more visibility and depth on these discussions. So appreciate that work, and that filtered into the discussion in finance. Any further discussion or questions to the motion? Member Wood.
I just have one question for the maker of the motion, if that's okay.
You bet.
Ask a question.
Yeah, but I might have to call a friend.
Okay. I was asked whether or not when we talk about the requests that are coming in, are we working with those staff that are currently being employed by USDB at this point, or are we talking about future staff?
Phone a friend.
Deputy Jones, thanks for the donuts, by the way.
No, you're welcome, sir. I'm here for you. So, Deputy Superintendent of Operations Scott Jones, Chair, through you, if I understand Board Member Wood's question correctly, when she says requests, right? These specific requests here are just temporary requests that are being made that will help with FTEs to support Tooele, but it is one-time money. If I could maybe get a little bit more clarity on what request she's referring to. Is she referring to the request by the USDB for more FTEs, or which request is Board Member Wood referring to?
Member Wood, and I think I see another couple of potential commenters, but back to you.
Actually, I think in asking your question, you clarified my answer, so we're good.
Okay, thanks, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yep. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Member Davis, did you have? Oh. All right. I think we have no other lights, so the motion is on the screen, pending additional work and development of Rule 277-801. I don't think I need to read all that. It's on the screen. I think we can. Is it not in the record? Did I not? I didn't restate up front, did I? Okay. Provide $300,000 to Tooele School District to allow for identified necessary services to their students by USDB, and the board staff coordinate with the legislature to ensure proper alignment of the funds for this purpose. 2, direct staff to work with board members in the legislature to request temporary funding for FTE needs for next year as we work toward a new formula long-term solution that aligns practice with current or potential code and meets the needs of those working and learning at USDB, the LEAs in the bottom 3 enrollment percentile, and the large LEAs with 3% or more of the public student population. Okay, please vote. I think it was a two-part single motion, as I recall, but we can clarify with the chair. Two-part single motion. Correct.
So that's not what it says on the summary document, so I don't want to be upset.
I think the motion itself would govern, and I think as I see the motion itself, it's framed as a single motion in 2 parts. And I guess you're saying in the agenda memo, it might have described it otherwise.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, it's through you, Chair, to Board Member Bogus is concerned. When the original memo for the Finance Committee last month was built, it was built around 2 distinct motions. One for the $300,000 for USDB to use to support Tooele, and the other one for the $700,000 for Medicaid. So she's reading that, I think, correctly, but I'm not sure under Robert's rules if you can't combine the motions, so.
Let's clarify how it came out of committee then. You're saying as one motion? Came out as one motion?
Yeah, it came out of committee as one motion, but it was originally 2 separate motions.
Originally 2, but came out as one. Yeah, what was passed in finance then was a single motion? No. All right, this is a good point of order, because if it was passed as 2, then we should bring it as 2.
I would move to divide. This is Board Member Klein.
Well, that might solve it, right? I mean, if there's confusion, I think the question is what the Finance Committee actually passed, not so much what came into the committee or what was teed up in the backup, but what was actually passed by the committee is what governs. And so what was passed by the committee was 1 motion or 2?
On here, it's 1.
Yeah, it's on 1.
Okay, I'm hearing it was 1. So I'm gonna bring it forward as 1, but there is now a motion to divide. So let's consider the motion to divide. Did we have a second? Yes. Motion to divide has been seconded. Any discussion of the motion? All right, let us vote then. Sorry, we'll close out the last vote. And we will tee up a motion to divide into 2 motions, 1 and 2.
Member Klein is a yes.
Okay, thank you. We're teeing it up here for the rest of the board. Okay, please vote. Looking for two, right? I think we're all here. Or somewhere. Two more?
Oh, sorry, I thought it went.
One more. All right, that motion passes 13-2 with the no votes being Member Straight, Member Norton. So we do now have two motions for the body. And they are as framed on the screen. Member Bogus.
So, sir, my question is, do we need to identify a funding source? As you read it out loud, that was the first time I looked at that motion in that light.
Let's see. Provide. That good question to Deputy Jones, perhaps, or the chair. Question is, what's the funding source on number one when we say provide?
But do we need to clarify? Should it be stated?
Do we need to? And if so, what is it?
Yes.
Correct. All right. We're getting some input.
Yeah.
From
Yeah, so Chair Moss, through you, if I understand the question correctly, we have an identified source for the funds. It's not identified in the motion, but the motion will allow us to use state carry forward funds for both these should the board pass both motions or both intent, the $300,000 to support Tooele and the $700,000 to help pay the Medicaid reimbursement costs. So.
Vice Chair Earl.
Point of order, I don't think the second motion is the 700,000. I think it's the funding for the staff for this year and next year, so I don't, someone correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah, that was a previous motion from another
Yeah,
time.
I don't see the 7 in here.
Okay, yeah, I'm sorry, that's my fault. So the $700,000 is in a different motion, so that's from state carried forward funds, so yeah.
So the
Vice Chair
300, what's the source then of the
State
300?
carry forward funds.
Okay, that is
yes,
state
sir.
carry forward. Okay.
Which were unencumbered, and now if you pass this, they will become encumbered for us to do it. Now, it will take the legislature to repurpose those funds from you to put them in the USDB line item. But that doesn't, so USDB can move forward should you pass this and, expense the up to $300,000, and then we'll basically do what's called a journal voucher process where the legislature will move the money into the USDB line item during the session. So that's the intent with the 300,000. So,
But we have an indication that they're amenable to that.
yes, yeah, from
Okay.
everyone, yeah, from the we checked on with the LFA, of course,
Right.
with this too, yeah, yes,
Okay.
sir. Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions or comment then? I think the first one we can put to a vote then that's been teed up. Sorry. Could we get a motion to move the first one then? Okay, so moved. Any second? Second. Now, once it's divided, we got to bring up a separate motion. Okay, so that number one's before the board. And with seeing no other lights, please vote.
I do have a question.
Member Klein.
How is necessary services defined in this particular context?
Deputy Jones, I see your light. Thank you.
The definition of necessary services are services required to students by law or rule from the USDB to those particular districts. Does that answer Board Member Klein's question?
Member Klein?
They're
Okay.
outlined in the IEP, yeah.
Okay.
So then
necessary meaning required by
it.
IEP under law.
Correct.
And rule. Okay. Member Klein, does that
Thank you.
answer the question?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Okay. Please vote.
Member Klein is a yes.
Thank you, Member Klein. Two more. One more. Did I vote? I voted. Did we get Member Klein's on? Okay, that passes unanimously. Thank you. That leaves motion number 2. So moved by Member Norton. Is there a second? Seconded. Any further discussion to motion number 2? So I'll read that one again as a separate motion. It is to direct staff to work with board members in the legislature to request temporary funding for FTE needs for next year as we work toward a new formula long-term solution that aligns practice with current or potential code and meets the needs of those working and learning at USDB, the LEAs in the bottom 3 enrollment percentile, and the large LEAs with 3% or more of the public student population. Okay, please vote.
Member Klein is a no.
Klein's a no, thank you. Okay, that passes 14-1. No vote being Member Klein. Thank you very much. Back to you, Chair Norton.
Our next item is 3.4. This surrounds R277490, the Beverly Taylor Sorensen Elementary Arts Learning Program, BTS Arts Amendment. The motion that comes out of committee is that the board approves R277-490, Beverly Taylor Sorensen Elementary Arts Learning Program, BTS Arts, Draft 1 on second and final reading.
Vice Chair Earl.
I'd like to make a substitute motion to move draft 2. I need a second.
Second
Okay.
by Member Green. Would you like to speak to the motion?
I'll speak to the motion. I just asked for some clarity. Previously, it just talked about the proportionality of funds would be distributed. So I just asked clarity on what those would be. So if you go to line 135, it strikes all LEA's unfunded cost, and it articulates in 136, cover additional cost not initially covered by the program proportionally. And then it adds a B, the superintendent shall determine an LEA's proportional share by determining percentage of salary and benefits not funded by the uniform amount compared to statewide unfunded costs and multiplying that percentage by the total dollar amount of remaining funds. Also, someone can correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know, Sam, if you're following here. So also on line, and I'm assuming this is a new addition that would correlate with this, so someone can correct me if I'm wrong. Hang on, I gotta find it. So on line 112, 111, it says the uniform amount described in subsection 1A shall be the average statewide arts educator salary plus benefits. And then it has here excluding salary and benefits from the educator salary adjustment under section 53F2405. And I'm assuming that was added in because it's in blue. So this is just seeking to create clarity around how it will be proportionally distributed so that it's very clear to LEAs, it's very clear to our staff, and that no one, there's no ambiguity in that, if that makes sense, that we know exactly how we're going to do that. So that's the motion before the body.
Okay, discussion to that substitute motion. Chair Norton.
This is a concern that I have for both of the motions. Beverly Taylor Sorensen is near and dear to my heart. It is a great program. This helps students in these crazy days more than probably anything else we do, with them feeling that peace. My peace is a little disturbed right now, however, because of maybe the message that we are sending to our legislature with this information right here, because they just gave us they just brought out a new funding method. And that new funding method just went into play in basically at the start of this school year. So, we've gone from August to December. And now we're rearranging all of that again, not really giving this an opportunity to come to fruition. I would like to address a question to our finance staff, if I might, which has to do with both of these motions. And do I have your permission, Chair?
Sure, please.
My question is, how has this program been working? What do you hear from the LEAs? Are we in an area where we need to redo this all over again? Or is the new plan that they brought in working? Just give me some guidance on, and what message are we sending to the legislature?
And might I just piggyback on that? If you could distinguish this from the bill, just to Chair Norton's question, if this departs from the bill, how? And then that kind of ties into the other questions.
Chair Moss, if I may respond.
Yes, Sam.
Sam Uri, School Finance Director. Of note to the board, we do have Lori Baevsky, our fine art specialist here as well, who's done more outreach related to Beverly Taylor Sorensen with the LEAs than I have personally. I think.
I'm sorry, what? Well, we can turn to her if you'd like to. Let's hear from Sam, and then if we have a request for Lori.
My assessment is that it is early to, to be gathering much data at this point because, as Member Norton noted, this change did just occur this fiscal year. I have heard anecdotally that there are some LEAs potentially considering pulling back their participation in Beverly Taylor Sorensen because they're not getting quite as much proportional to their average salaries. Basically what the uniform amount did was it, uniformly we created the amount, which was $72,000 this year. There were LEAs that benefited from that have lower salaries. There were LEAs that pay a higher average salary and so received less money from the BTS program this year, and that's what was done with the uniform amount. This rule change seeks to kind of in some ways go back to not to the 80-20 that existed before, but requires all LEAs to have some skin in the game or to be matching some of those funds, even if their salaries are quite a bit lower than the average salary. Does that help address the question?
Yes, please.
From Director Uri. This draft, you mean draft 2 or draft 1?
Both. Yeah. They.
I didn't have it. I didn't wait for the red. You said this makes it, and what did you mean by this?
Chair, if I may, both drafts do this. The second draft just clarifies the methodology for doing making the adjustments, but both drafts would have the same effect.
Could you just, I apologize, could you clarify how this departs from the bill? Does it?
So it's open for interpretation, I'll say. In my view, a uniform amount is a single amount that's distributed to each LEA. In the view of this draft, or both of these drafts, you are requiring all LEAs, regardless of their average salary, to contribute to a match, if you will, to this program. So that does maybe, depart somewhat from the language of the bill. You can still classify it as a uniform amount, though, because it has a uniform way of distributing the funds. It's just not a set firm amount.
Deputy Jones?
So, Deputy Superintendent of Operations Scott Jones, to answer your question, Chair, it could be perceived as if you pass this rule, that your application of the definition of uniform amount is different than what the definition of the uniform amount was in the original legislation. That it could be interpreted as that. So much so that I do believe I'm able to say that legislator or legislators are concerned that we're not giving this enough time, based on the original intent of the bill, giving it 1 year to see if indeed any of these alleged or potential issues, such as Director Uri articulated, that there does seem to be indications that the program may be reduced in particular places. But to the earlier question of have you any evidence that shows that that has occurred, I do not. I do not have any evidence where I can say that by an LEA's name that they have made adjustments to the program, either, discontinuing a particular art course or doing all that. We'd have to defer to the subject matter experts within that program to see if they can provide specific instances where, as a result of the legislation, there has been a declination in the program itself, which I think is that's what board members are seeking, is you're seeking whether to know for a fact that as a result of the legislation, we have seen a decline. I have asked that question. I can't possibly talk to 160 BAs, and I know it's in the elementary schools and different programs, but all the ones I have talked to have said to me that they will find a way to continue at least the level of the program that they were at before. So again, I have no evidence or indication at all. However, I would defer to the program subject matter experts to also come forward and attest to that if they do have a specific example or examples where, as a result of the legislation that was passed, there have been, declines or in a case. Because Board Member Norton is correct, that's the legislator is concerned that we haven't given this enough time, meaning a whole full school year, and to study it and to see if indeed some of the risks that were put up there have come true or to fruition. Does that help, Chair?
A bit. I'm still curious how this departs from legislative direction. That's my question. And everything could be interpreted to be different. But
Right.
We have a question from Member Booth.
I appreciate the question that Chair Norton has brought forward, and before we proceed to a vote, I think it would be very helpful, as has been mentioned many times, to hear from Lori Baevsky, just to add that information so that we're fully informed, at least as well as we can be at this particular point in time. If that would be possible, Chair, that would be very helpful.
Yes, thank you, Lori.
Lori Baevsky, Fine Arts Coordinator, and Beverly Taylor Sorensen, Arts Learning Program Coordinator. Thank you. To Deputy Jones's reference to actual schools, we have a short list of schools who have not participated specifically because of the funding. One from Davis, one from Provo, 2 from Alpine, and 1 from Box Elder. In addition, we have 15 schools from the Davis County that deferred applying to the program because of the uniform amount and the unknowns around that. In addition, this corresponds to our strategic planning of the program. Our old strategic plan retired at the end of June, and we started a new strategic planning process, and during that we surveyed all of our stakeholders, and in the board backup you can see some of those comments speaking to, as Deputy Jones referenced, they are what we've heard. So over 50% of each of our superintendents, charter directors, and principals responded to the survey, which is kind of remarkable. And what they're saying is that they, as this motion was prefaced, that they believe in the program and that they were willing to step up for the year to bridge the funding, and they don't. The ones with more of a cost burden are finding it not affordable in the long term. And so, if we rewind the clock, we had 6 weeks, this body had 6 weeks to come up with a funding model for the distribution, for the allocation formula. And within 6 weeks, we all did as best we could. And this motion, both motions are, draft 1 and draft 2 are to tweak the existing formula model, in small ways, and to create, Director Uri spoke to this as well. So it's refining that funding model and really in response to stakeholder feedback. It's just to make the program affordable for every school. And that's really what the staff responded to, is so that anybody, any LEA, any school that wants to participate has the funds to do that. And that's why we created a second distribution. Instead of taking that excess money, which we're doing this year, and giving it back to the schools for equipment, supplies, and other program supports. I hope that helps clarify.
Chair Moss.
Yeah, I think I have a couple otherwise, Vice Chair Earl. So the difference between the legislation and this is that we redistribute the remaining amounts proportionately, and in Vice Chair Earl's substitute, it defines what proportionally is. That's the surplus, right? What's the basic, sorry, I'm dense. I've been talking Beverly Taylor for a while, and I was in finance. So I'm trying to make sure I understand, though, for the final vote, what is the difference between the statutory uniform amount? Molly did that. She will. Sorry, but yeah, I'm just trying to make sure I fully understand. When you say it could be interpreted, anything could be interpreted. What would be the interpretation that says this is different than what came down from legislature?
Chair Moss, if I may. So let me give you some examples here. Let's say I run charter school Progress Academy. It doesn't exist, but I have one BTS educator, and their salary and benefits combined, after we take out the educator salary adjustment, come to $72,000. Under the current model, they would get $72,000. They would have no match. Under the uniform amount as described, as we interpreted it from the legislation, this new model, and we call it the base plus model, requires every LEA, so that Progress Academy, the 72,000, we would need to remove 25% of that 72,000 to go into that additional pot, because every LEA is now required to contribute at least 25% into the cost of that educator's salary. This has different effects on different LEAs. For example, according to the salary verifications this year with Davis School District would actually lose $173,000 with the base plus model. So even though they are saying that some of the schools aren't choosing to participate, based on the salaries of those actual educators, they would actually lose money. There are LEAs that would gain because they're higher. Their salaries of the BTS educators only are higher. So it can get kind of complicated, but I think the legislature's view was, we don't want to be involved in teacher compensation. It does, you can have that LEA with the teacher that makes 72,000. Maybe that teacher retires, takes another position. You bring in another educator with a PhD at the top of the salary schedule that's now making 95,000. It's a totally different scenario within that specific small LEA. So I think the legislature's some of the thoughts were, it's easier for us to determine how to potentially grow the program or manage the program when every LEA is getting the same amount per FTE. So that's, again, I'm not trying to opine on the merits of each, but that's some of the scenarios behind it.
Thank you. Vice Chair Earl.
Yeah, it's just interesting moving parts. So currently we have a set uniform amount that they're all they're all receiving by law. This would impact that going into next year,
That's
right?
correct.
Okay. And then I guess my amendments only had to do with that surplus piece. It didn't have to do with the initial, whatever, but it would incorporate those into this. So
Correct.
I appreciate that. So are we saying we have less art educators this year, or we won't know till next year, right? That's what we're saying. Okay, sorry, I'm trying to figure out the moving pieces
Right.
here.
It-
So it'd be next year that we would be able to identify whether or not that contributed piece, right? Uniform out with a contributed piece, right, has an impact or not. So that's the question, is whether or not that is the interpretation of the law the legislature wants, or whether that's outside. Is that my understanding? Did I just articulate that correctly?
To my view, yes. We can make general assumptions with some of the bigger districts and things like that, but year to year, it really is hard to project for each LEA whether they will go up or down based on this methodology.
Right. Okay.
So.
Thank you.
Let's see, what's our order of lights? We got Member Booth and Member Davis. Member Davis and then Member Booth. Yep, okay.
Just a couple of questions. So the legislation prior to the new legislation required a 20% match. Is that right? From everybody. So then everybody paid 20%, and then the legislature, through us, reimbursed for the amount of the salary. Like if Salt Lake had a higher salary, they were reimbursed for their teacher at that higher salary, because you can't pay a teacher less if the teacher next door is getting 20,000 more. A school in another area was reimbursed for how much it cost for that. And that was done through our office, is that right? Not through legislation, correct? There was just kind of a lump sum, and then it was reimbursed according to the amounts. Okay. My next question is about the surplus again. So where is the surplus coming from? Is it coming from the 20%, that's the contribution to the fund, or is it coming from something else? And then my last question is, the specific schools that you mentioned that are declining to participate now or reducing teachers, did they reduce that for this year, or have they said they're not going to advertise for the coming year?
Should I take the first question? Let me answer. We'll go in reverse order, Board Member Davis. So those who, that short list is for this fiscal year, for this fiscal school year.
Right now.
Right now.
So we're already seeing that.
So we're already seeing that. And also I failed to mention that several of our schools also had to reduce the FTE, so the amount that they are contributing towards arts education because of their salary schedule. So that we have reduced FTE even though they found a way to continue to participate at a lower level. So we're seeing that this year as well. And I do think those with lower salaries, I think we'll see a bump up. We're going to see more participation from those schools that have lower salary schedules. And then we can probably anticipate a reduced participation from those with higher salary schedules and teachers with more longevity. in the program.
In the legislation or the base plus?
Using the current
Legislative.
board rule funding allocation. Yeah, so with it, not the base plus.
So you're saying
for next year, so.
The base plus would equal that out more? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, so the base plus, so looking at Sam's fabulous mathematics, we're looking at a distribution model that ranges from 21% to 43% in fiscal 26. Currently, we have a distribution model that ranges the match. The LEA match goes from 0 to 64% this year. So about a third of our schools are paying 0 to 5%, and a third of our schools are paying 40 to 65% this year. That would reduce to a 21 to 43% distribution model for fiscal 26 to make it, as I said, hopefully more affordable for any LEA who wants to participate.
In the base plus.
In using the base plus.
Sorry, I asked lots of follow-ups. Apologize.
No problem. It's needed. Member Booth?
I am really grateful for those who are spending the time and working through the mathematics and trying to discover, Sam is a treasure for this program that I absolutely love. And the bottom line for me has always been how many children are going to have this rich experience that will balance out and infuse life into their educational adventure. And we've just continually, and I know people get tired of hearing about it, but it is so important. And I'm so grateful for the wonderful legislators who are committed to this. I'm so grateful for our staff in the agency, in various departments who have to cooperate. This is a complex, difficult, I don't know that we have any more complex issue or program, and we've got to get it right. So whatever it is that these smart people that have been spending the midnight hours working through their all of the possibilities, we need as a board to lock arms and back them up so that the largest number of students possible in every charter, in every LEA, in every situation are getting this experience. We recognize we're limited. We can't do everything we'd like to do. We'd like to do 100% all across the state for every child. That's been our dream. The dream is not dead. We're still working towards every child, every art for every child. But in the meantime, with the limitations we have, we want to use those resources that have been generously awarded to us by legislators who are committed, and we want to make sure that we get it right. And so the Finance Committee, thank you for your work. Our agency staff, Lori and her team, Lisa, so many are giving us such great information. Let's make sure that as a board, we are supportive of that good work that they're doing so that we're not at odds with one another and we're moving forward as positively as possible for the kids so that more children have this opportunity. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Member Straight? Or Chair Norton, was it back to you first? Sorry, I thought that was the perpetual chair light. Back to you.
And I don't know if this question is for Vice Chair Earl or for finance staff, so whoever it best suits. But it's a clarification. Vice Chair Earl, does your amendment that you just brought in, does that work with the original, this new legislative model we're in right now, and this rule change that we have on the table right now? Does it work either with either one of those, or does it only work with one or the other?
It's going to work with, if there's that surplus that we're not putting into resources, but we're saying we want to distribute this back out. That's what the intent is, it's just to articulate the distribution so it's proportionally distributed.
So you're clarifying that.
That's all it is a clarification,
Distribution.
so we know how to distribute it. It doesn't mess with the other model stuff at all.
You're
It's just saying.
proposing a
yeah.
different method of the distribution. Oh,
It's not.
it's not even different.
After it's been distributed and there's a surplus, that's what it's talking about. The surplus that's there after where they've met all the criteria.
Yeah.
This is how it would be distributed. The surplus.
The surplus, right.
Is only surplus.
Right, right.
Yeah.
Is that the same, but is that the same way that we're distributing? Currently? No. Okay.
The new amendments only apply to the base and plus.
Chair Moss?
Yes, sir.
I think it would be a value add for the board and the public to go to the backups and see the comparison chart that we have between the current distribution method that came out of the legislative session and this proposed base plus formula. So as you can see here, and I know people don't necessarily like these terms, but in either scenario, you're going to have winners and or losers, right? You're going to have LEAs, that get less money. So I think that's the point that has been made is, well, why change what's coming out of the legislature if you're only going to make it so others, what problem are we trying to solve? Well, then it turned into discussions about, I'm still not clear on, are we actually losing teachers? Have districts or LEAs said that we will no longer provide art programs in the schools? Have they said that?
Based on the surveys, we're seeing indications that is a potential trend.
A potential trend, but it hasn't been decided yet that they won't or that they do that. Is that fair to say, Lori?
Correct.
Through the chair?
Correct. Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's this, right?
Yeah. In other words, this is the amount we're giving them is 75%.
I'm sorry.
Chair,
I'm being asked
for
to
the
direct
record,
traffic.
right? Well, the staff have just said so that was a misunderstanding on my part. I was not aware that districts had reduced teachers in the current fiscal year. And that's what you're saying? Is there Beverly Taylor Sorensen arts classes have gone away in this year? Is that what you're saying through the chair?
That is
To
correct.
you, Lori.
Okay.
Okay, lights. Member Green. Oh, I'm sorry. Keep me in line there. Member Straight. Straight, Green, Bogus, and Hart. There we go.
I'm going to try and not think while I speak.
I'm looking forward to this. I might try it after you do.
Well, because my understanding just changed. So I guess my only thought is how time sensitive, since this already applied to the current year, how time sensitive is our present discussion?
Question, because I've heard a couple questions about postponing or tabling, but Deputy Jones?
Well, so if I may, what I'm sensing is that there's this overwhelming inclination to that we as staff would say, well, if you do this, then it will mean that the program would not be reduced or either way. That's why we're showing the comparison chart. None of us should sit up here and guarantee that if you do the base plus formula, that it's still not going to result in. Is that fair? It still may result in, because you can see the differences in the comparison. So at Davis County School District, under the base plus formula, as Director Uri pointed out, gets reduced to $173,000. So this is precisely why the implication of the legislation is the legislature did not want to get involved in compensation debates, or to leave it up to the local control of the LEAs to decide how interested they are in keeping that program going based on a distribution formula that again came out of the session. If our intent is, and please, don't misunderstand my tone, or if the intent is to try to find some kind of distribution formula that will not result in, if you use the baseline numbers of teachers, I think situations on the ground change all the time. As the example of Davis County School District, they're bringing in new teachers that will come on their salary schedule, right? I mean, there's just no way at this level that anyone from the staff could say, well, hey, board, if you put this in the rule, right, this will mean that the program will not get reduced, or the footprint of the program will not get reduced in all of these places. That's just impossible. There's just too much different reasons why they would either increase their footprint or they wouldn't. And it all has to be decided at the local level, which I really do believe, right, wrong, or indifferent to this, staff don't take a position. We try to be objective and duly inform you was the intent of the legislature. They just didn't want to get into exactly what we're talking about here, where it's all about the compensation to do it, to give everyone a uniform amount, an equal amount, and then let them decide at the local level how to either continue the program, increase it, or do that. I really think that was the intent. So yes, in a way it could take away from the implication of the intent, which was to not get involved in compensation in order to potentially keep the program going or increase it or do those types of things too. That's all. That's all I'm saying. So,
That helps. Thank you. Member Davis, let's see. I lost track. Where? Not Green. Okay, Bogus, Davis, and Hart.
Did I jump in front of? I thought somebody else was before me. Oh no, I'm after.
Bogus, Hart, Davis. There we go.
So I would just offer to all of the members of the board that I think we're missing some key elements of the conversation. And one is that one of the things we engage in the arts program, specifically the BTS program, is to expand it. And I think one of the questions that we have not yet addressed is, does what is currently in place inhibit expansion, which is expanding arts into other schools? And after reviewing the data and having the conversations, I would say it absolutely does inhibit the growth of this program. I don't know that any of our staff would say that outright, and so maybe we can ask them, but I do think we're looking at a place where the arts either become stagnant or they decrease in our schools, and that deeply concerns me. And then I think that the fact that we have documented institutions who have declined to participate or delay their participation because of the way this is designed also concerns me. And so I just would ask that we cogitate on that and factor it into our decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair Hart.
The legislature passed a law, and I think we need to consider the intent of that when we make our rules. I think there's enough question here that that I would like to make a motion to postpone.
Okay, that's been seconded. Postpone to January board meeting?
Postpone to, anybody got any ideas? No, no, I just think yeah, exactly. But I think we should just postpone it and let indefinitely and let the next board leadership figure out when it's appropriate after conferring with staff and legislature. Oh, then it's not
So-
indefinitely. It's undetermined. Okay,
Let's-
yep,
what's
postpone
your-
until January. That's my motion.
Postpone until January's board meeting?
Sure,
Is that your motion?
sure.
Okay. We have some suggestions if you want to consider them, but I think we got a motion.
January. It's
Getting a little
ambiguous enough.
informal
It
here,
can
but-
be interpreted the way it needs to be. And it's been seconded.
Okay. The motion is to postpone this until January. It's been seconded. Discussion of the motion. I see Davis,
can I speak to
Bogus,
my
and
motion?
Lear. Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
I think we need to get it right, and I think there's enough questions, and I think we need to lay it out. I know that I thought I was clear on it, and then I wasn't clear on it, and then I was clear on it, and I just, to make a decision like this, you need to have more clarity. So I think that there's a lot of information we could gather, and there's people we could talk to, and I just, rather than make it and then change it, or make it and cause grief for LEAs, I just think we need more information.
Okay. Discussion of the motion. Member Bogus, Davis, Lear. What's our...
Davis, Bogus, Lear.
There you go.
I would support this. I thought I was clear, and I keep learning new pieces, and now I have questions about both the legislative and the base plus. And so I would support the motion to postpone. I would like to know, maybe, is there a way to think, having heard all of this discussion and concerns, my question was, someone mentioned something about we had a certain amount of time. Legislature gave a base amount of funding. We had a certain amount of time that we were supposed to design a formula. Was that written somewhere or we were just told that? Where did that come from? And will postponing cause any problem with that? And if we are supposed to come up with a formula, that tells me that they probably didn't think we were just going to do the 72,000 straight across the board. There was maybe going to be some kind of a, how do we mitigate the fact that then some give 0% and some are giving 50% or whatever it was. Is there a way, though, taking that base funding and instead of taking necessarily like everybody pay 20%, we consider something like in the funding model, we give an extra portion to those who have a certain salary schedule over this amount, and then build that into the funding from the legislature. I don't know, this is probably just to be explored with the postponing for the committee or wherever it goes to, but I'm hearing concerns about both and trying to think through possible things to think about after we postpone.
Chair Moss?
Yes, sir, please.
Board Member Davis brings up a good point. The intent of the law as it was interpreted by the staff was that we come up with a uniform amount. That was it, and we did that. It was $72,000. Not unilaterally we didn't, but we consulted with the LFA, GOPB. It was just that if the way that we read the law was not about a formula, it was to come up with a uniform amount, and that uniform amount is $72,000. And so then from there, though, it became concerning, which I just want to make sure that everyone knows that we're not trying to unduly influence either way. All we're trying to do is say the letter of the law as it was interpreted by us and by the LFA and by all those who came up with that uniform amount in the beginning of $72,000 was because we all read the law the same way. There was no requirement for a formula. That came later as more meetings occurred and outside. So from the beginning, we believed that we met the intent of the law, which was to provide a uniform amount based on the data that we had at the time, which is how we resulted in the $72,000. Does that help clarify a little bit?
Quick follow-up. Yeah.
I didn't understand this. When did it come later, from the legislature or from the board? to work on a formula.
So my understanding is there was follow-on, after the uniform amount was established, you can correct me if I'm wrong.
Yes.
There was subsequent meetings that occurred between staff of the different agencies, and then maybe even particular legislators were involved as well, to continue the discussion about a formula that ended up being, well, could we look at the base plus formula? So
we have a motion pending to postpone. Let's make sure we're speaking to the motion. Any discussion to, let's see, whose lights are on? And Bogus and Lear, is this on the motion to postpone?
Yeah.
Okay.
I would move to amend the motion.
Okay. It's in order.
And that we move to postpone to a special meeting prior to the end of this calendar year. And with a second, I'd like to speak to the motion.
Is there a second? Seconded, Member Green. Speak to the motion, please.
So I do think this is time sensitive. Our LEAs worked to create budgets, and they used those preliminary or draft budgets to advocate for funding or against funding in the legislative cycle. And without this decision being made, they don't have numbers for what they can do as they move into this next process where they make decisions and have different conversations. And they end up in situations where they have to say, I can't answer that question because the board hasn't made this decision yet. And I think making this decision and becoming firm on one side or the other prior to the start of the legislative session is paramount.
Okay, so the motion has been made to amend by postponing to a special meeting. I assume that's a full board meeting, Member Bogus? Full board meeting prior to the end of the calendar year. Discussion on that motion. Here's something else, okay? All right, if not, we can vote. The motion then is to amend the substitute by postponing until a special board meeting prior to the end of the calendar year. Let's tee that up for... Oh, yes, Member Klein? Member Klein, are you with us?
I'm a no.
Member Klein's a no. Thank you. We've got a few votes. One more. Okay, that motion fails by a vote of 10-5. The yeses being Member Hymas, Member Green, Member Bogus, Member Wood, and Member Booth. So that brings us back to the underlying motion from Vice Chair Hart, which was that the board postpone this item until, and I think, Member Hart, does that capture, or was it left more open to just say January? Was your motion to postpone until... Okay, I think until January was the motion as made and seconded. So, any further discussion of that? Member Davis. Oh, sorry. Yes. Back to Member Lear.
Cindy's question about the urgency answered part of my question. I heard kind of an answer. I appreciate that. I have two more comments. I hope, message to new board leadership, if we discuss something for an hour, I hope we start amending our bylaws or changing our practices to vote on something instead of discuss it for an hour and then delay. Second concern is that I am done with the intent of legislation or board rules. I think personally we work with the words that are on the paper, and I feel like we're being the board is being sort of jerked around or taken advantage of, or call it what you want. But if we look for intent, we'll do this with every single issue. So another comment for board leadership, I hope we can read words that are on a paper and act on those in the future.
Thank you, Member Lear. Thank you, Justice Scalia. I've always wanted to thank you for your your strict textualism. It's my last day. I had to. I like textualism, so thank you, as opposed to intent. Deputy Jones.
Actually, so from a staff perspective, I sincerely appreciate Board Member Lear's point about intent, right? No, none taken, ma'am. But as a staff member, I get asked what the interpretation of the law is. So with that, I would like to go to what Board Member Lear said. What does the law say? What's the word in the law? It says from money appropriated for the Beverly Taylor Sorensen Elementary Arts Learning Program and subject to subsection 5, the state board shall, and I'm going to paragraph C, beginning with the 2024-25 school year, establish a uniform amount for the funds described in section 4B. And then paragraph D, ensure the uniform amount described in subsection 4C does not duplicate state funding an educator received under the educator salary adjustment described in section 53F-2-405. So, Chair, through you and back to Board Member Davis, there was no letter or printed word that said come up with a formula. It was come up with a uniform amount, and we did just that. So, thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Deputy Jones. Member Davis, did you have light?
Yeah, I'm going to just amend that to postpone to the full board meeting in January.
Okay, it's been seconded. Would you like to speak to that?
I felt like a December extra meeting is hard. It's hard to get everyone together, especially in December. But the board meeting's like a week later in January, and I think that will give enough time to look at, for people who have questions, to get their questions answered, to get down into more specifics. I'm, like I said, still learning even as of what we just heard a minute ago. So if there's an alternate that we can come up with, I think that's a good time. Thanks.
Okay. So the motion before the floor is to amend. Was that proposed as a friendly? Member Hart said that it was a friendly. So if there's no objection, we just need to see if there's an objection.
Somebody else does. Just let's move on.
Any objection? Hearing none? That's friendly? Okay. So that's what's pending then, is that the board postpone until the full January board meeting. Seeing no further lights, let's please vote.
Member Klein is a yes.
Thank you, Member Klein. Yeah, Natalie was a yes. Member Klein, do we get Member Klein up there? Klein was a yes, correct? Member Klein, is a yes?
That's correct.
Correct. Okay. That passes 11-4. The no votes being Member Lear, Member Bogus, Member Reel, and Member Wood. Thank you. So that is postponed. Back to you, Chair Norton.
Okay, we're on item 3.5. This is R277-927, the Teacher and Student Success Act, the TSSA program with amendments. The motion for the board is that the board approves R277-927, Teacher and Student Success Act, TSSA program, draft 2 on second and final reading. And we have an amendment that's been added to the draft.
Okay.
This is a clarification.
Yeah, Kelsey, when you get the Google Doc on screen.
So that amendment is that the board strike or preschool programs on line 125.
Oh, second.
Okay, that's been seconded. Would you like to speak to that, Chair Norton?
No, just, it stands. We're good.
What's the need to delete preschool programs? May not use program money to support.
My friend, may I call on my friend, Mr. Ben? Oh, no, sorry.
Ms. Webke.
Yes, no, Ms. Webke.
Thank you.
Right. Good morning, everyone. Sarah Wibke, Director of School Improvement Programs. As far as this specific add-on, if you will, this amendment, so in the code and the rule originally had conflicting language. This was part of that. And so one of the additional pieces that Mr. Rasmussen put in was around how early childhood also includes preschool. And so with that being said, that was added to make that clarification and make sure there was no longer a conflict between board rule and code. However, preschool is mentioned again later on and missed. So just striking it out again. So again, removing the conflict of code and rule.
Got it. Thank you. Appreciate that. Okay.
I knew it was conflict.
Any discussion of that motion then? So this is an amendment to the underlying motion. If this passes, we'll go back to the motion. The motion then is that the board strike, quote, or preschool programs on line 125. Seeing no further lights, please vote. Member Klein?
No.
Member Klein is a no. That passes 14-1. Member Klein being the no vote, and that brings us back to the underlying motion out of Finance, which is that the board approve R277-927 TSSA program draft 2 as amended on second and final reading. Any further discussion of that motion? Seeing none, please
I do
vote.
have a
Member Klein? Or no?
Yes. Member Klein.
You got
it. On line 36, it talks about capital expenditures do not include student technology devices. What do student technology devices fall under if not capital expenditures? And why the distinction?
I see Sam Uri offering, I believe. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, Sam Uri, School Finance Director. So the reason that we recommended this change is that prior accounting practices were that student technology devices like a Chromebook would not be capitalized, but there has been recent changes to the Governmental Accounting Standards Board standards that if you have, you buy a group of 100 Chromebooks, you then capitalize those as one single fixed asset. The code explicitly allows student technology devices, but there was some confusion in the field to say, well, now by my accounting standards, this is a capital expenditure, and it says I can't use it on capital expenditures. So this clarifies that for the accounting purposes, they are capital assets. For the purposes of this program, you can still purchase technology devices.
Thank you. Okay.
Does that answer the question?
I forgot who the question came from. Member Klein, yes, okay. She said yes, thank you. Okay, any further questions or discussion to the motion? If not, the motion then is to approve. And let's see, there we go. as amended on second and final reading. Please vote.
Member Klein is a no.
Klein's a no. Thank you. Okay, that motion passes 13-2. No votes being Member Bogus and Member Klein. Thank you. Back to Chair Norton.
Okay, we have moved on at a rapid pace today. We are now on item 3.6, Board Policy 2001, Board Member Compensation. This is an amendment. The motion before the board is that the board approves Board Policy 2001, Board Member Compensation, Draft 2.
Any discussion on that motion? Vice Chair Earl.
Q.
Oh.
Well, I think we have an amendment.
Yeah, I have an amendment.
Vice Chair Earl. has
Well,
the
and
light.
so does Member Lear.
Okay.
Who, we have an order.
I have
Vice
my
Chair
light
Earl.
on, but.
Vice Chair Earl. Okay. you got it.
So, my motion would be, I have an amendment to this. It would be to strike lines 30 through 36. And then on line 42, it would be changing 6 to 4 additional meeting. You got it up there somewhere? Do you have my amendment? Yeah, it would be working off of draft 2. Sorry. Yeah, so it's striking the lines up of it that are in red there, and then it's then on 42. It would be adding 4 meeting days per month. So it's a clarification for additional meeting days per month. And then it would be adding on a 4th item, which would be, so it would be after 46, it would be adding on a 4th item that says a legislative general session or interim meeting. So I'd be adding that to the list. So we're not having it up here as kind of a thing. We're just putting it on there. These things qualify. You can pick which ones you use. Oh, I spoke to it. Sorry.
My bad. I'm overlooked. We have a second.
Yes.
Okay, it's been seconded.
Okay, and I just trying to create a clarity there. There was some discussion about, number of days or whatever, kind of in just talking to some people, some wanted more, some wanted less, and just kind of landing on about 4 additional days per month. So.
Yeah.
In addition to my comment later.
I have a question.
I'm trying to understand, you're increasing the days from 2 to 4, is that right?
No, it's from 6 to down to 4.
And so
We changed it though it was 6 per month, and we changed it to 6 per year is what came out of committee.
It doesn't even say that though. It doesn't say per year. It just says 6.
So which line are we talking about again? Oh, it's 6 additional, line 42. 6 additional meeting days for time worked. So is that 6 additional days? So is that 6 additional days in addition to what, as I'm asking? Which is
Board meeting.
which is board meeting
Well, we have those
and special
4
meetings.
Yeah.
Not
Okay.
in addition to any of the other provisions that are being changed.
Yes.
Yeah, no other provisions are being changed.
Well, there are. I mean, there are 6 additional meeting days related to board agenda items. Okay,
And then adding the legislative piece there instead of up above. So
okay.
if you're
And-
wanting to do 4, that's what my motion is, amendment, then it
Okay.
would have to fall within one of those 4 items. You can,
So you've gone from 6 in this new policy. What we proposed was 6, and this goes 6 per year, and this goes to 48 per year.
Whoa.
Well, 4 a month.
well, it's 4 a month.
So it would be 16 per year.
No, 4 times
No,
12 is
12.
48.
This part was not amended this part was not amended in committee.
I'm trying to
for
understand how
meeting
many
days.
meetings.
That was not amended in committee. It was actually amended up above, and the number was 5. So it's up above this section where there was a number that was linked. It was 5 per year, I believe, was the language. That part was amended in committee. This section was not amended in committee.
We're letting this run a little bit for clarity on the point of order, but
I-
anybody
and-
want to clarify what we currently have and what it's understood and whether you want to work anything else into an amendment?
My point of order was
Back to you.
total days. I just want to
Yeah.
know how many days can, in addition to board meeting days, can a member be compensated for? And then I have a further question.
Per month or per year, right? There
Per-
was some
per month or per year, and I
question
think that
for
should be
of what?
stated.
Yeah, okay.
And that's in the
Could
motion.
be 54. Okay, and I think there is a little bit of ambiguity. Maybe
5 and a
somebody
6
will
both,
want to
though.
address that.
My,
Back to you, Member Lear. No, let's go back to
Oh,
order
okay.
here, but I think we got some
I'm
good back
still
and
not
forth.
clear. This number should be in addition to board meeting days for clarity.
Okay.
So-
Is that an amendment?
So, yes, I mean, yes. That's one amendment, is in addition to board meeting or days, and then up to 6 additional meeting days. So that was
so we're
one.
not, I just, in point of order,
hang
we're
on.
not speaking, but it's point of order.
All right.
The
Right.
motion, I made an amendment. We're speaking to something else, and if she wants to make an amendment, then we'd speak to that.
You're right.
So you gotta
Correct.
speak
I-
to whatever amendment is on the table.
Yeah, no, you're
Okay.
you're right, and I
just want to
invited.
know total days.
I invited amendment. If there's an amendment, having had the kind of back and forth, if there's an amendment, we.
Do you want me to speak
we
to
can-
what
Yes.
she's asking?
All right. Yes, we're.
I'd love that.
Hold on. I'll direct traffic, but remind me who. Yes, you made the motion. So back to you, and then we'll bring it back to whoever else has
So
lights
the
on.
motion on the table from the committee, the way that was discussed in committee, what was brought to us initially was a more open-ended legislative. There weren't caps around how many extra meetings there would be. There were concerns expressed by some that it's hard to say we're going to do things that are open-ended when we have a finite budget. So in an effort to put some parameters around that, we made a new motion, which is what you heard from Finance Committee, which was to add, in addition to everything that is currently status quo, our monthly meetings, extra meetings called by the chair, and ad hoc approved meetings, in addition to that, there would be 6 meetings per year, opportunity for people to choose what they were going to work on toward their board goals.
Okay.
And that would be 6 per year. And then on top of that, there would be 5 meetings that you could also be compensated for legislative purposes if we were asked to present at the Capitol or attend a work group with legislators or something like that. And so that could be by the chair. So that could be a total of 11 potential extra meetings per year.
Gotcha.
Then there was, in between that, lots of conversations about changing that because it doesn't read exactly like that. So some people thought that's 6 per year and thought that fit more in line with what they were thinking. And then other conversations like, well, that's a lot. We were actually thinking a total of 11 per year. And then there's kind of been this back and forth and compromising. So what is the right number is the question now. And Member Earls sounds like she's brought it to 4 per year, not delineating out the specific for legislature and specific. 4 per month. 4 per month, not delineating out specific for legislative time and other meeting time, but just she's saying 4 per year for any of all of it, 4 per month. Sorry, I keep saying that, 4 per month. To speak to this amendment personally, I would say I'd rather have it be an annual amount because then if you have a light month in August, you could use those meetings a different month. So I'd rather have it in a per year personally, but that's just my thought.
To say so.
Okay, let's go back to traffic a little bit. Let's see, we do have a motion. It does address some of the back and forth we've had. Point of order, yes, hold on. We'll get you
I still don't
there.
understand. That's my
All right,
point.
we'll get back to that.
So my
Point of
point of
order over
order
here.
is that we are actually debating things that Member Earl has moved to strike.
That's, well.
And so the
that's
question.
okay. If she's striking it, the question is whether they should be struck.
But we're debating what they should say when the motion on the table is to remove them altogether.
Okay. Correct.
Remove them all.
Do we have any discussion of, your motion is strike all that language, correct?
My motion is to strike
33,
the
36.
legislative pieces in lines 30
It's not all
something
of it.
through 30 something, right there.
No, it's not all of it. 'Cause
And then it's just to add a legislative piece down below. Mine would be 4 per month. If someone wanted to articulate so many per year, I'm open to that.
All right.
That's what the debate is.
Fair enough. Let's see. We may have no other lights. Can we put the motion back up on the board? Good thing is here, everybody wants to be engaged and go to meetings. So just take a pause to celebrate that and get paid. Remember later.
So it's me. Am I on?
Sorry. Oh, Member Klein. Sorry.
I was just wondering could somebody clarify what a board member district meeting is? Is that like
One of my
their
questions.
local school?
Okay, good
Yeah.
question.
Do you know what
Vice Chair Earl?
Yeah, I actually think that need to be board members, District 1. So it probably needs to have the grammatical in there because otherwise we don't have a district, meaning a school district, but we have a district in the state. So it probably needs to be apostrophe S. So I had another person ask about that too. I think it's grammatical.
So grammatical clarification. Let's see. Do we have the language up there?
I. Yes, I.
Okay. Deputy Jones.
Okay.
Sure. Let me just get Scott and then come back. I think he was going to maybe address this. Or is this?
Chair, if I may, just request clarification for the staff. The budget currently for board member compensation is 32 meetings per individual board member per year. Okay? So are we talking now that if I were to take each one of you, I would say I've budgeted for board member Carrie to get compensated for 32 meetings per year, right?
So now we're looking at 48 potentially, right?
48 per board member per year.
Right. Well, I think that, let's see.
Well, what does
this bring us to?
Okay, just please help me understand what additional means.
Let's do the
in
math,
addition to the 32 I've already budgeted for each individual board member. Yeah, please.
So I don't know that we had awareness that there is a 32 per board member. Did we? I was involved in the drafting of this. This seems to require potentially four per month per board member, right?
So
that's 48
would,
instead of 32.
Okay, so
that would require budgetary something or other.
So then you would need me to budget for what's 48 plus 32? 80 meetings per board member per year?
I don't think we're adding it to the 32. I think we're expanding it to make 48 the cap, as I understand the language here.
Okay, so each individual board member would only be compensated for up to 48 meetings per year.
I think that's right under Vice Chair Earls. No? Okay, somebody help me out here. Okay. In addition to what then? I'm somebody who's doing the language here. Help me on the math. What would this put us to if Vice Chair Earl's motion to amend is adopted? It would authorize up to 48 total per board member in addition to what? Do we already stipulate in rule up to 32? So that's my question is, are we already authorizing, I know we've budgeted for 32.
Yes.
Do we already require in rule 32 and we're adding 48, or does this just expand it from 32?
So I don't believe that the 32 is written anywhere in this rule. What I do believe is that because we have 8 legislative meetings and 11 months with 2 meetings, That is where we get that whatever, and then there's a certain number of whatever, and there's a budget for 32 meetings a year per Superintendent Jones. This would add to that number about 48 meetings a year.
Okay.
No, it would add to that number 48 meetings a year per board member. Yes.
Okay.
That is as the language, if we're going like what the language actually says, that is what it actually says in this moment.
So the math that you described a minute ago, Member Bogus, was that there are already certain legislative meetings. I'm not sure those add up to 32. Do we know what the rule already says about other meetings?
No, we're budgeted for 32.
I understand. We're budgeted for 32. What does the rule say currently about meetings that will be paid? Is that
it's in this
some number?
It's in this policy, but there's no number on it. So
I get it. So
there's
this
a budget
would
for up
control. I get it. What's the current number in there?
There's not one.
Well, we are
there's a budget
authorizing payment for legislative and board meetings, I think, correct? Does it describe the meetings that we're being paid for? Yes, Deputy Jones.
So no, it does. So my understanding, based on what I've read, it doesn't explicitly say how we budgeted in the past. Where we come up with 32 meetings is you have 11 meetings, board meetings, Thursday meetings. Then you have 11 committee meetings, the 22. Then we estimate, add on, well, what could we expect you would be to correct with the legislature? There is a list of the types, when you get assigned by the chair to a particular one, we try to count those as well to come up with an estimate, and that's where the 32 is coming from. It's not explicitly stated that it's 32. We just so I'm already counting those.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, I get it.
What we know. Okay, thanks.
So built into the 32 budget are certain specified meetings that are regularly scheduled, including our regular board meetings and legislative meetings. Then we've added a fudge factor up to 32. This may or may not be adding an additional 48 on top of the 32. It might be adding 48 on top of the enumerated meetings that are already specifically built in. That's what I'm trying to get to, right? Do we know what those are? 11 plus something. I see Patty saying yes. 27. So are we trying to do 27 plus 48? Is that where we're going? I don't know. Okay, 32 included a fudge factor. We're eliminating the fudge factor and making it very explicit. So 27 plus 48 is?
7 plus.
Is what? 80. That seems off. This is what? 75. So I'm getting that the math would be from those already explicitly enumerated plus the new 48, we'd have 75. So we would going from 32 includes a fudge factor. Instead of a fudge factor, now we're making it clear. Yes. All right, 75. Sorry?
2 meetings a month is 24, right? Okay. Well, we've got, but we meet. Okay, so there's 22 plus the 3 meetings that we have, we have 8 meetings during the legislative session, extra meetings up on the Hill every week. Well, we have 2 meetings in January, 4 meetings in February, and then usually 2 in March.
Just for the general public, we have a math teacher here, but he's notoriously quiet over there. I'm kidding you. We're all failing at math, so maybe you can. No, we're getting there. Okay, so what does that bring us to, Chair Norton?
I already figured it out. I've been waiting for you guys. No, you go.
I haven't been on the weeds on this one, so.
29.
So you count 29 that are already.
22 with 11 months.
Okay.
Plus 6 at the legislature, the 3 in January, 3 in February, 1 in March.
All right. So according to Chair Norton's math, between those meetings explicitly enumerated as compensatable and the number that would now be added to that, we have 29 plus 48, which is 77. or something thereabouts. All right. So let's bring this to a head. We've got some idea of what we're already being compensated for. We did have some wiggle room in that up to 32, and the motion is to expand that by specifically stating you have up to 4 per month. So the 29 plus, I guess we had 3 in there, 3 to 5 were wiggle room. Now it's explicit. You've got all these enumerated meetings for which we could already be compensated. Now we get, if this passes, 4 more per month per board member. Am I getting that right? Which is a total of 75.
Okay, so then
Right?
I still have my question.
Okay, yes, back to you.
Thank you. Okay, so I understand we're talking now about 75 meetings total, but my questions include, I have additional questions. A member, and it sounds like of the ones that are proposed, and I don't know how Vice Chair Earl's amendment changes this. It sounded like some of those are discretionary with the member himself, and some of them are per the chair's direction. Is that right, Member Earl?
I don't know that any of them are chair's direction.
They're all with the member's discretion.
Yeah.
Okay.
It could be that you're asked to, like, if you're asked to present a legislative session, you could count it as your as a legislative
So
meeting.
is that in addition to the
No.
75?
No.
It's
Nope.
all in the 75. Okay, that was one, so thank you for that
Yeah.
answer. My second part of that, and I appreciated the clarification on district, it is up then to the honor system for the member to decide if the members' meetings are consistent with the purposes of lines 44 through 46. Is that right?
They would have to, like they would when they attended a committee, right? They have to write down what they did. So yes.
But when it says board agenda items, I on this one, choose 1, 2, 3. If I met with attorneys from the school districts who had concerns with Rule R277123, that could be my choice of a meeting.
You could write it down, met on this
Okay.
agenda item for da-da-da-da-da. In my view, I'm not the body, right?
Right, but this is your amendment, so that's why I'm asking what you're thinking.
Yeah.
And it was similar to little I, or 3 little I's, where the meeting related to the objectives, that's pretty broad. Any of the objectives of the strategic plan that you're meeting with, that could be consistent with member choosing to attend a meeting and counting it as one of those 75. Is that also what you were thinking?
Yes, so maybe if myself, I've attended a early literacy, full day thing recently, right? That type of a thing would count, so.
Okay, and then one more question.
Yes.
Is this on a fiscal year, 75 per year, being a calendar year or a fiscal year?
However Scott does it. I don't know. I would assume it would be a fiscal year.
Fiscal year or calendar
So it'd
year?
be fiscal year, it'd be, yeah.
Okay, so we'd have, okay, thank you. All right, those were my primary
Okay,
questions.
thank you. We do have a
Thank
few
you.
more lights. Let's try to bring this to a head. Member Klein is in order. I think, was she? Go ahead, Member
Yeah.
Klein.
So just along that same line of questions, does that include special board meetings or hearings? Or are those separate from the total number that we're talking about?
Go ahead, that's your motion.
Well, those are already, and I'm part of that maybe fudge factor that Scott had talked about with the 32, because when we have a special meeting, it's included because it's not included here, it's included up above. It's a board meeting that's called by the chair. So that is a paid board meeting. So that's part of the 32, if we're going 27, but we've had several others this year, that would be included within that. But it's already included in the code or the policy.
All right, Member Hymas, did that answer the question, Member Klein?
Yes, but like on the one related to board strategic plan, or is that just extra time spent on, by yourself or with others, with staff or other board members? just collaborating?
Vice Chair Earl, that
I think it would have to be an actual meeting, but this is just me speaking. I think you'd have to actually indicate where you're attending and what the meeting was. So if you're just meaning you're calling up someone saying, hey, can we go have lunch and I talk about something, I just don't see that as it.
So
But-
are you saying, Vice Chair Earl, that additional meetings scheduled by others that you attend as opposed to meetings that you call to discuss? I don't know if that goes to her question. It seems to be part of a meeting is a pre-existing meeting. All right, we'll leave it at that. Leave it at that. Okay. All right, let's see who else we have. Member Hymas? No? Yes? Yes.
Yeah, thank you. If I am seeing this correctly, we're trying to mix two different things here. What's already been happening, and then we have an amendment to say there's 4 additional per member per month.
Right.
So from what I understand, and I just want to make sure that I do understand, we are asking in this policy, we're not discussing what we've been doing for the past X amount of years, but moving forward, there's 4 additional meetings per month that have to fall within this III, triple I, and potentially quadruple I meeting set, right? So anytime we call and it's up to 32, is that right, Scott or
That was
Deputy Jones?
existing.
And I don't want to bring in the math. Okay, just say no, that's fine. There's up to X amount of meetings that we have planned. And somebody said, well, we only do this many. Well, that's what up to means, right? We don't need to get fixated on a specific number. We're just trying to cover our budget or our basis and make sure that Scott budgets for things. So from what I understand on this amendment here, we're looking at adding 4 per month, which could equate to 48, but it's not like I get to have carryover meetings, right? I'm going to save all my meetings for December and have a wonderful Christmas, right? So I am for this amendment. I think it does offer some flexibility. Board members are out meeting with their communities, meeting with their LEAs, and I know that this is a public service, but I would love to see, as the work gets done, a little bit of help in that regard. So I'm going to speak for the motion.
Okay. Thank you. Member Norton, Chair Norton.
I appreciate the conversation that we've had. I think that's added a lot of clarity. I do wonder if we potentially have a section that has not yet been written that might need to be added, and that is to address such things as the difference in board-appointed responsibilities. So I see leadership burning through those 4 meetings in 4 days, oftentimes. Committee chairs have different requirements where there's additional meetings plus additional things that are happening with legislature. We have task force meetings. We have joint legislative things so I'm wondering about these additional assignments and how those could be maybe addressed as well.
Vice Chair Earl, I think I'm hearing.
Yeah,
go ahead.
those are already addressed those are already addressed. If you're assigned something by the chair, like the state charter school board, right? That's your assignment and you attend. It already addresses that in here. That's already up above. That's already in the policy.
That's more than 75
Well, it's the fudge, the 32.
I think that we figured out was part of that 27 to 32, and then we're adding the 48.
So those are already
as I
there.
understand it. Those are enumerated. They just weren't quantified in the other one, but they're covered. Now these are quantified, but not necessarily spelled out what they're going to be. I think we have two buckets there. Member Green?
No worries. I am actually just wondering where this is on page. It's on the last page. the advisory committee, outside committee, and task force assignments, does that fall into the 29 or the other 48?
That's
That was
already
the
covered.
29. Okay, that's all. Thanks.
Okay, Member Lear?
My question is to Scott, if I may, Chair.
Sure.
Deputy Jones. Part A, where does this money come from? And Part B, is there money in the budget for this? Is there money that can be found for this? Or, I mean,
Okay.
this is tripling what board members have typically been paid for. I'm not great at math, but I can see 32 in the past budgeted for, 75-ish budgeted for now. So this is tripling. Where would this money come from? And is it possible to have that money?
So Chair, to Board Member Lear's question, the money we currently use to provide compensation for board member attendance at meetings, your per diem, if some of you choose to have benefits, some of you don't, all that is state funds, right? It stays in your office budget of two. What I would need to know in order to answer the second question, though, is how many meetings per year do you want me to budget for individual board members, right? Because if it's 80, that's significantly going to change the budget, because as I said, right now I budget as if you're going to attend 32. Sometimes people attend more, sometimes it's less, right? And so it typically works out. But if you tell me to budget as if all of you may attend 80 meetings per year, or 75, or whatever, then I would be able to answer Board Member Lear's second question, do we have enough funds to do that?
Well, I think the point is this would be a maximum that any or all board members might approach on a
Why would
monthly.
we not?
But, right, yeah. But I guess, yeah, I mean,
new
if
salary.
everybody did that and you had to adjust on the assumption of 75 per board member per year, do we have funding for that? Do we have to ask the legislature? I think that's the question, right?
Right.
Where would it come from? If it went to the max that was being discussed, where would that money
Where
come
would
from?
that come from? I've got one more follow-up
Okay.
after that.
So we're going to say that, yes, if you want us, if we are to budget as if a board member each one of you would attend up to 75 meetings per year, we have sufficient funds for that.
Okay.
From internal USBE funds that
Correct.
operate
Yeah,
whatever.
they're not the flow-through funds or anything like that. You wouldn't be taking anything away from the flow-through. I mean, we might have to make some adjustments, to other
Board
components
lunches.
of your budget, like your travel, those types of things, but
We have it within the
yeah,
bucket.
I feel
that's-
confident that
okay.
we could, and actually, it would likely result in less carry forward if all of you were to do that. So I will attest that if you want to compensate board members for up to 75 meetings per year, that the budget can sustain that.
Great.
Okay.
And
Well,
last
another follow-up?
piece is, so this amount of money is the same regardless if you have a 1-hour meeting or 1-hour event under little 1, 2, and 3, or if you have an all-day event under 1, 2, 3. The amount of money would be proposed to be the same. Is that right?
I think that's right. Yeah, that would be consistent with.
We asked about doing an hourly. I asked what, but we'd have to change the whole system. That's not the way it's written in code, all of that. So that is accurate.
Okay.
So whether you did 12 hours, right?
One day?
Oh, no, someone's raising their hand. That's what I understood.
Okay. Patty or Lise or somebody.
Okay. This is just in regards to the question of how many are currently being addressed in the policy itself. So if you scroll down on the motions doc, I took each line from the policy and the enumerated or the quantified days allowed annually under the policy as it's currently written. So these are the things that are in the policy as it's being proposed today. Then the amendment below, right, instead of the 6 would be 48. And so there are 3 categories that are not quantified in policy. And so I put at least, just to clarify.
But still, there's no difference between a 1-hour meeting and an 8-hour meeting or event under little I, little 2, little 3.
It's a flat rate, not as I read
Flat
the
rate.
policy.
Gotcha. I just. Jeez. I needed to, I needed to raise my rates.
Thank you. And thank you, Elise, for putting that clarity up there. Okay, let's see. We've got member Davis and member Straight.
I actually was going to do the same thing that Elise did in a much better way, but take all those out of policy. I just want to make sure I'm understanding this correctly. So there will be two pieces to our compensation. The one piece that has a limit, which are the additional 48 days. That's the piece that has a limit. And then the other piece that we're compensated is status quo, where we have 22 Thursday and Fridays, 6 legislative roughly. If you, let's say, meet quarterly and at your ad hoc assignment as assigned by the chair, that's another 4. That equals 32. So what they've been budgeting so far is a pretty minimal, that means you're not meeting monthly and ad hoc, you're like quarterly meetings, and in the 32 is not included any additional meetings, committee or full, as called by the chair. All of that stays status quo, if I'm understanding, with this amendment, which is never going to be able to be 100% guaranteed numerically, but we can roughly guesstimate. 32 is a low estimate based on what we've done. And then the piece that's capped are these additional meetings, the 48 per month additional meetings, which basically per year, which doubles ish our compensation. It doesn't triple, it doubles. But 32 plus 80 is, I mean, a little more than that, but a little more than double. So I just want to make sure I understand what we're voting for.
So I think you mean 32 plus
48. The 48 is the
just for
that's right. The total sounds like would be 80.
Okay.
Correct. Member Straight.
85.
So I'm looking at the 3 items: board agenda items, board member district meetings, or meetings related to the objectives of the board's strategic plan. So as I look at that, that's very, very broad. And what?
Do conferences count in that? The learning?
Well, that's the thing. We go to conferences. We have USBE coming up. We have rural schools oftentimes in the summer. Where there's other things we attend. What about going to NASB or there's other travels that we do? What about caucus meetings?
You cannot pay for that because it's not an official item of the board.
Are board agenda items discussed there? Or potential board? So I think maybe there's some question there. You know, I think of my own situation. There have been times where there were 2 meetings in the same day, and our policy specifically limits to, if you attend 3 meetings on the same day, you can only be paid for 1 meeting, compensated. And so, yeah, this doesn't change that, but you can have a 30-minute meeting 3 days in a row. You have three meetings. I think the way we have it set up right now with the limitations as currently set is pretty decent. I'd really like, and I've said this before, we really need to get deeper into the policy during legislative meetings, and we limit that to 2 hours, and we accomplish very little. We need to become more productive and spend possibly some more time during the legislative session to really get into the meat of what's before the legislature and giving our recommendations. So I know that we occasionally, with Davis School District, Board Member Wood and I will often attend meetings with district leaders to gain understanding of their circumstances. That's something we choose to do. We choose to come down to the legislature. I mean, even while for the first 6 months when I was on the board, I had my job as well. And if I took the day off, I had to reimburse the district for the funds which were put forward. And I had to pay for that sub. I could not be compensated both as a teacher and as a board member. We have contracts that we have to abide. I think we add 4 additional meetings a month more. I think that's too expansive. So, you know, I'm not in favor of this. I know the sacrifice and the time and the effort that goes into being on the board. I think we need to take a step back. I don't think legislators, I don't know how the legislature compensates, but if they have a town hall meeting on a day different than a legislative session, I don't think the legislature receives compensation for that. But under this, you could or would, depending on the circumstance. And so, yeah, that's my 2 cents.
Okay, thank you, Member Straight. Member Wood, I think?
Member Wood.
Yep.
So just to clarify, the money, the extra money would come from our carryover. Is that an accurate? Or we would have less carryover because of that.
Yes.
Sorry,
Yeah.
that's what
Yes.
I meant to
Okay.
say. Yes, we would have less carryover. Right now, we use carryover when we want to do extra studies, when we want to look, we need to hire additional, like I asked for money for a facilitator for our strategic plan. We asked for money to look further at our ROI investment. We use that money to invest in the system to make it better. And what we're saying is, we'd rather compensate ourselves than use the money to invest in the system to improve the work that we do. And I am concerned about that.
Can I ask a
Yeah.
clarifying question on that? A carryover fund is money that didn't get spent that was allocated, right? Am I wrong in saying that? And so what we're saying is that maybe if none of us got paid this year for anything, then we would have more carry forward fund to do other things with?
In a Chair, if I may, in a one-time manner.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because
we
budget-
have an allocation that we make every year for the budget. It's our budgeted amount, and we are carrying forward from the budget amount. I'm just trying to clarify that.
Yes.
So when we use a carry forward fund, we're actually using it on a one-time basis for things that like that were just stated, right? These
Right.
are extra things.
Correct.
But it's not part of the original budget. Okay.
Right, because, Chair, through you, we budget, then we execute your budget. Then when we get to year-end close, if we have balances, those become carry-forward balances, and they're put into your discretionary funds, and then, we proceed from there.
Okay, all right. I think we've got this ready for a vote, and I will remind us, we all have a hard stop today. Do we have, we do have more. Apologize.
And they're right as you
Go
started to
for it.
speak. I'm just wondering, on this last page of the document, it does have everything kind of listed out specifically. I'm wondering if we develop a specific list, though, where I don't know, we can be more specific instead of so wide open, because it seems that some of the hesitation is coming from kind of the general 1I, 2I, 3I section. But I don't know what that would look like. Right now, it's pretty general, I think.
Is the suggestion that it might be linked to a list somewhere, or that we ask staff to develop some list of potential?
Yeah, and it's just kind of a general question to the body, like as we develop this.
Yeah. and that could go to Vice Chair Earl, but it doesn't have to. Just since you're the maker of the motion, the question is whether it might be helpful to have some direction about what these 48 meetings might be. I think there is, so that it's not, it has some clarity attached to it at some point. Is that the question? Sort of.
Yeah. I mean, I think we could. Is that what you're asking? Beyond the 1, 2, 3, 4?
Right. I think.
The Utah Rural Schools Association, we know that that is eligible for salary and travel expense. You are on that committee or whatever, and you check that off. You've done that job on that committee. Outside of that, beyond that, you have the other areas that you can attend to the interim, and that translates into the work of the board. But just the way it is, it's pretty broad.
That might help to clarify the two buckets.
And I don't know if we want
those
that. I'm
things
just
that
putting
are
it out there.
well, that could be just a suggestion for staff as they develop it if it goes forward. We have one bucket where meetings are enumerated; they just haven't been given a number, right? And if you get that, you're already able to get compensated. Now we're saying 48 additional. What kind of meetings might those be, and what they might not be, because they're already listed for compensation? That might be something that staff might use to clarify if those goes forward. Is that a suggestion we might just throw out there?
It's not my amendment, but
I thought it was.
No, I think my amendment is just to make a few modifications, and then if we wanted to speak to greater clarity on those other items, I'm just saying we're still on the previous amendment. This is current amendment.
I think this was just a suggestion that
which
if this passes,
there
might be some guidance.
That would be great. I think if we wanted
go
additional
with it.
guidance on that, or even to maybe the strategic plan just feels too broad, right? That this was just some recommendations. Anybody can make an amendment to modify those.
All right, should we bring this to a vote then? Member Straight, did you have a final
I
comment?
had a comment too.
Correct. Brent needs a light. There we go.
Well, I think that definitely makes it more palpable from the standpoint of transparency and being clear as to what exactly is being accomplished and for what purpose. And it has a reporting element that goes directly back to the list that's verifiable and understandable. But we don't have that list. We could build that list. So I would like to make a motion that we table this until next time, where we have a list that fits in with 1, 2, and 3.
Okay, is there a second? See a second from Chair Norton. Would you like to speak to it, Member Straight? Okay. My bad. Discussion of the motion to table. Oh, Member Klein, did you have a hand up? Is this go to the motion to table?
It's just a general comment about this. I just see how this is going to play out in the media. It's going to be looked at as the board voting itself a raise, and the public has very strong opinions about how the board has done their job and whether they deserve a raise or not. So I've given, of the last 4 years, almost every waking hour to this work. And yet I've taken very small pay for it. I've gone to one conference because I don't want to use the public taxpayers' dollars any more than necessary. Almost all the work I've done has not been compensated, and I'm okay with that. But I would just caution that that's how it's going to go over, and it's not going to be a good look for the board.
Okay, thank you, Member Klein. Member Lear, to the motion to table.
I having just complained a few minutes ago about tabling an item just for an hour, in favor of tabling this. I think we need to understand very clearly what meetings would be counted when it's a $300 difference from zero, doesn't count at all to even an hour counts. it's real money. And I would go from making $15,000 a year, which I consider a stipend, to $50,000 a year. And that seems to me a dramatic change, and I think we need to understand that better, and be more cautious in how we vote yes or no, and then what the public understands about the work the board does. Because I agree, there are many people, and Natalie's a very good example, that have spent way more hours, and Jenny's another good example, of people who've been compensated have not been compensated by all the work they've done. So I'm in favor of understanding this better. I am also persuaded by Brent's comments of this is not the legislature where all of them make a good amount of money. They can afford to be legislators. We're a body that governs teachers. There are teachers who make $50,000 a year. And I am troubled by that being a side hustle of mine. So I think we need to understand this better, and I think we need to think about it more, because it's not something that I anticipated in. And I still have an amendment to propose, depending on which way this discussion goes. But I think we need to think about this a little more and calculate the difference of where this money could be used otherwise.
Okay, thank you. Further, Member Hymas.
Just a quick clarity. If my math is correct, it's about this would increase up to 23,600 is 80 times 295. So it's a little under half that. I'm just saying nobody's getting rich off of this work, right? And so, well, I mean, part-time teacher salary, I'd call this a part-time, maybe for some 3/4 time. As Member Klein just mentioned, she's working overtime on a full-time, you know what I mean? Nobody's getting rich off of this. So anyway, whether it goes through or not, I'm just saying the numbers are showing about 23,500.
Okay, thank you. All right, so the motion is to postpone until, excuse me, let me get it right, postpone this item until January board meeting. Seeing no further discussion, that I'll just say that would allow those who are, going to be living with this to be part of that discussion. Some of us are rolling off, including myself. So I will say, as one rolling off, I support having some additional money for board members. I support people being able to do this and get compensated a little bit more. So for what that's worth, as one who has no financial interest in the outcome, I think what's being proposed is reasonable. We want folks on here that can put in that time, and would it be helpful to not make them rich, but to cover a little bit of that. So with that, let us vote on the motion to postpone. Excuse me. Member Klein?
Yes.
Member Klein's a yes. Got one more. Okay, that passes 10-5. The no votes being Member Wood, Member Bogus, Member Hymas, Member Davis, and Member Riel. So that item will be then postponed also to the January board meeting. Bogus.
So I would like to make a motion to direct staff to ensure that this policy is not in conflict with our bylaws, because it is in conflict with our bylaws in subsection Article 2, inasmuch as the audit committee is not a standing committee. And while I understand not according to our bylaws.
I think we're going to have to defer that discussion because this item has been postponed.
And I understand that. My motion was to direct staff, when they come back with this, to ensure that it's written that it reconciles with our bylaws.
Consistent with bylaw. I'll just, after we've postponed, can we do that as just a direction? Do we need to vote on it? Can we just throw it out there? I think we're just hearing we could just give the direction. Unless you want to bring it to a motion, I think we can just, having what you've said can be the direction to staff of getting some nods back there. Does that work? Okay. So we'd like to make sure that whatever comes forward is consistent with bylaws. Okay. All right, back to Chair Norton.
That concludes the financial report.
Finance living up to the name. Thank you, Chair Norton. It is 12:30. Do we need another quick break? Or, yeah, I guess we could have a break and call it lunch. Good point. Let's see what we have here in terms of our lunches. Let's see. Where is?
So lunch is right here on page.
Well, it's before that, but I think Jenny's point is standards is pretty short. We got a chance at a half hour. Well, let's see. We're trying to find something to give us the best shot of handling. Maybe not, Patty. Not here yet. So should we give standards and assessment a shot? See if we can do that in a half hour and come back. Is that okay for the folks who are involved with standards? Okay. All right. Let us move to standards and assessment. Chair Booth.
All right. So you've had an opportunity to look at the information items, and our first action item is action item R277325, Public Education Exit and Engagement Surveys. And this is specifically looking at the exit survey part of it. And the recommended action is that the committee recommends that the board approve and continue R277-325, the Public Education Engagement Survey Incorporated Document Exit Survey Draft 1 on the second and final reading.
Okay, discussion of the motion. Seeing none, please vote.
I do have a question.
Oh, Member Klein, yes.
Sorry. I'm trying. I probably need to pull it back up again, but I don't remember there being any kind of essay questions on this, which I think would probably elicit a lot more helpful information as to why they're leaving instead of the somewhat contrived questions that are on there that look more like they're just for data collection purposes and not to really get to the heart of the matter. Are there any essay open-ended question parts on the survey that?
I'm hearing a yes. Would somebody like to handle that from staff or the committee? I see. Thank you. If you could just state your name on the record and then.
Is this on?
And title,
Okay.
sorry.
My name is Lisa McLaughlin. I'm the Educator Preparation Coordinator, and I've worked with the surveys in the past. And there are open response questions, but they're all optional. So and a lot of them are just asking for additional details of questions that have already been asked on the survey.
Thank you. Does that answer the question, Member Klein?
I see you scrolling. I'm just trying to see. Oh, okay. So yeah, I see there. They're still very. I don't know. The framing of the question is still very narrow. That may not give them the opportunity to share what's really on their mind.
Okay. Thank you, Member Klein. Any other comments, questions? If not, let's proceed with the vote. I see some have already voted, so we can go ahead and complete the vote.
Can I make a motion to add something to that effect? That's just totally open, no framing.
Well, we've started the vote. that would have to go back to committee. Yeah, I think we're already deep into the vote. Member Klein.
Well, I would be a no then. Board Member Klein is a no.
Member Klein is a no. Okay. So, okay, we'll conclude the vote, and Member Klein is a no. Did we get that up there? Okay. Okay. What's that? So that passes 13-1, the no vote being Member Klein. Sorry, what was that? Member Wood?
I just had a point of clarification because I think RL.04, please describe any other factors that had a major influence in your decision to leave your current position, is pretty open. I think they can throw out anything that they want in that section. So just to clarify some concerns.
Thank you. Okay. Okay, thank you. That's
Yeah.
passed then, and back to Chair Booth.
Sir.
Oh, another point. Question.
So I would like, through the chair, to query Member Klein. Is that sufficient for her concerns?
Member Klein?
I appreciate that there is a question on there that does address that. I do have concerns about how all the other questions are kind of leading to what looks to me like gathered data to not necessarily improve the teacher's experience as much as to push or facilitate the implementing of more programs, more trainings, more things that may not truly be helpful to the teacher.
Through the chair, may I follow up?
Sure.
Do you have amendments?
It's been voted upon, and so I'm not. I think so.
Well,
We
then
have
I would
to
move to reconsider.
Sorry.
If
Reconsider?
this is the direction we're going, I would just immediately move to reconsider.
Okay, that's in order. So the motion is to reconsider. We're in the prevailing party. Is there a second to reconsider the vote that was taken on the survey? Not hearing a second. So move forward from that. Back to Chair Booth.
Hit your button. There you go.
Our next item is action item R277-325, Public Education Exit and Engagement Surveys, with the incorporated document being the engagement survey. And the committee recommends that the board approve and continue R277-325, Public Education Engagement Survey, incorporated document, the engagement survey, draft 1, on second and final reading.
Discussion of that motion. Seeing none.
We did exit.
Sorry?
So we did exit in the last one, and this is now engagement. So these are two separate documents, two separate surveys. This one would be when you're being hired, the survey that they give to new hires. The other one was those who are leaving their position. So this is new hires.
Point of clarification.
Yes, Member Klein. Did you have a?
I think I understood this to mean like this is an ongoing survey, right? Every other year, how they feel things are going. Done every
Yes, it's
other
every
year.
2 years. Every 2 years.
So it's not just new teachers, right?
Right. But it's an optional opportunity for us to receive information for new teachers and for teachers as they're ongoing in their work assignments.
That's,
Okay.
Board Member Klein is a no.
All right, we're getting there. Let's see. I think we're getting to a vote. Do we have any more comments, questions? Okay, we can open it up to a vote. And this is the committee recommends the board approve and continue R277-325 Public Education Engagement Survey, incorporated document, engagement survey, draft 1, on second and final reading. And I heard Member Klein say she's a no. So, board members, please vote.
Chair, just one of
Yes.
the motion before the board, the one on the screen.
The engage, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
There we go. All right, that passes 13-2. The no votes being Member Klein and Member Bogus. Back to you, Chair Booth.
On our action item regarding the CTE core standards approval, we had enough changes and enough continued discussion to be had. Oh, have we not done that?
We've done the two incorporated documents, so we could do 8.6.
Oh, okay, thank you. I'm sorry. I skipped right over that. 3 motions on the same bill. It's just a little too confusing for me. Appreciate your clarification. All right, we have then our final of our 3-part motions for R277325. This is the amendment and continuation. And the committee recommends that the board approve R277325, Public Education Exit and Engagement Surveys, Draft 1 on second and final reading.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, Member Klein.
Is there a reason that we are voting on this 3 different motions on the same rule?
I can defer to Member Booth, Chair Booth.
My understanding is that we needed to look at each of the surveys as a separate document, and so we did that with the exit survey and the engagement survey, and then this is just the rule with continuation and any amendments or changes to the rule that of which the 2 documents that we've already approved are incorporated parts of that rule.
Does that answer the question, Member Klein?
Yes, thank you.
All right, thank you. Any further discussion, question, comments? If not, please vote. Well, let me read it again. Motion now is to recommend the board approve R277325, Public Education Exit and Engagement Surveys, Draft 1 on second and final reading.
Board Member Klein is a no.
Klein's a no. Thank you. Two more.
Oh, you're not betting over there, are you? Member Lear?
Let's see, 2 more. We recorded Member Cook. Okay, that passes 14-1. The no vote being Member Klein. Does that wrap it up, Member Booth?
It does. We are not going to take any action today on CTE core standards. We'll be doing that in January's board meeting, and we will be finishing tomorrow the remaining courses that we needed to look at the standards on. So we'll look forward to our CTE standards being approved in our next board meeting in January. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair Booth. And apologies to whoever took the under on 15 minutes to wrap that up. Well done, Chair Booth. Let's see. Do we want to break for lunch, or should we take up something else? Still, gauntlet has been thrown. Let's do it. We got.
Well, it's on you. Let's start it.
Well, if we don't have lunch, then I think
Lunch isn't here yet.
that's what I'm hearing.
Oh, it's here now.
Oh, saved by Malia's thumb up. Okay, thank you. Let's break for lunch then and plan on 1:15, right? That work? Back at 1:15 to delve into law and licensing. Since we have a hard 1:30, we might as well just let it sit for a minute. I didn't realize we had a hard stop.
I know.
Carol did this issue. She's like, well, what did you get?
It's, yeah, don't tell me what you got. Okay. Okay, we're ready to get started. So, board members? And are we starting on 4? Is that where we're at?
Well, the 1:30 is our hard time for this other thing.
Well, she said the B team's doing it, so I assume yes.
Well, except
The
for-
recognition of outgoing board members?
That's
Are
right.
you going to do that?
Well, I don't want to, but I think we're supposed to do that. 1:30.
Well, who's doing that?
I
Are
don't
you
know.
conducting it?
I have no idea. I can call it to order. And we can
Yeah,
see
call
the
it to order.
I don't know because I'm one of the outgoings, so I'm not part of it. Oh yeah.
Okay.
She wanted the Symphony Hall one, the classic chimes, lights and chimes, right?
All right, we're going to go ahead and get started. We're actually going to pick up at 1:30. Or from 1:30, and that's where we're going to do a recognition of our outgoing board members. Okay. And do you want to do that? Okay.
You and me together.
Okay, let's do it.
Okay. All right, how do you want to start?
Well, we've got bells for everyone, so we'll grab one of those for each of you. You got. Oh, you have the list. Okay. All right. So first, Brent Straight. We'd like to what? Yeah. Come on up. Come on up. Do we have him come up? That's yeah.
I can walk the bell to you.
Walk the bell and then walk the bell. Ring it as you go. Safety device. That came from the bill, I bet. Yeah, well, Brent, we're going to give you just a minute if you... Oh. You going to do picture? Very good. Thank you, Board Member Straight. Do you want to share anything? Just take just a minute, and then we'll go to our next board member.
I've shared for 4 years. I think that's good.
Thank you, Brent. Thank you. Let's do recognize. And Board Member Norton, Kristen Norton. And we will, is there someone to take a picture for her too?
Yes, there is, but we also wanted to recognize the. Yeah, at the bottom.
Sorry.
You can read it.
There you go.
Yeah, okay. So from the Friends of Artworks for Kids and the Beverly Taylor Sorensen team, Lisa Clough provided a pen and card. Did you get yours, Brent?
I think they're in
There it is.
Yes.
And it's in a container like this. So thank you to our BTS team. They're so thoughtful all the time.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. So next up.
Okay, and then Kristen Norton.
Ah.
And then if someone, do you have someone to take a picture for you, Kristen?
Well, Randy's.
Oh, Randy's doing it. Did you want to take? Who normally does our pictures? Is that you? Brian?
Takes them. Or poses.
Okay. And do you want to share, do you have any last closing remarks?
Oh, no. She's getting locked and loaded.
Kristen, go ahead.
I'm tough. I left my heart and my brain in my hotel room today, and I am powering through. So it's okay. And my joke of the day is, I am a BYU fan, so I am used to being heartbroken over situations. Cried last weekend. No, I cried last weekend because football season was over. So not because we didn't get to go to the championship game. Okay, that was my song and dance. Thanks.
Thank you. And let's give her recognition. Okay, and then we have Board Member Klein, you're online. Are you there? Okay, and if not, we'll circle back a little later in the meeting and we'll see if we'll get her. There's a couple of items to send to her. We'll make sure we get those mailed to her or dropped off. Okay, drop them off. Okay, and then Chair Jim Moss is our next one. We're gonna need a picture. Thank you. And then if you have any comments you'd like to.
I will have a very, very short chair's report later, and I'll just roll it into that. I'll say a couple final
And I have,
mushy
have something
thoughts.
for you from our board. And it is here, Chair, for all the time that you spent leading us.
That's nice.
Wow.
Wow. That.
Oh my goodness. So as you're watching board meetings, you can, and somewhere on there might be James Madison written into the quilting. So,
Nice.
Y'all did not know that JM does not actually stand for Jim Moss. It stands for James Madison. And if you want a really long, insightful conversation, ask Jim about James Madison.
Thank you. This is awesome. For those who don't know that Molly's a quilter, this is
for you.
Extra specially cool. Thank you.
From us for your time.
Thank you. Yep, let's give a final clap here. So, thank you. Okay, we are going to go ahead and pick up lawn licensing. And I think we're going back to section number 4. Who's picking that up? Okay, so Board Member Carey, do you want to go ahead and start us off?
Sure, thank you. This is the report out of lawn licensing. We had 2 meetings this month, one on November 8th, and then we had a special meeting. And Chair Hymas will go over the special meeting results with the full board. But in regards to November 8th, item 3.2, interagency data sharing agreement and Department of Workforce Services, the motion before the board would be that the board approve the interagency data sharing agreement with the Department of Workforce Services.
Okay. Are there any comments? Any questions? Okay, the motion before the board is that the board approve the interagency data sharing agreement with Department of Workforce Services. And I don't need to read it out, the number, right? So, okay. And as soon as we're ready, go ahead and vote.
Oh, is Natalie on?
Board Member Klein, are you on?
Is she not?
Okay. No. We're still missing a few votes. Can you all double check and make sure your votes went through? I think we're there. Okay, the motion passes 12-2. We're missing 1 board member. And the no votes were Board Member Bogus and Board Member Green, maybe? It went too quick. Was that accurate? Okay, Board Member Bogus and Board Member Green, it was a 12-2 vote. And I just wanted to, I should have recognized this before, but I asked a lot of questions, and I know Board Member Wood did as well, to make sure that there was an opt-out and that there was clarity. They knew
all that information there. So I should have recognized that ahead of time. I asked several questions this week that were just a replication of what was already asked for others. So I just appreciate their efforts to make sure parents are informed when they're signing off on these. So, okay, thanks.
Thank you. Item 3.3, you went to River High School waiver request. The motion before the board is that the committee recommends that the board approve. You went to River High School's request for a waiver from R277-419, paren 4, and this motion passed unanimously from all members present in law and licensing. And Chair, I just want to make you aware that perhaps Brittany Luck, the principal, she's online, and available for any questions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank
Vice
you.
Chair.
Are there any questions related to this item? I'm not seeing any. Oh, there is. Okay. Board Member Green?
For information, how many schools have asked for this type of waiver now? Do we have the total yet?
Ashley Bill, AAG Bill, can you answer that?
Sorry, I know I'm putting you on the spot.
Okay, it's a little hard to know right off the top of my head because some of the waivers that we have granted are for multiple schools, like within the district, and we've done it that way, but I want to say it's like in the 18 to 20 range. Yeah,
Okay.
mostly rural.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other questions? Okay. The motion before the board is that the board approve the motion is that the committee recommends that the board approve Uinta River High School's request for a waiver from R277-419, parentheses 9, or 4, sorry, section 4. Go ahead and vote.
Board Member Klein is a no.
Okay. I'm missing one vote. Okay, the motion passes with a 14-1. Board Member Klein is a no on that, and you move to the next item.
Thank you.
Also, may I just interject? I couldn't get my mic on for the first vote, but I'm a no on 4.2 as well.
All right. Can someone make note of that?
I'll take it.
Okay. Thank you. Go ahead.
Item 3.4, R277-114, response to compliance and related issues. And the motion before the board is that the committee recommends that the board approve R277-114, response to compliance and related issues, draft 2 on second and final reading. This motion passed unanimously from law and licensing.
Okay. I'm not seeing any lights. So the motion before the board is that the committee recommends that the board approve R277-114, response to compliance and related issues, draft 2 on second and final reading. Go ahead and vote. Oh, my apologies. Yes.
Hold on, we got to address I kept checking all my devices.
There's the bells.
Sorry. Apparently I didn't shut that one off.
Yeah.
That tells me that one of my classes is about ready to end in 3 minutes.
Go ahead, Board Member Bogus. You had a question?
Yes, so I understand what the memo says, but I don't see anything but any stuff right at the beginning, and it says that so in the backup it says Rule 114 conflicts with federal law requirements, blah, 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 and it goes into that, but in the draft 2, I don't see the language. I've gone through it 3 or 4 times, and I actually was going to ask someone this morning, but I had forgotten about this one, but I don't see anything in here that is underlined that addresses what is in this thing. It's got 2-3 lines, 20, 21, 22, and 23.
Vice Chair, if I may, I'll take a stab at it, but I also see Director Rasmussen is here. But it's my understanding that the amendment is in Rules 20, line 20 and 21, and that is the exemption from federal oversight. Well, compliance with federal oversight. We can't exempt ourselves from that, unfortunately.
And I think, let me just understand what you're saying, and because that's underlined at the top, it's the authority, purpose, and oversight category. So the exemption for oversight would be where it would be articulated and not in the body of the
of the rule.
It is in lines 20 and 21.
Right, but it wouldn't be lowered down.
Correct.
It's part of that. That's why the oversight was written
I
at the
see.
top. Am I
Yes.
articulating that correctly? Does that answer your question, Board Member Bogus?
I don't see the specificity.
If you, well, and maybe Ben can do that. If you look at the very top of the document in line 3.
Well, and I do see that, but there's two sentences, but none of them address what's in 3.4 of the background memo. Even as Vice Chair Carey articulated, I just don't see the reconciliation of those two. One says this rule does not apply to oversight, and in the backup it says that the 114 conflicts with federal law requirements which require that. But to me, those don't reconcile unless we change the substance of the rule itself. So I'm just wondering.
Okay, I don't know. Do you have a response to that? Go ahead and
Ben Rasmussen, Director of Law and Professional Practices. Basically, we're just exempting the rule when federal programs are involved, and that's why we made the small change that we did. I don't think in our discussions we didn't feel any other changes were needed to the rule. We felt that just when we have federal programs involved, they have kind of their own set of system of oversight, and so we just wanted to make it clear in the rule that this is for state programs, but if there's federal programs, this rule isn't going to apply except for the appeal section down there.
So it's a recognition, right? Okay. Yes, go ahead.
Can I offer some potential clarity? The discussion, the committee discussion, beforehand, there was some conflict. This removes that conflict. I don't know if that helps you at all, but.
Okay. All right. So the motion before the board is that the committee recommends that the board approve R277114, response to compliance and related issues, draft 2 on second and final reading. Go ahead.
I have a comment.
Oh, yeah, go ahead, Board Member Klein.
Yeah, so I'm just curious, when we talk about federal requirements, are we talking grants? Are we talking administrative rule? Are we talking federal Department of Education laws? Or all of the above?
I'm just speaking to the languages here. It looks like it's oversight of federal programs, which each would have their own compliance element. But Ben, Director Rasmussen, if there's something I missed there.
Yeah, most these federal programs usually have their own set of federal regulations that outlines what the oversight requirements are, and so this is recognizing that. It would be in federal regulation.
Board Member Klein, did that answer your question?
So it includes all of the above?
It could, yes. It would.
So and that's based on the money that we take in federal education dollars?
Yes, if you would
that
take.
we are now, we're held to all of that. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. That's what I need.
Yeah. Let's go ahead and vote on that. Is that ready to go? Okay. Voting has started. Board Member Klein, you want to vote on this?
I'll abstain.
Okay. I need 2 more. One of them's mine. I need 1 more vote. Are we missing someone? Oh, we got it. Okay. So the motion passes 13 in favor, 1 abstention, that's Board Member Klein, and 1 no, Board Member Bogus. And go ahead.
Item 3.6, R277-113, LEA fiscal and auditing policies. This is informational. There's no motion for the board.
Point of clarification.
Yes.
Are we on section 3 of the agenda or section 4?
4.7 is what we're on.
Okay. I think Board Member Carey keeps saying 3.
I have 4 on mine.
It is 4 on mine as well.
That must
so I
have
just
something.
wanted for the record to make it clear.
Future chair, I'm just setting me up to look bad. That's all that's happening here.
It's, yeah. Okay.
Okay, so apologies and thank you, Board Member Klein. So item 4.7, R277-306, educator preparation programs for school psychologists, audiologists, speech language pathologists, speech language technicians, counselors, and school social workers.
Draft one. Draft one on second final reading.
Oh, I'm sorry, yes. The motion before the board is that the committee recommends that the board continue and approve R277-306, educator preparation programs for school psychologists, audiologists, speech language pathologists, speech language technicians, counselors, and school social workers, draft one on second and final reading.
Okay. Is there any discussion to this motion?
I have a motion.
Okay. Do you
My
have
motion would be to,
Go ahead.
my motion would be to strike the language, and I don't have the lines right in front of me, that incorporate by reference the national standards. I think there's 3 sets.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, there's a second for discussion. So the motion before the board,
Lines 110 through 112.
Board Member Klein, can you articulate what lines you're referring to?
Well, there's where it incorporates by reference. There's the National Association of School Psychologists. There's 3 different ones where they're all underlined.
So
I
it's
don't
in
know if we can-
multiple locations. Did I hear that? Sorry,
Yes.
Chair. Through the chair, did I hear that
Multiple
correctly?
locations.
So if I'm understanding your motion or your amendment, right? It wouldn't be a motion, but your amendment would be to strike reference to the national associations, the National Association of School Psychologists, professional standards. Let's see. The
I'm just trying to
American
get there.
Speech Language Hearing Association. No, that one has a Utah one, so that wouldn't be a.
So line 33 and 34.
Okay.
And it may incorporate, is the context around that, where where that's underlined, in order to make it flow. The next one is referenced on
Maybe
110 and 11.
So you're
Okay,
asking
don't
Oh,
on
see the-
110 and 111 to strike 2019 American School Counselor Association Professional Standards and Competencies.
Yes, and the other is 27 and 28.
27. Okay, and then on line 27, it'd be the 2020 Standards for Graduate Preparation of School Psychologists created by the National Association of School Psychologists. Did I
Correct.
catch those correctly? Okay, any discussion
Yes.
of that?
May I speak to the motion?
Yeah, Board Member Klein, did you want to speak to your motion first?
I'm happy to. As I was looking through the websites and the standards, the new 2020 standards, the updates, it incorporates all the things that we've been fighting against with this woke agenda the last 4 years, and even including the gender guidance document that we did not. That we chose not to vote on as a board because it created such an uproar in the community with over, I think, 20,000 emails from the community. It puts all of that right back in. Not to mention, they have language about parental consent, but that parental consent can be bypassed by student assent language, where student assents, which is different than a parental consent. It has in the NASP 2020 standards, it supports social justice and SOGI, the sexual orientation, gender identity, and expression. It protects these school counselors, psychologists, etc., in keeping confidential a student's identity or transitioning from a parent. It says if it comes into conflict with state law or district policy, that These standards are what they are to uphold because they are, quote, more stringent, which is a complete perversion of and saying that they shouldn't follow the law in question. They should uphold the standard. I could go on and on. There's multiple examples throughout, not to mention just the website itself. It is so horrific. Yeah, it's okay. It'll all be coming out soon. So I would, again, vote to strike those, and whatever the board decides to do, it will be made known.
Okay, and Board Member Carey.
Thank you. May I direct some questions to Dr. Height?
Yeah.
Thank you. So, Dr. Height, we reviewed this before law and licensing as a committee. Is that correct?
Hi, Malia Height, Executive Coordinator of Educator Licensing. That is correct, Vice Chair Carey.
And we had several discussions in particular on the issue of parental consent as it concerns both of these documents, standards for the credentialing of school psychologists, as well as the document Principles for Professional Ethics.
That is correct.
And I asked you multiple times, in terms especially of parental consent and notification, are there any provisions in either of these documents that conflict or would supersede state law? And would you share with the board what your research and conclusion was?
Yes, thank you so much for the question. Upon receiving that question, I consulted with our school counseling expert within the agency, our school psychologist expert, Dr. Leah Voorhees, as well as our AGs, Ashley Beal and Michelle Buse. And they all reviewed these sections specifically, and all of them are compliant with state law, and in many cases, the language that's incorporated in the standards are identical to those that are in state code regarding parental consent.
And Vice Chair Manning?
I would
Yes,
challenge that.
go ahead.
And let me make sure, because I'm uncertain of this, and maybe it's Director Rasmussen who answers, but if there were a conflict between either of these two documents and state law, could you share with me and the board which would take precedence?
You're asking if there was a conflict between these documents and a state statute?
If there were.
The state statute would govern.
And then I just have two other questions.
Yeah,
if that's,
go ahead.
Yep. And the other area that we covered, Dr. Height, with, I would say, a lot of scrutiny is standard I.1.2, consent to establish a school psychologist-client relationship with a minor. And is there anything in particular with that language that you believe conflicts with board rule or state law?
Yeah, again, I conferred with our AGs to ensure that this standard was compliant with state law, and there was nothing that was not compliant with any state law, new state laws, or existing state laws regarding parental consent.
And just one final question, Vice Chair?
Yes, please.
And again, this may be Director Rasmussen. Director Rasmussen, if these standards for the credentialing of school psychologists or principles for professional ethics were to change, so we pass this rule today, if they change next week in a way that conflicts with our rules or state law, what would happen?
So the new change standards would not apply. These standards specifically refer to a specific set that was adopted in 2020 for the psychologists and 2018 for the counselors. Those are referenced here. They're also, the board also incorporated these same standards by reference in R277-330, which is important to remember that this is consistent with the board's other rule there.
And so any changes subsequently would have to be adopted by this board
Correct.
to apply?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Height. Thank you, Director Rasmussen. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Thank you. Board Member
Yeah,
Boggess, did you have a question? Board Member Klein, did you have an additional question?
Yes, I'm just looking at the standards themselves, and it says when conflicts occur, when conflicts between ethics and law occur, school psychologists are expected to take steps to resolve conflicts in a problem-solving process with others and through positive, respected, and legal challenges. If they are not able to resolve the conflict in this manner, they may abide by the law as long as the resulting, here's the caveat, as long as the resulting actions do not violate basic human rights, which who knows what that means. If law or district policy poses a barrier to ethical practices, school psychologists must advocate for changes in those laws or policies and practices to better align them with ethical standards. And then you've got this part, the NASP principles for professional ethics may require a more stringent standard of conduct than law. And in those situations in which both apply, school psychologists are expected to adhere to the principles. In regards to the consent language, there's lots of exceptions to how it's originally posed at the outset of the standard. At the beginning, it sounds great, like, yeah, you have to get parental consent, but then there's all these exceptions as far as them being able to meet with students before getting parental consent in order to determine whether they should establish a more permanent relationship of doing this, and that the student can also give assent to meeting with, and that does all of those. There's many exceptions that explicitly say that the parent's consent is not needed in those situations.
Are there?
So I'm just going from the exact wording in the standards. I don't know how we can pretend it doesn't say what it says.
And I asked a lot of similar questions throughout the last week. Quite honestly, I sent very similar questions on, making sure that Utah law, and specifically 261, was one of those questions I asked on a number of provisions there, which 261, once again, trumps what a standard is. The law trumps the standard. So even if there was something that was ambiguous there, the law in the state of Utah would. And the same with consent. Also, this is another question I asked, because I went back, we got rid of 530, we wrapped that into 330, R277 330, because I was concerned, wanting to make sure that it was, that a counselor and the individuals that are in the current rule, what's the rule number again? 306, that they would still have to adhere to the ethical standards within 217. And if you look in R277 330, Section 6, Effective Teaching Standards, it references that there. And so by referencing that within this particular rule, they actually have to adhere to the ethical standards that are written into 217, which encompasses the way we engage, right? All those things. So I guess I asked the same questions for the same reasons, making sure that our law, and I don't know of anywhere, as I'm asking this, maybe Bethany can, she doesn't have to, but do we allow things to take place without parent consent? That was the question I've been asking myself, making sure these things are adhered to. We cannot, these items cannot trump what our state law is and what the rules that we put in place. So anyways, I'm just sharing that because I did the same deep dive probably that you did as well. And it sounds like others did it in committee or even prior to that.
Well, if we're going off of like what board member Lear said earlier, and we just look at the actual language, what it says, we are incorporating this by reference, which makes it part of our administrative rules, which have the power of law. So we are, in essence, saying that what these standards say, we will abide by. And when it says that parental consent is not ethically required for school-based school psychologists to establish a relationship in preparation for a possible therapeutic intervention, or it also doesn't require parental consent if it happens within the classroom. So this is only about getting parental consent if it happens outside the classroom. And the school counselors are being told more and more to spend like 80% of their time in classrooms. Do you think there's a reason why? Because that helps them get around these issues of parental consent. that they don't have to have if it happens within the classroom.
Okay, Board Member
And it
Vargas?
also doesn't require parental consent for school-based psychologists to review the students' education records, conduct classroom observations, assist within classroom interventions and progress monitoring, or participate in educational screenings conducted as part of a regular program of instruction. Parental consent, it does say, is required if a consultation about a particular child or adolescent is likely to be extensive or ongoing, or if school actions may result in a significant intrusion on school or family privacy beyond what might be expected in the course of ordinary school activities. So there's enough wiggle room that they will wiggle, and they are wiggling, and it's already hard enough to keep them in check as it is. We pass this, and it's like a green light.
Okay, Board Member Vargas?
Yes, ma'am. So through the chair, I am wondering in lines 32, 33, and 34, how do we prepare our teachers to follow the code while also preparing them to engage with a set of standards that come in contravention to our code? How do we do that simultaneously? Do we just cross stuff out, or I'm genuinely wondering how we
Sure, I don't know if
we reconcile that.
Who would be best to ask?
Teacher prep program, I taught when we prepare teachers in teacher preparation or update rules. Could you restate your question?
Updating rules are in teacher prep programs.
So in lines,
Teachers that are in service or pre-service.
well, specifically my question was related to lines 32 through 34, where it says prepare candidates to follow these standards that we're discussing, and my question would be, how do we do that simultaneously when the language is in conflict?
Chair, may I answer the question?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. First, we believe that these standards are not in conflict with any state law, as we've reviewed multiple times. And in R277-304 are all of the educator preparation standards, wherein all educators are required to learn about and meet the educator ethical standards and abide by state and local law and policy. So it's part of all educator preparation, and this rule is specific just to those student support license areas.
Okay. Board Member Carey, do you have a comment? Yeah.
Yeah, and I am grateful for the discussion because it's something that I had to go through myself as I read this, and I read the principles for professional ethics as well as the standards for the credentialing of school psychologists. But Dr. Height, I just want to make sure, so I'm going to ask again because I think it's important for me. When we reviewed these together and these documents in their totality, is there any provision that you or the lawyers you consulted believed were in conflict with current state law or board rule?
I got it. Thank you. No, none of these provisions are in conflict with state law.
And it's interesting because Board Member Klein asked the same question I did of you, and so I'd like to ask it for the record if that's okay with the Vice Chair.
Yeah, go ahead.
And it's under standard, I think that's I.
Yes.
I.1.1, when consent is or is not required. And if there's a line, and if you could read that, parental consent is not ethically required.
Sure. It's in standard 1.1.1, when is standard or when is consent required. It says, quote, parental consent is not ethically required for a school-based school psychologist to review a student's education records, conduct classroom observations, assist within classroom interventions and progress monitoring, or participate in educational screenings conducted as a part of a regular program of instruction. And that is not in conflict with any of our state law. It is the same provision that allows one teacher to collaborate with another teacher about how they might best assist a student within a classroom.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Height. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Thank you. Board Member Bogus, question?
So, Director Height, I'm just wondering, this isn't an educator, though. This is a psychologist. So, educator to educator is different from psychologist entering the classroom. Wouldn't that be correct?
But it's under the same umbrella. For example, if I was teaching a class and I had some behaviors that were challenging, classroom management was challenging for me as a teacher, I could consult with the school psychologist who could come in and do an observation and say, hey, here are some strategies that you might want to consider to help you best teach these students. And that does not require prior parental consent.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Oh, yeah, go ahead, Ben. Go ahead.
And I'm sorry, just reminded me of another point which I think is important, because I had a similar concern to Board Member Bogus, which was these just aren't psychologists. And that was something we discussed, because I thought, well, we just can't have these random psychologists walking in and doing what's permitted by law. And Dr. Height, at the time, you pointed out in the second sentence under that same standard, I.1.1, where school psychologists are members of the school's educational support staff. So they have a role within the school. These are not, well, I'm asking and answering my question, so let me just ask you a question. Can you tell us what the difference is and why these just aren't psychologists, like just coming in, but the role they have within the school?
Go ahead.
Yes, so these individuals are specifically trained to work within a school environment and are part of the school's staff and faculty to ensure that students have an equal opportunity to a high quality education. And so they're part of the staff that's helping those students achieve those academic goals.
Thank you. Additional questions? Board Member Straight.
I appreciate the effort and the questions that have been put forth. I'm clearly satisfied with the responses from staff and the questions from the board. And this might be unnecessary, but just in case, I call the question.
Okay, the question's been called. We don't have a second to call the question, right? We do have to second it? Okay, is there a second to call the question? There's been a second made by Board Member Lear, maybe. Let's, not debatable, so let's go ahead. You got a motion for me, or do you want me to call out names? Okay. Okay, so the motion before the board is to call, the question has been called on this item, so that takes a 2/3 vote. Go ahead and vote. Board Member Klein?
No.
Okay, no. I'm missing 2 votes. 1 vote. I think. Double check. She is a no. Okay, so that motion passes. The question's been called. It's 11-4 vote. The no's on this are Bogus. Someone's going to have to help me. Hymas, Green, and Klein. Thank you. And so the question's been called. The motion before the board is that the committee recommends that the board continue and approve R277306. Oh, my apologies. My apologies. Yes, thank you for catching that. The motion before the board is that the board strike language that refers to the national standards in lines 27 and 28, 33 and 34, and lines 110 and 112, and the rule is R277306, educator preparation programs. I won't read the whole thing, but R277306. Okay, so go ahead and vote. So now you're
Yes.
voting on the amendment. Are you wanting to strike the language? If so, then you'd vote yes. If you're not wanting to strike the language, you would vote no, just to make sure there's a clarity there.
Member Klein is a yes.
Member Klein is a yes. Okay, that motion, that amendment fails. The yeses are, tell me what they are. Bogus who? Bogus, Moss, Green, and Klein. Okay,
So we're back to the original motion. Yes, go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion, and I don't think I asked it to be queued up, so. Oh.
Yes, we're back to the main motion. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Am I in order to make my motion? Oh, okay. So I just have a motion, and that would be at the end of line 34. After the word school psychologists' professional standards, to read and apply those standards and competencies in compliance with Utah law. 34. 34.
34. Is there a second? Second. Okay, second by Board Member Wood. Is that right?
Yep. Oh. And that same language also at the end of line 112.
Are there 3 areas or just the 2?
Just the 2.
Okay. Okay, so do you want to speak to that? I don't know. Well, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't want to belabor the point, but we're looking at the model for comprehensive and integrated school psychological services. That's why we have 2 additions to lines 34 and 112, because one applies to the principals, one applies to the school psychological services. And I just wanted to clear up any ambiguity or uncertainty that Utah law absolutely applies to these standards.
Okay, is there Board Member Lair?
I'm going to support this amendment, but I think we could add these lines ad nauseum through every single one of our rules, and I don't think that's necessary. I don't think it's a good rule writing practice, and I think it does go without saying, not it should go without saying, that rules can only be applied consistent with the law. And numbers of people have said it. All the attorneys in the room have said it, and so I'm finding this unnecessary, but I'm also, if it satisfies this discussion today, which we hope won't be repeated over and over in the next meetings, then I'll vote for it. If this continues to be a concern, I think we need to examine our practices.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other comments? Okay, so the
comment.
Oh yeah, do you have a comment, Board Member Klein?
While I appreciate the intent behind the amendment, it still does not change what's in the standards itself that say that when they are in conflict, that the principles for the NAS principles for professional ethics are to be followed when in conflict, because they're more stringent, as if they're more protective, when the opposite is true. And so I cannot, and if I will go back to our educator standards that have been mentioned. I voted against those as well because they are so poorly worded as to allow for this kind of these national standards. And so I don't see this amendment as doing anything to truly protect against what the standards themselves say. And I don't think it's a good idea to give the public false hope that somehow their kids will be protected when this isn't the role of schools anyway, to be getting into the mental health arena. That is not the role of schools, and I will stand by that till I die. That we have so many problems because we are making schools something other than what they were meant to be in the first place, or what they should be. Maybe they were always meant to get to us to this place, and that's a credible argument as well. But that's not what they should be. And I will continue to raise the warning voice against this.
Okay, the motion before the board, no, we have an amendment, right? The amendment before the board is that the board adds after line 34 and line 112, and apply these standards and competencies in compliance with Utah law. Okay, all those in favor? Will you please vote? Yeah, there you go. Not all those in favor. Board Member Klein?
I will abstain from this vote and wait for the next.
Okay. I'm missing one vote. Can you oh, Kristen's gone. Okay. So the amendment passes, vote of 12. One abstention, which is Board Member Klein, and one no. Who's no? Board Member Real. And then we have a Board Member Norton is not here currently, is absent. Okay, so that passes. We're back to the original motion. The motion before the board is that the committee recommends that the board continue and approve R277306 educator preparation programs for school psychologist, audiologist, speech language pathologist, speech language technicians, counselors, and school social worker, draft 1, as amended on second and final reading. Go ahead and vote as soon as that comes up. Board Member Klein?
Board Member Klein is a no.
Okay, that motion passes with a vote of 11 in favor and 3 opposed. And Board Member Norton's not here currently. Tell me the names of my glasses. Board Member Klein, Green, and Bogus were no. Okay, next item.
Thank you. That's item 4.9, R277-419, pupil accounting. The motion for the board is that the committee recommends that the board approve R277-419, pupil accounting, draft 2 on second and final reading. This motion passed unanimously from law and licensing.
Okay. Yes.
2 in backup.
Did you read draft 2 or draft 1?
It says draft 2.
Okay, I have draft 1 on my paper. Let's just double check real quick here. Can someone help clarify
Matt,
that?
where's the real paper?
Did we make amendments? Did you guys make amendments on this? Or is it really just draft 1?
There is amendments in draft 1. Sorry, I apologize.
Okay, well, the amendments in draft 1 would probably have been what came before the committee itself. Okay, we're just going to do a quick check, right? To make sure we're good. Someone from that committee, you want to?
Yeah, what line was that? Do you remember, Leanne?
Okay. There was an indication that we're just verifying at least one amendment that we know of that. Deputy Nui, is that accurate that it's draft 1?
There is a draft 2. There was just a technical error getting it uploaded, but there was one amendment made from Member Wood during the committee after line 76 to add instruction is received by a home-based scholarship student consistent with 53F6401. So it was the reference to that code.
Could someone make sure that gets uploaded to the site so that the public has access? Okay. It would need to be draft 2. And yeah, we publicly just read that out, but would you, I guess, refresh? You'll tell us when it's been uploaded? Yeah, we'll come back. If that's okay, we'll come back to this item in just a minute so people have time to, I guess it was just one amendment there. Go ahead with whatever the next one is.
4.9?
Yes.
And thank you to Member Bogus for pointing that out. Item 4.9, this is Board Policy 2006, Audit Committee and Chief Audit Executive Responsibilities. And the motion before the board is that the committee recommends that the board approve Board Policy 2006, Audit Committee and Chief Audit Executive Responsibilities, Draft 1. This motion passed unanimously out of law and licensing.
Okay. Are there any comments, questions on that? Okay, the motion before the board is that the board approve
that the committee recommends that the board approve Board Policy 2006, Audit Committee and Chief Audit Executive Responsibilities, Draft 1. Go ahead and vote. Board Member Klein? Is Sarah missing too now? Is Sarah gone?
Yes.
Okay. I need a few more votes. I think we've got 2 people missing, Board Member Rill and Board Member Hart. And so I'm still missing 1 more vote. Can you double check to make sure that yours went through? Yeah, but she's not here. Oh, there we go. Okay, so that motion passes. It's unanimous in favor. Okay, go ahead. Can you turn the mic on?
Oh, thank you. This is item 4.10. This is a proposed board bylaw amendment to Article 9. And the proposed motion for the board is that the committee recommends that the board approve board bylaws Article 9, Draft 1.
Okay, I'm not seeing any comments or questions. The motion before the board is that the committee recommends that the board approve board bylaws Article 9, Draft 1. Go ahead and vote. Board Member Klein?
Is a yes.
Okay. And I'm missing 2 votes. 1 vote. Okay, we're good. Board Member Hart's not here, so that passes unanimously with 14 votes in favor. Okay, go ahead.
This is item 4.11, Personnel Management Audit Report Review, and is provided for informational purposes.
Okay.
And item 4.12, R277-608, Prohibition of Corporal Punishment.
So those are, sorry, these are no motion for the board.
Yes.
The next, oh, go ahead. Sorry.
But I don't have to read them if we don't.
No.
Read. Okay.
Nope.
This is a 4.12, R277-608, Prohibition of Corporal Punishment in Utah's Public Schools, and that is provided for informational purposes. Next, item 4.14, R277-609, Standards for LEA Discipline Plans and Emergency Safety Interventions, incorporated document. And again, there is no action item for the board. Item 4.14, R277-609, Standards for LEA Discipline Plans and Emergency Safety Interventions by amendment. And there is no action for the board. Item 4.15, R277-722, Procedures for the Focused Graduation Program. This is a new item, and the motion for the board is that the committee recommends that the board approve R277-722, Procedures for the Focused Graduation Pathway, Draft 2, on second and final reading, and this matter passed law and licensing unanimously.
I have a draft 3 listed on my document. Can we confirm draft 3 is accurate? Draft 3. Yeah.
So the proposed action for the board is that the committee recommends that the board approve R277-722, Procedures for the Focused Graduation Pathway, Draft 3, second and final reading.
Okay, thank you. Are there questions or any amendments here? Well, maybe. Purpose. Okay, the question is, maybe someone can answer this. Why are we doing this? I think that was a pretty broad question. Board Member Wood, do you want to maybe add some insights into that?
Well, as the board may recall, we had an informational item regarding a GED program, and we decided to punt it back to committee until we had an actual rule that showed how that GED program would be established. And that's what this is. This is how it would be implemented within our districts. And I'll let staff do a better job of explaining.
Do you want to add anything to that? Yeah, give your name, please, and position.
Stephanie Patton, Adult Education Coordinator. This was brought up. Through questions and desires from the field to serve a population of students who were being pushed to adult education or not otherwise being able to complete a high school diploma.
Okay, thank you.
Question.
Yes, Board Member Klein?
Not able to complete the requirements or not wanting to. Like I know kids that are trying to get out of the system more quickly because it's so toxic in their opinion. And so they are trying to get through. Is this simply to pad the graduation requirements and make it look like we have fewer dropouts, or so that the system can continue to count those graduations, count these as graduations when they might not have been able to otherwise?
Okay, can you answer that?
The intent of this is to provide additional opportunities for students to graduate in the traditional K-12 educational system. Students who are primarily credit deficient.
So let me ask a question, because maybe it's along the same lines. If a student took the GED, they could take that independent and attend college regardless of graduation. But they could also take the GED and receive credits applied to graduation. Is that accurate or not accurate?
Under current board rule, if you take the GED, you have to be completely withdrawn from K-12.
Yeah.
And so students who are currently taking the GED are leaving K-12, not receiving all of the supports and benefits that K-12 instruction is able to give those students, and those cannot go towards a high school diploma at the current time.
If this passes, would they be able to use the GED credits as credits for graduation?
Yes, if this passes, it allows students to take the GED and then use those
Apply.
as competency-based options to complete the high school diploma.
Okay, just one more clarification. But they could, if this passes, they could still take the GED and move on to to college or some kind of secondary education, right?
Yes.
It's not requiring them to stay within the system or whatever. It's their choice. This is just a resource to help be successful at the GED and possibly assist with graduation.
Yeah, the intent is to keep students engaged in K-12 as long as possible, to receive all of the supports that are available in the K-12 system and move them towards further opportunities like post-secondary education, additional training opportunities, and a successful career.
Okay, thank you. Okay, the motion before the board.
Can I follow up?
Yeah, we have some lights. Hang on just a minute, Board Member Klein. I don't know who's. Okay. Davis, Bogus. Okay, tag on real quick, and then Board Member Klein, you're at the end of, we've got two before you. Go ahead.
Yeah, just a clarifying point to Member Klein's question. Students who would enter into this pathway by choice are have to be they are credit deficit to the point where most of their options would be just dropping out of school. And this is really a way to keep kids in school for those that want to have that choice. And as Stephanie so well articulated, continue to have supports in school. But it's not a way for schools to gain money. It's not a way for kids to game the system. It's just a choice that we don't have currently. If a student takes a GED, they are considered a dropout. They're not part of our graduation rate, et cetera. So it's for a very small subset of students at the time who do not have any other option. And Stephanie articulated that well, but I just want to make sure that was clear. Thank you.
Okay.
May I follow up?
In just a minute. Is it related to what was just said? Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so it sounds like a GED, you confirmed, equals a dropout on the data collection for the system.
No, they're not counted as a dropout. They're not counted in the system. Go ahead.
Well, that's exactly what she just said. that if they just get their GED, they're counted as a dropout.
No,
So that's what she just said.
Okay. Board Member Davis?
I don't get a
Yeah,
finish.
it seems
Okay.
like correct me if I'm wrong, am I understanding this right? The thing that was changed between the last time we met and the time we met now is that this board rule, instead of delineating exactly how it was going to work and be implemented, it seems like with this new one, now it requires the LEA to make their own policy surrounding this. And it can allow some of these things that are here in the rule, but the thing that the rule is forcing is that they cannot withdraw or drop a student because they've entered into this pathway. They have to take, the word says any. Does that mean one of the 4 tests or all of the 4 tests before they can be withdrawn? Or what does any mean in that line? I can't remember which line it is, number, but.
Well, the intent of this is that they're utilizing the GED to help them complete the high school diploma. So if they're not taking any of the GED tests, this program, there's lots of other options, this program would not be applicable to them. So they can take anywhere from 1 to 4 of the tests as needed by the individual student.
Okay, thank you. I just want to follow up. So it could be that the GED could be used up to 16 credits, to earn 16 credits. Is that right? 4 language arts, 3 social studies, 3 math, and 3 science.
13.
Oh, yeah, 13. Okay, I had an extra 3.0 in there somewhere. I thought I saw 4 in there. There's only 3. Okay, and how many credits are required to graduate?
24, minimum of 24 credits.
Total.
Yeah. And again, that would depend on which school, which district, but at least 24.
Yeah, so the LEA might not allow all of this. It might only
True.
allow a portion of this, and that's up to them.
Yep.
I had one more question, but I'm not sure. I can't remember. Off the
Okay, if you think of it, let us know. Board Member Bogus?
Oh, one more.
Okay,
Sorry.
go ahead.
So then this person definitely would graduate with the name of the high school with that kind of diploma. But the LEA in the policy can put a P or an F, a pass or a fail, instead of a letter grade. Because I think there was some question last time we discussed this, like you could take the GED and make it look like you have a 4.0 or have an A in, calculus or whatever. And this seems to allow some flexibility with the LEA so that future employers, as they're looking at transcripts, can understand sort of the scope of the abilities and such, I guess.
Yeah, it actually, the rule compels them to make a pass-fail. It shall be recorded.
Okay, so would you articulate that one more time? So a pass-fail will be recorded as not a 3-point whatever.
It's on line 86. It says awarded credit shall be recorded on a transcript as pass-fail instead of a letter grade.
And that would make sense because they have to reach a certain score in order to pass it, right? It's not like you get a piece of point, right? Because it's an actual assessment, not coursework. Okay. Yeah, really quick, and then Board Member Bogus is
I'll
next.
just say, I think the changes that have been made here are really wise, and I support the motion.
Okay, thank you. Board Member Bogus?
Thank you. Ma'am, I totally forget your name, but through the chair, I would love to direct you to lines 20 through 23. And for our public, I think it's important to delineate what we mean by assessed in, quote, reasoning through the language arts. Mathematical reasoning, does that mean they understand that if you add, it gets bigger, or does it mean that they can add?
like, I don't know if you understand my question, but I think if we're passing something like this, because to assess someone's reasoning is very different than it is to assess someone's skill set.
What line are you on again? I'm sorry.
Lines 20 through 23.
20 through 23.
And I guess, are you tracking with my question? Okay.
Stephanie Patton, Adult Education Coordinator. The reasoning through language arts and mathematical reasoning are the titles of the GED subtest. So we're referring back to the names that GED named those tests. And they are aligned to Common Core state standards, addressing the same standards that are used across the nation generally, with adjustments for each state.
Elise, do you have something you want to add to that? No, okay. Okay, go ahead, Board Member Davis. Oh, Patty Norman, yes, Deputy Superintendent Patty Norman.
Yeah, just one clarification. It's not the Common Core, it's the State of Utah Core. It's not national standards, correct?
It's actually a national test.
This
right?
is a national test, so they are aligned to the Common Core state standards, not to Utah's necessarily, right? Because it's a national test.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Board Member Vargas.
So,
Did you get, oh, go ahead.
I love your clarity. I appreciate that. I just don't think the question was answered. What does it mean to assess reasoning through language arts or mathematical reasoning?
I'm going to actually agree with, because I've had a child take the test, that is the title of it, and we're not.
Well, and I'm not disputing that that's the title. My question is, what does that mean? Does it mean that a student understands that if you add something together, your number is greater at the end? Or does it mean that they can actually do math?
Yeah, and I guess I'm going to argue that
those are two fundamentally different things.
And that may be true. I just don't know if that's, and maybe you feel like it is relevant. It doesn't seem like it's relevant to what our discussion is on passing this. So, Board Member Davis.
I just had one more quick question. When you said like it's a national test, and then I thought you also said, but subject to changes within each state. Does each state get to make changes, or no? It's just a national test across the board. When I hear mathematical reasoning, I think there's mathematical calculation and efficiency in calculation, and then reasoning is the application. Like, can you use that and turn it into a story problem or a life scenario? That's what I'm thinking, but I could be wrong because I haven't taken the test or seen it. That's how
I'm sorry, I misspoke, I suppose. I was referring to the Common Core standards, that they're not necessarily they're adapted or changed for each state, not that the test is. At a state level, we do have, really I was acknowledging that Utah doesn't align exactly with the Common Core state standards. That's what I was trying to acknowledge with that. We do at a state level have some flexibility in adapting some pieces of the test, but not the test itself, if that makes sense.
Board Member Vargas. I wonder, I'm just looking on their site, the GED site, and it does kind of spell out what mathematical reasoning is. If you'd like to, I'm happy to send that to you, just what they're articulating, what that term means to them and what it would look like in an assessment. Is that all right? Okay. Are there additional questions? Okay.
I had one last question.
Yeah, go ahead, Board Member Klein.
So my question is, if the point is to keep the students in the system, in the K-12 system for as long as possible, as was stated, is it reasonable, or is there a future plan is it reasonable to believe, or are there future plans in place to have this new pathway, this focused graduation pathway, replace the current option for a GED only, so that students can do GED, but they'll have to also fulfill, because ultimately, at the end of the day, we know that the success of the system depends on the diplomas issued and the graduation rate. And so the more students we let just take the GED, the worse it makes the system look, because it's fewer graduations, fewer diplomas that are issued. And so I know that there's a huge effort to keep that graduation high, even to the point of students that are not proficient in math and reading and science to still be able to graduate.
And Board Member Klein, my understanding is that it's a limited number of students who would even qualify for this. This isn't just any student. These are significantly credit deficit students. So I think it already lends itself to a lower population. At least from what I'm seeing. And then also someone could, at any time, any student could, whether they're deficit in credits or not, they could actually go take the GED and move forward. They don't have to fit this criteria. This is just one possibility of assisting some students who are sufficiently deficit in order for them to be successful. That's what I'm understanding. It's a choice they're making.
Would staff be willing to answer that question? Is there plans to move us towards a FGP only pathway and to squeeze out the GED option?
That is not part of our intentions. There are many use cases that are still valuable for a GED that the FGP would not align with. For instance, one major one is that many students across the state of Utah utilize the GED as a verified completion for homeschooled students. The FGP would not meet their needs.
Okay, thank you. All right. I don't see any other hands. Okay, the motion before the board is that the committee recommends that the board approve R277-702 procedures for the high school completion diploma. And if I remember, it was draft 3. Am I saying that right? Draft 3. Is that draft 2 or 3? 3? 3 on second and final reading. Okay, so go ahead and vote. Board Member Klein?
I'm a no.
Board Member Klein's a no, if someone can hit that.
This one is back and ready with draft 2.
Okay.
You have to skip that.
Joe, 4.8's ready.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, was there another one on there? Oh, I thought I just did that one.
No, we did 722, now we have to do 702.
Oh, okay.
And then we have to circle back.
I think I read those off. I just want clarification. Let me let the public know that was item number 4.15 R277722 in case I read 702. So just wanted to make sure that's clear. Okay, and that is approved. There are 3 noes. Board Member Klein, Board Member Green, and Board Member Bogus. Yeah, go ahead. We need a mic over here.
Thank you. This is item 4.16, R277-702, procedures for the Utah High School completion diploma. And the motion before the board is that the committee recommends that the board approve R277-702, procedures for the Utah High School completion diploma, draft 2 on second and final reading. This motion passed unanimously out of law and licensing.
Board Member Lear, do you have a question or a comment?
I have a simple amendment to propose.
Go ahead.
Are you ready for that?
Yeah.
And I'm hoping, I can't remember if we looked at draft 1 or 2, so I'm hoping my line number is right. Line 1, on line 52, it is the same. And maybe this was part question, possible, and then probable amendment. Is that all right with you?
Yes.
Okay. My question was, shall be at least, a candidate for the HSE exam shall be at least 16 years of age. And I thought it would be helpful to the practitioners to say, at the time of application, at the time they take it. So is there a point that they have to be 16 when they take it, or is it the time they apply? What would be the better time?
Go ahead.
The GED actually itself does not allow a student to create like an account or really apply until they are 16. As soon as it comes in, so it's,
At the time of application for the exam, would that be an appropriate amendment then? I just think it'd be helpful to know, because I can see students saying, well, I will be 16 by the time I would take it, and it would be helpful for them to know they have to be 16 when they apply to take it.
Can they even register to take it without being 16?
At the time of registration. But rather than finding that by trial and error, I think it'd be helpful to tell them you have to be 16 when you apply.
Okay. What line are we on?
Line 52.
Okay, I was looking at 75, had to do with marriage, so I was totally lost.
Oh, no age limits in Utah.
Let's see, so 62. So you just want clarification on that there?
Yes, I do. And
You have your amendment?
Pardon me. Yes, I did. At the time of registration for the exam, would that be better than application, or does it matter?
it really would be like creating the account itself. So registration's
probably better.
Yeah.
Is there anyone opposed to that amendment? Okay, I think we will consider that added unless I have, okay.
Thanks.
Any other comments or? All right, so we're going to go ahead with 4.16. So the committee recommends that the board approve R277702, procedures for the Utah High School Completion Diploma Draft 2 as amended on second and final reading. Go ahead
I
and
do
vote.
have a question.
Oh, hold on. Okay, Board Member Klein?
Sorry.
That's okay.
I'm looking at lines 43 through 50 and wondering why it is the way it is. If it's a Utah HSE exam, why is it available to anybody regardless of state of residency?
Is there a question, an answer to that?
I actually am not sure why it was created that way. I do know that other individuals from other states actually travel to Utah to take the GED. One use case is 16 to 18-year-olds who cannot take it in the state of California frequently fly to the state of Utah to take the test and then travel back.
Okay, there you go.
Is HSE the equivalent to the GED? Are they one and the same, or can you help me understand the difference?
HSE stands for high school equivalency, and so it's a broader term than GED. GED is one of the high school equivalency tests. Like another example of a HSE is the HiSET. We just use the GED here.
So why do we use the GED, but we also have the HSE? I guess I don't understand why we have multiple.
It's the rule is broad, but the GED is the HSE exam that we use in Utah.
But you said GED is a national test, so why can't people in other states take it in their state?
Rules for 16 to 18-year-olds can vary vastly from state to state. California does not allow 16 to 18-year-olds to take the GED, but we do. That's true for other states as well. It's not just California.
Okay.
Wow, that's super interesting. So,
okay.
I see that national origin is crossed off. So does that mean that they can or can't take it regardless of national origin?
The decision to remove these is because those are already inherent in other places, and so they don't have to be necessarily specified in this rule.
Okay.
Okay, so we could have students, minors, 16 and older, come from another country and take it and graduate.
It's not they don't graduate by taking the test. It's a high school equivalent, but it's not graduating from high school in the state of Utah. Is that accurate? They're taking the test here.
If they completed the GED here, they would get a Utah high school.
Oh, they would.
Sorry. Yeah, a Utah high school completion diploma.
Okay. Okay.
But not, wait, so a high school diploma is different than a high school completion diploma? Is that like a driving privilege card versus a driver's license? I'm really, help me understand.
The Utah high school completion diploma, as specified in this rule, is the diploma that's awarded by the Utah State Board of Education upon completion of the GED.
Okay. Okay.
So it doesn't count towards our graduation, but we do give a certificate of completion.
Is that accurate?
We do award a Utah high school completion diploma. It is useful in moving on to post-secondary, obtaining jobs. It is the equivalent of a high school diploma. It does not count as a graduate for federal reporting.
Okay.
So it doesn't add to our graduation rates.
True.
Okay. The motion before the board is that the committee recommends that the board approve R277702, Procedures for the Utah High School Completion Diploma, Draft 2 on second and final reading. And the motion is up, so go ahead and vote. And Board Member Klein?
No.
Do you want to hit the no? Oh, as amended. Sorry. Okay, we're missing someone. Okay. Okay. That motion passes, but we're not sure on the count. Okay, the motion passes with 14 in favor and 1 opposed. Board Member Klein is opposed, and I think we'll turn. Is that it?
No, one more.
Okay, one more.
We're just going to revisit item 4.8. It's my understanding that's ready now. And just by way of reminder, the motion for the board is that the committee recommends that the board approve R277-419, pupil accounting draft 3 on draft 2 on second and final reading. Thank you.
Okay. And I don't see any lights. Okay, the motion before the board is that the committee recommends that the board approve R277-419, pupil accounting draft 2 on second and final reading. And go ahead and vote. Oh, sorry, one moment. Board Member Bogus.
Chair, I don't know exactly, I understand I am a part of it, but it says that an LEA may designate no more than 5 total days of educational service for assessments. Do we have a rule, and maybe I'm just not recollecting it in this moment, that narrows those assessments, or they just carte blanche assessing these kids? I know it's somewhere, but so shouldn't we designate that in here?
I
And
don't
delineate
know
that?
well, we can let them speak. I don't know that we want to, because some do apply what we have and some use their own, sometimes anyways, I'll let them speak. So there might be
and I think that's my concern, though, is that they
have a choice
well,
in what
not
they
that,
use.
not that they have a choice, but that we're just opening this door for carte blanche assessment and evaluation of kids without narrowing the scope of what that assessment even looks like. I'm not necessarily saying we need to narrow the tool, but we need to narrow the scope.
Okay. Do you want to speak to that? Do you want to someone turn on the?
Lee Clark, Literacy and Early Learning Coordinator with the Utah State Board of Education. At the beginning of the years at kindergarten, a lot of teachers, in the past, we had the KEEP assessment was required. It took a great deal of time to assess that. That requirement has now changed to the Acadience assessment. So during that time, they could give the Acadience assessment, and then sometimes they like to give a diagnostic assessment to narrow the scope of what the students need if they are below or well below benchmark. And so giving them that additional time to be able to use assessments. Some do use the KEEP as that diagnostic assessment. Some LEAs have their own assessment that they have created that they use during that time.
Okay. Board member or Vice Chair Hart?
How long does it take to administer the Acadience?
The Acadience assessment takes, in the beginning of the year for kindergarten, it takes 2 minutes. In the middle of the year, it takes 4 minutes. And at the end of the year, it takes 3 minutes.
So what data exists that justifies 5 days of non-instruction?
Yep. Christine will answer that one.
Am I on?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Christine Elegante, K3 Literacy Specialist. So these assessment appointments also include interaction with parents and things like that. So typically they are about 30-minute appointments with every child. If you look at an average class size of 25, that's going to take 12.5 hours, which is really 2 days. And then you have to analyze the data, which would take an additional day. So thinking about that, 3 days would be like the minimum that would be like an acceptable amount to have. But then we have to take in consideration that we have 265 half-day classes. So those are part-time employees. And so that would take, for them, on their schedule, that would take 4 days to administer the assessment and another half day to analyze the data.
I have a follow-up. We don't give any other grade this time, 5 days out of the 180, correct? I know, but I'm not sure that I think that I want to lose 5 days out of kindergarten, quite frankly.
I'll respond to that if that's okay.
Mhm.
That's true. There were originally 12 days that were converted for educational service days before we made that change. When the original assessment changed, that's where we went. The staff recommendation was either to reduce those days or eliminate, and the board voted to eliminate. We received a lot of feedback from the field that the days were needed to build relationship with their communities, then identify areas of support. There's a lot more need as the kindergarten students come in. A lot of description of teachers feeling whiplash. They didn't know what to expect when they had their students on the first day of school. And then there was also not a lot of support from administration because they started the very first day with all the other kids who needed all those things, and they didn't get the extra support in the kindergarten space that they were typically used to. So those were the reasons why they came, and the feedback was that they were seeking for reinstatement of some of those days. Not all 12, just some, and only at the beginning of the year.
Those are things all teachers need, and if we're going to give them to kindergarten, I don't know why we don't give them to all teachers. I do too, but we just did the kindergarten standards. Well, we've re-looked at the kindergarten standards, and I'm just concerned about how teachers cover that.
Okay, Board Member Davis. I think you're next. Someone turn her on.
So this rule isn't compelling. It's allowing the LEA up to 5 days, and then they would still receive the funding as if it's part of the 180 days. I think it's important to note also that there is something that is different about kindergarten, and now we have so many full-day K kids, and that is they're brand new to the school, like brand new. And so I don't think it's just an assessment. I think the teacher's taking time for these littles to have a moment to see where the bathroom is and where the drinking fountain is and how the different things in the classroom work, and it's a really sweet time with the parent and the kindergarten teacher and the child that I don't think every grade needs. Do I think every teacher could use assessment time? Absolutely. But all things considered, there's a very special need for our little 5-year-olds that are coming into kindergarten. And I will say that I have heard a lot of feedback on this. And I think this is, at least putting in 5 back in is wise. Thanks.
I believe Board Member Lear is next, and then Carrie.
And I asked a similar question to Vice Chair Hart earlier about these 5 days, and I received a lot of emails about this also, but I received an especially good email on. I can't find and so did it. Went to all board members, but it was from a kindergarten teacher, and I'm not an expert in this. High school teacher formerly and out of the classroom for a long time, so I appreciated this. And this particular kindergarten teacher outlined for me how she spent her 5 days. And I don't know if you saw that, Molly? But I thought that was persuasive and helpful to me in understanding how the time was spent. And I guess, yes, one could argue or say that many other teachers could use this, but I see this as different because these are not students who are moving usually from one grade to the next in the same school, but they're coming in from different directions, and sometimes for the first time to a parent who's never had children in school. So to me, this email was persuasive, helpful, and made sense to me that justified just the opportunity to use that if teachers thought it was, and the school thought it was appropriate.
Okay, Board Member Carey.
Vice Chair, if I may, there was an amendment made that we were unable to see on the board, and it
Okay.
wasn't in backup. And just for purposes of, just so everybody can see it, I've asked, I don't know Elise's new title, but Deputy Nui, Deputy of Policy Nui, if she could share that with the full board, just so everyone can see the amendment. This did pass out of law and licensing unanimously, but again, just because it wasn't in backup, I wanted everyone to see it.
Okay. It's on the board. Do you want me to read it out? Okay, so what would you like to have happen?
The language isn't there yet.
I can read the language out.
No, not that amendment, like the amendment that was made in committee.
The instruction is received by home-based scholarships.
Yeah, but I just wanted them to see it in the context of where it is, because otherwise it doesn't make any.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead, please.
I just, as she's pulling that up, I'd be happy to speak for the motion. I find this very valuable and helpful to teachers. I was excited to see this come back. I'm pleased that this is one of those moments where we try something and it doesn't work and it comes back and says, hey, maybe this wasn't as good. And I'm okay with those kind of changes, right? And so we put it out there. We said, hey, we're going to take these days. We want kindergartners in classroom. There's no question about that. We want them in classrooms, but there is some work, especially for kids, that many kids coming into a school system at once, that those 5 days can be utilized without putting pressure on our teachers to do summer work. And so I do find value in this. I'm glad to see this back. It's not the full 12, but it does give some flexibility. I think it's a good compromise for LEAs, for teachers, and for families. Thank you.
Okay, yes, go ahead, Board Member Hart.
Well, then I hope that when districts and schools come before us and ask for a waiver because it's the first time that a 6th grader is in a middle school or the first time a 9th grader is in a high school, I hope that we are more accommodating to districts that want their teachers doing other activities than instructing for 180 days.
Okay. Board Member Straight.
Yes, in response to that, Board Member Hart, there already is elements of that even through the high school level of the first week being half days. Each district is a little bit different. As a teacher, I found that useful in starting the school year and starting at a pace that then enveloped into full days, full weeks, full time. And that was in line with keeping most schools, even though it's not required, keep their 990 hours. So, that's the case. So anyway, it's hard for me to make it through any holiday, and Thanksgiving was no different. When we're in the room with my siblings and their spouses, all we talk about is education. And this was one of the topics over Thanksgiving break was, and one of them was a kindergarten teacher. And we discussed this in quite some detail. There is a lot that goes on that first week of school for those kindergartners. And, for administration, those kindergartners come in. If you're starting on day one and at full go, it's a tough transition. So I think the policy, I'm in support of it. I think it's good for kids. I think it's good for teachers. I think it's good for the system in general.
Okay,
Just
last comment.
Yeah, this is my last comment. Just as a point of clarification, anybody can make half days. That's your minimum school day is virtually a half day. You can do that without any sort of permission. This allows for schools to have different schedules for kindergarten as for their other students. Right off the bat, it creates little bit of issue for parents, and it doesn't need to because they already can be half days. 5 days is a lot of time. And of course, teachers are upset about it. They had it and then they didn't have it. I hope we also consider it for first grade because so many of our students don't go to kindergarten. I think we are being a little bit, I don't know that the data supports the need because I didn't see any data that supported the need. And I think that we are going quick to a decision where we do not go quick to the decision in other use cases. And I just see a little bit of inconsistency here. That's all.
Okay, Board Member Davis.
Chair, these days are optional. So if anybody's in charge of a school or a system of schools, they cannot use these days for kindergarten, if I understand correctly. But I just want to address the quickness of the decision because what happened was this came out of Reports and Requirements Task Force. We had changed the assessment, and then the reason that this change came about was because of the funding model from moving from like an OEK model to a WPU model. And this was actually an unintended consequence that we had not discussed or thought through or planned for. And when it came out, I, for one, was surprised. Like, we didn't, I don't think we meant to do that. So I think this is just trying to fix and mitigate some of that unintended consequence that came from a decision that maybe we went too fast on and didn't understand the unintended consequences for.
Okay.
I have a question.
Yes, go ahead, Board Member Klein.
How many of the students that are coming into kindergarten come from the early childhood education programs and come in with already having some data that they bring along with them as far as where they are?
Do we know that at all?
Julie Clark, Literacy and Early Learning Coordinator. I don't have that data with us right now to know how many students are coming from those two our kindergarten classrooms.
Okay, thank you.
For those that do come, does that information transfer or mitigate having to be reassessed, or is that just they start over no matter what, wherever, if the kids came from that or not?
Do you have an answer for that?
Yes, all kindergarten students are required to take the Acadience assessment. So they will have to take the Acadience assessment. Any additional assessments are up to the LEAs to decide if they would like to do that. The only things that are required for kindergarten through third grade would be the Acadience assessment as the screener. If the student is well below benchmark or below benchmark, then they would need to have a diagnostic assessment to align with what was put in to the code for in SB 127. So.
Okay, thank you. Randy Booth?
Does the data, can I just, one
Yeah, go
last
ahead.
follow-up? Does the data from the early childhood program still come with them? And is it incorporated into the information that the kindergarten teacher has?
I would have to ask our preschool specialist if that data transfers. So
that would be great if you can get back to me on that.
Okay, thank you. Board Member Booth?
Thank you. I'm very sympathetic and I'm feeling Dr. Hart's concern regarding this assessment in these 5 days for kindergarten, and hoping that if we were to reinstate this, that we can listen and be sympathetic to first grade, going into middle school, going into high school, and I totally agree. There are transitions that can be more successfully navigated if we listen to the teachers who are where the rubber meets the road and they do need specific things in order to be ready to provide instruction and the right kind of placement for these students, particularly as they're beginning at an entry level, a new educational experience. I'm hoping that we will listen to all of them. And right now we're addressing kindergarten. I don't think that's to the exclusion of other areas where there might be significant needs, but this is just an encouragement for us as a board to keep our ears open and to keep listening to educators and teachers and our specialists here in the agency who are making recommendations, and we're taking things through committee based on their suggestions or recommendations so that we can meet the needs of every student and that we don't do just what has been done in the past, but that we are responsive to the current state of affairs and the current state of our students as they prepare to have a great experience in our public schools. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, the motion before the board is that the committee recommends that the board approve R277419 pupil accounting draft 2, right? Draft 2? Someone help me? Yes. On second and final reading. Okay, go ahead and vote. Board Member Klein?
No.
Let's see, we're missing one person, so everybody check to make sure you voted. I need 2 more votes. Yeah, but I need 2 more. I'm at 12. Davis? That's it, right? Oh, Member Bogus, okay. No, we could take a break and come back if you'd like. I'm just kidding. Okay, so that motion passes with 12 votes in favor and 2 no votes. The no votes are Board Member Hart and Board Member Klein. And does that conclude that section? That concludes section 1 of law and licensing. I think I would like a 5-minute break. Is there anyone in opposition to that? Great. Will you take a 5-minute break, please? Go saunter. Okay, we got about a minute. We're going to get started. So finish your conversation. Come back to the group.
Already working. Good job. I'm glad one of us is.
Yes. Yep, we'll do it. Just remind me. Oh, we did it. It was on there. The name was on there. We forgot to do it. We'll do it then. Would you do it then? Would you do it then? Okay, but regardless, her name was on there and I didn't do it. Okay, board members, we're ready to get back to that sequel of lawn licensing that everybody's been waiting for the whole day. This is the 55-minute version. Thanks, board member. Okay, we do have a quorum, so we're going to go ahead and turn the time over to Chair Hymas. Go ahead.
Thank you. We are going to jump to agenda item 5.2, R277-123, process for members of the public to report violations of statute and board rule. The motion for the board is that the board approve R277-123, process for members of the public to report violations of statute and board rule, draft 4, on second and final reading.
Okay, do we have any comments to this or any suggestions? Oh, Board Member Carey.
Yeah, I just have I do have some motions, but on line 24, and I don't know if Ben or someone could address this, but on draft 4, it says on that first line, insofar as they create. And I just wonder about that language because either they do or they don't, is the way I read it. And so when it says insofar as they create, I'm just wondering, why is that language there? Like,
What line again, Joe?
line 24 on draft 4.
So this is the oversight category. This rule is kind of unique in that it creates requirements both for internal audit staff and for LEAs. And so we have to make a distinction in that the requirements that are for board staff are exempt generally from the oversight framework, while requirements for LEAs are not. So what we're saying is, to the extent that this rule governs an LEA and creates requirements for LEAs, it's going to be category 2. Which is no staff assigned, but staff will assist with questions where they exist. And then to the extent that this governs USBE staff, the rule is exempt from the framework. And that's what I'm trying to say there.
Vice Chair, may I?
Yeah, go ahead.
The other question I have, is it also in part, Director Rasmussen, because this is a voluntary undertaking for LEAs? And so if they don't opt to create a local hotline, this rule would not apply?
Well, each LEA is required to either have a hotline or to refer people to be able to our USBE hotline. So there's requirements for all LEAs here.
To do one of the two things?
Yes.
So it does create a requirement. So why are we saying insofar as it seems to suggest there's ambiguity in whether or not there's requirements for our LEAs?
What I'm trying to say here is that some of the requirements are for LEAs, some of them are for board staff.
And insofar as some of these apply to staff, they would not apply to the LEA necessarily. That's what
The
we're trying.
oversight framework doesn't apply for the staff requirement.
I understand. Thank you very much.
Okay.
And I do have motions, but if there's discussion first, that's fine.
Okay, well, let's just go with motions.
Oh,
Oh, do you have a discussion piece?
Sort of. I don't know if you want me to. If you want,
Yeah.
I've got one thing. Joe's got a number. I don't know
Okay,
if that
well,
matters.
go ahead and then we'll come back here.
I I had just wanted to say that I really appreciated staff's willingness to take concerns, both from me and from a number of other people and attorneys especially who contacted staff, and all of my concerns with by draft 4 were alleviated, and not in a perfect world. I wouldn't say that we're not there yet, but it satisfies me, which one person. But I did have one last thought, and it's sort of a question, sort of a comment on line 38. If I can, I guess, address it to Ben Rasmussen.
Yes, that would be fine. Go ahead.
Everywhere else in the rule, because the statute that directs this rule, kind of drives this rule, talks about violations of law or rule. And so it started out with other concerns throughout, and that was gradually eliminated because those were not the requirements of the statute. But it's still in one place on line 38. And I don't know if it was missed or if it was intentionally left there. And I get that there's a little bit of a gray area because those kinds of complaints will come, but I almost thought it might be better to just not acknowledge them because they're not covered by the statute. But I will hear what you have to say in response to that.
Are you thinking of taking this?
I'd like to hear it, in fact.
Okay, so Chief Audit Executive Debbie Davis, and yes, we have gone the rounds with this rule, a little bit like Goldilocks and the Three Bears. It's too hot, too cold, and we're getting close to just right. We were very intentional in draft 4 with the use of alleged violation, which is what is included in Utah code, that the board must provide a way for individuals to submit alleged violations of code and statute. So, and you'll see there is a definition for that. There is a recognition with the hotline that we also receive other concerns, whether we want them or not. We're not soliciting them, but we do receive them. And so kind of the compromise, and again, being very intentional with the use of the language, and you'll see it throughout. Hotline complaint is intended to pick up both alleged violations and other concern. So it does have both of those words, right? Both of those terms. And other concern means not an alleged violation of board or rule, but there are other things that could be a problem that somebody might want to say. So throughout the rule, you'll see we've been very intentional with alleged violation, and especially in, hey, people can submit these, and we're trying to use alleged violation there. But then when we refer out, we're referring hotline complaints, because we might refer out an other concern as well as an alleged violation. So it was intentional that it is on line 38 in the definition of hotline complaint.
And that's the only place it's left.
I believe so.
It is.
Well,
And
yes.
I can live with that, and I've heard that explanation before, and I know it's a balance, and I know you'll get them. I guess my preference, I'm just suggesting my preference would be to say if you get other concerns because they're not what the hotline is intended to remedy, that you would either just let the complainant know that this is not a violation of board rule or law. That would be my preference. But I can probably live with it in this one place, acknowledging that you're going to get them. I just don't believe they have a place to be investigated the same way that the statute designates violations of board rule or law. So that was my only remaining concern. You've got a couple of typos still in there that I'm sure you'll find in draft 4 even.
And maybe I can respond to that too, because I've thought a little bit about this as well. But to say, oh, you have a concern, sorry, it's not we don't know if that's a violation, or that doesn't look like a violation, therefore we're not going to take your call. I just think we take anything from the public, right? And it could even be a compliment, right? It doesn't even have to be a concern. But what I guess my point is that I think articulating what you do if there is a violation, right, needs to be very clear. But to say, oh, but it's limited to violations, or it's limited to this, I don't think we can, well, often I don't think the public can sort out whether it's a violation or just a concern that could be easily, called up and said, your website, we got a concern from a parent. It's not a violation of law, but an articulation would assist with that. It seems like it would be appropriate to leave it here. Anyways. So, okay. Well, I had Board Member Carey. Oh, you want to, okay, Board Member Bogus, did you have something you wanted to?
Yeah, if I could, Vice Chair Earl, through the chair, if I can direct you, CAE Davis, to line 61, I believe. And I don't have an issue with the language itself. I have an issue with, or a question rather, about how this reconciles with 217. In 217, we created some sort of, I don't have the quotable language in front of me, a mechanism that requires our LEAs to report all concerns that they receive to the state board within 30 days. Something to that effect. And I'm wondering where in this rule, or if in this rule, there's a mechanism that includes a way to carbon copy, if you will, the USBE in fulfillment of that requirement to not just increase transparency, but to alleviate the burdens on our LEAs when and if they get a hotline. That's a lot of duplicative endeavor. Did you track with my question? Okay.
I think you'll see in the rule that if they get a hotline, that gets reported to UPAC. That's where that 217 reporting goes, is to UPAC. The 217 reporting requirement is a little bit different in that reporting requirement is specific to violations of the educator standards, but this rule does require that anything that implicates the standards gets reported to UPAC, and that's what the internal audit staff does.
Can I clarify as well? So Director Rasmussen's correct, and it's on about line 157 that says, if we receive a concern that includes something in 217 and educator misconduct, we would refer that to UPAC. We also refer that to the LEA. So we're the ones reporting it to UPAC. So if the LEA thought they needed to report something as well, and I think that's what your question was getting to, the LEA has a reporting requirement to UPAC. So hopefully in kind of triangulating that and saying, hey, everybody that needs to be involved, we want you all to have the same information. And so we're trying to make sure the LEA is aware, UPAC is aware, everyone that needs to be aware is aware. And when we send the referrals out, we make sure the LEA is aware that we also referred this to UPAC. And we tell Ben at UPAC, we say, hey, UPAC, we also referred this to the LEA. So we're trying to connect all the dots for everyone. I don't know if that quite got to the answer of your question.
Yes. Good.
So my first follow-up is, what was your line number? Because I thought I caught it and I didn't.
157 to 161.
7 and 8, okay. And then my last question is there a mechanism, not, like, I think you're understanding, maybe conflating process and mechanism. Do we have a mechanism, not just hey, we're going to do this, this is the process, but do we have a mechanism to complete that? Or does it have to be done by hand by humans?
Right now, it's done by hand by humans. I think we are maybe quickly approaching the point where we might want to consider a system that would take in hotlines and we could designate access, but currently it is a pretty manual process.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Board Member Carey.
Thank you. I'd like to make a motion, and I apologize. I started doing this with Ben earlier. The draft 4 was added late. I didn't have access to it, so I was working off draft 3, and so now I'm just going to make these verbally. But
These are amendments, though, they're not motions. I mean, not.
It's a motion to amend.
Yeah.
Yep. And so if we could go to line 39. And sometimes we break down specifically the individuals that can file these complaints, and other times we just use the word individual. So my motion, just to make this consistent, would be on line 38, it says submitted to the board's public education hotline directly or forwarded to the IAD by an individual, and then strike board member, board staff, or other individual entity or agency, and have it resume at or submitted to a local education hotline.
I could ask if there's any opposition. Is that,
I'll read it out, and if there's not any opposition. Yep, let me read it out. So it would be on line 39. It would be to strike, it would be to insert individual, and it would be to strike board member, board staff, or another individual entity or agency, right?
Yes.
So it'd be to strike that and just put individual, so it's not, yeah, we already explained it, but. Is there anyone who? Okay, seconded. Anybody that is in opposition to that or would like to vote on that separate? If not? Sure, yep.
And if I could just speak to the motion, I would just refer to line 62, where again, we use the word individual rather than breaking everyone out separately. But then again, when we go to line 76 and 77, we list everyone out by title. And I think we're saying the same thing in all three of those areas, so I think let's just use the word individual. And if I'm wrong, Director Rasmussen.
Okay, does this body have any issues if we made those two changes to individual and struck the wordiness of trying to list out?
Oh,
go ahead.
Question. I don't think this is a opposition. On some of these, there's been a question whether certain individuals could bring a complaint. I know this came up in sensitive materials. Was there some compelling reason that we wanted these people listed? Because otherwise, I would agree with Member Carey. Is there some need for that otherwise creates ambiguity or dispute?
No, I think it's just illustrative of who has submitted these in the past.
Gotcha.
Okay, if there's no opposition, I will go ahead. Go ahead.
This really is more just a clerical change, but would like to throw it out there.
Okay.
On line 41, IAD means the board's internal audit department. I think that probably ought to be moved up maybe after line 35, because on line 39, we use IAD, and then we define it afterwards.
Yeah, I think it's in order by definition, but I think but maybe instead of doing that, when you have IAD, you could just spell it out. Does that make sense? The board's internal.
Okay. I don't know
Yeah.
the parts, but
Okay.
usually when I read
Okay, I just want to make clear, was there any opposition to the individual on either one of those? Okay, so that moves forward. Go ahead.
And then on line 66, it says resolved means that an investigation has been completed. And I would just like to add, and the findings reported to a complainant.
Okay, is there a second? Yes. Okay, there's a second to that. Board Member Lair?
Complementary change would be right below that, where require that the results, maybe that should be also changed to findings.
So it's okay.
Consistent.
Okay. Go ahead, Member Bogus.
What draft you're looking at, Member Carey, but if I heard your line numbers correctly, 68 and 69, or 66 and 67 rather, it does involve that language. It does not appear to me that it says and findings, but some of that language is already in there in draft 4. Are we looking at the same line, or is that a different line that I'm not familiar with?
Or it might have been removed, because I have it stricken in mine. The one I'm stricken and the one I'm looking at.
While they're deciding that, can I ask them?
Yes. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wondered, and if I could direct it to staff, because I see what Joe is saying. I agree with him completely. This is just for me, is there a difference between a finding and a report? Is it the same thing? Happy to Okay. And I don't want to wordsmith. I'm just wondering if what Vice Chair Carey is asking is already in there, or is finding, and maybe you see it differently as well, Joe. I don't know. To me, it's not a big deal. Wondering why it would be brought up.
If I may
Yes, go
address
ahead.
that.
Yep.
My only concern was that the investigation's completed and maybe the LEA just says the investigation's completed. And so I would like the findings, like what happened. That's what I'm looking for. And the LEA can determine how they define that, but rather than just a simple, this matter's closed, it's been resolved.
Just quickly, I appreciate that. That's much better than just saying, yeah, I told them we're good. That's a report, right? A finding actually gives some feedback, so thank you.
I have a comment.
Just one moment. We'll have you on the list. I have Board Member Davis, and then you're next, okay? Go ahead, Board Member Davis.
In this context, do findings mean what they mean in an audit? For example, when we are audited and all is well, we say there were no findings. So is there anything about adding the language of findings here that would mean that some findings have to be reported? What if there are no findings, or is that just, I don't know. Does that language imply that there will always be a finding? I don't know. Or is it just defined as results in this?
I think that the next line kind of speaks to that 68, where it says that resolve does not mean or require that the results or the findings, if that's how the motion is adopted, are satisfactory to the complainant. I think it's inherent in that. I think that it kind of speaks to the fact that there doesn't have to be findings that the complainant likes.
Get a quick follow-up.
Yes, go ahead.
I mean, would it be proper to add something, or the lack thereof, report the findings or the lack thereof to the complainant, and then in 68 just leave it? That doesn't mean they agree with the findings.
I don't think it's necessary, but if you think that would
If
help.
nobody thinks it's necessary, that's fine. Whenever we say findings, it's always a negative context, and in this, it seems like it's a neutral context. It might be not good, and it might be great, depending on whomever's reading it.
Yeah, go ahead, Debbie.
Okay, just a little bit of extra context with the definition of resolved. This was actually added to this rule when 123-6 about the sensitive materials was added. So it was specifically added for that context. Now, specific to hotlines, there are provisions in the rule where internal audit could do a preliminary investigation or an investigation or recommend an audit. So it's possible that resolved could apply to an investigation of a hotline. I will just tell you that is extremely rare. So from a hotline perspective, it would be rare that you'd even get to the point of reporting out a finding from an investigation. Also, specific to an LEA, if we refer to an LEA, they would follow their process, whatever that looks like. We don't dictate anywhere in the rule what their report looks like, what their findings are, how they would talk to the complainant that submitted something. It's on line 304 through 306. We do request that if we refer, that within 45 days, they would provide us with an update or a summary of what's going on, just to say, hey, is this moving along? But just kind of recognize the limited context of resolved, that it was specifically applicable to the sensitive materials section, although it could be used for hotlines should we investigate, which again would be a rare circumstance. Findings does mean that you found something, right? And generally it would be there's a criteria and you found something that's different than what it should be, and so a corrective action is necessary. So if you wanted to add, as mentioned, the findings or lack thereof, that I don't know that.
Yes,
And then Chair
Yeah.
Moss is after that, and I think we have Board Member Klein too, but go
Yeah,
ahead.
and I understand what Board Member Davis is saying. It's always been my understanding that a finding can be there was nothing amiss, there was nothing awry. What I'm hearing from, I don't like calling you Debbie, but the director of, audit, again, and that's why I put it there. I am not opposed to the language, but it was always my understanding a finding could also mean we looked and there was nothing there.
Okay. Do you want to?
It could be either of those circumstances, depending on how you want to define the term. Generally, in our reports, a finding would connote we found a discrepancy. There's a criteria that we didn't quite meet. If you're going to say we didn't find anything, usually that's just in a letter. It wouldn't be in the finding section of a report.
Okay, Chair Moss?
Thanks. I was checking with AAG abuse because I just wanted to double check that we don't cross any lines on privacy. Sometimes findings include elements that are otherwise protected by law, and I assume we would not be intending to require them to disclose, but I wanted to see if you'd weigh in on what that line might be and whether we need any limiting language or clarifying language. Either you or Michelle. I would get in the legal auditing, whatever.
I apologize. I jumped right over the top of you. On lines 307 and 308, it does say nothing in this rule shall require the disclosure of information that is considered protected or private under federal or state law. So that's the provision that's intended to hopefully ensure that nothing's getting out that should not.
Got it. Cool. So nobody would say, I got to do the findings and then disclose something they should not have. They'll follow that caveat. Thank you. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Where are we at? Okay, Board Member Klein.
Okay.
Is this, just one quick second, is this related to the findings piece, or is this a new question?
It's a new question.
Okay, so hold on just a minute. Let's finish out the discussion and whether we're going to move forward on the language with findings, and then you're first after that, okay? If I'm understanding, help me.
Well, I guess, it might.
Oh, okay. Go ahead then.
I'm trying to understand what the process is if a report is made to a district and to the USBE hotline. Who is responsible for returning the call or relaying the findings of that investigation of a possible violation? Is it the district, or is it UPAC, or is it the audit hotline?
Okay, does someone want to weigh in on that?
I'll weigh in, and then if Ben wants to weigh in on UPAC, he can. So generally the process is we receive a concern on the hotline. When we receive a concern, we'll do a quick little kind of a screen and say who has jurisdiction or authority to investigate or review or resolve this concern, and the majority of those are LEAs. So we would then refer to the LEA, and at that point, we would consider it closed on our end. We do notify the complainant that we have made the referral, and if they come back and say, hey, what happened with this, we would say, remember, we referred this to the LEA, this is who we referred it to, and you should follow up with them to see if any action was taken. So currently, there's not resources, it's not part of the policy, that there's that follow-up that's happening with USBE. So it should be the LEA or whomever receives the referral that would follow up with the individual. Now, of course, some concerns, there's referrals to multiple individuals, and in that case, it does get a little bit tricky about, well, who's following up with the individual that made the complaint? Is it UPAC? Is it the LEA? All I can say is it's generally not internal audit.
Okay, so if it was a complaint about a possible violation of R277-217, the educator standards, and it was referred to UPAC, would UPAC have the responsibility of getting back to the individual who filed the complaint of an alleged violation?
So if it's a UPAC complaint or a complaint about the violation of the educator standards, the complainant would either receive a letter that said UPAC has reviewed the situation and declined to open a case, or if we open a case, the attorney that investigates the case would brief them along the way, be in touch with them during the investigation, and would let them know of the ultimate outcome.
Okay, I'm asking because I have a specific scenario that didn't follow that. It was reported as a possible violation of 217. It was referred to UPAC. UPAC did not respond. The school did not respond. The teacher had, or the parent had to follow up with the school to find out. The teacher, I think a board member had to ask the administration if they had heard. And so she then relayed what the administration told her to the parent, which was that, they felt like the Safe Space Rainbow poster was that they actually said that we have worked with Ben Rasmussen at UPAC on this matter. Ben instructs us that the display is allowed as long as there is no malicious intent on behalf of the teacher. Our investigation finds no malicious intent, and the teacher may keep the sign. So I'm trying to reconcile, just the process, her not having heard back from UPAC, but also the who gets to interpret the law and decide intent, and is that part of our educator standards, intent, and malicious intent specifically, or does it violate the rule regardless of intent? I have a lot of questions, so I don't know if you want to address any of that.
Director Rasmussen?
Excuse me. So in the case that the board member is talking about, the LEA referred the case to us, and so that would be our complainant. We would have notified the LEA that we didn't open that case. That was something that UPAC reviewed and declined to open, but we would notify the LEA if they were the one that referred the case to us.
Okay. Board Member
The
Green?
parent also submitted it to the USBE hotline as well. So would that not get a response from UPAC?
I'd have to look at the complaints to see the specific details. That was a recent case, and we may be a little bit behind in sending out notifications, but I'd have to look at the facts.
Okay. Board Member Green?
Well, I'm trying to figure out, could we look at line 195? And I was
So
seeing
would we,
if-
can we, will you hold for just a minute? Let us just finish is this with now I can't remember the language. With the findings? Is it a different?
No, it is this.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Go ahead then.
And I think it's just trying to clarify what is being asked and
Okay.
how the findings are reported to a complainant.
Perfect.
Line 195 says that if a response is requested by a complainant, the IAD shall respond to the complainant within 3 business days or as soon as possible. Does that apply to this and to her? Sorry, to Member Klein's. I'm off in left field. I'm just scanning everything to see if there is something that was built in.
No, I appreciate the clarification. So in this case where we use the term response and wanting to make sure once we receive a concern on the public education hotline, we want to respond, if requested, within 3 days so that an individual knows we have received the concern. Generally, we're able to respond and say, this is who we've referred it to, here's some additional information. We can usually do that within 3 days. Every once in a while, we have to say, we've got it, this is the hotline number, we're doing some research and we'll get back to you. But the intent of 195 is that initial response after we've received the concern so that they know we've got it, we're working on it, you have a number to refer back to us. So that's the intent of the response, where on the lines 65, with resolved, that would be if an investigation has been taken place and there would be some official result that came of that. So a response and then resolved in response to an investigation are a little bit different.
Okay. We good there? Okay, so can
I follow up?
Yes.
I'm just trying to follow up on the one part where does the rule say anything about intent? And if it's not malicious intent, then it's allowed?
Would that be under a different rule, or does that need to be under this rule?
R277217 does that allow for intent, and does it say anything about does it have to be malicious intent for it to be a problem?
And I guess my question is it on this rule we're doing right now, or are you referring to R277?
Well, I would like an answer to that question one way or the other, because I need to respond to this parent, and I would like to know for the public record and the rest of the public, does a violation of the educator's standards require malicious intent in order for it to be a violation?
Can I just update something? So I should correct something. So I pulled up my list to see if I could refresh my recollection on the details of the case the board member Klein is asking about. That was only referred to us a couple weeks ago, so that'll actually go to UPAC next week. And the process would be to advise the complainant after UPAC discusses whether or not to open a case.
So it's still in the process?
Yes.
Okay.
Apologize for
Well,
that.
the district told the parent that the sign is allowed because it was not malicious intent. It's allowed, and that was the information they received from UPAC, from Ben Rasmussen himself.
Okay.
So it sounds, the parent thinks it's resolved and done with, and yet obviously there's some process issues here that need to be addressed.
Okay. It looks like we have, help me where we're at. We've got findings we're adding in 2 places or just 1? Okay, so on A and B, we're looking at, instead of results, we'd be putting findings. Okay, so the amendment then would be to, on lines 66 and 67, add, and the findings reported to a complainant, and then also change results to findings on line 68. Okay, go ahead and vote on that amendment. Board Member Klein?
Yes.
Okay. Let's see. Board Member Rill, is she there? Oh, I just can't see. Okay. I can't see behind Leanne. No, it's okay. You can leap forward. I just couldn't see Sarah. Okay, I think that's it. Did we have some no's? We did. Who are our no's? Board Member Wood, Rill, and Davis were no's on that one, and that one passed. Okay. Go ahead, Board Member Carey. Mike.
The next one would be, and again, this may be technical, but lines 75 through 78, I would recommend that the language just be an individual.
I think we did address that earlier. Did we address both, or would you like, okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I
Sorry.
don't think we.
I thought we did.
It would be an individual, and then we would strike all the language up until may report an alleged violation.
Okay, is there anyone that's opposed to that?
What is the line number?
75. So it's just clarifying more than anything, just saying it could be any individual, not just, and then listing off. Okay, I'm not seeing anyone in opposition,
I
or,
don't see anyone typing.
yep, I will. Sure. It says anyone, and then it lists off a whole bunch of, 75.
Oh, yeah, and so again, the language would be,
Reporting, I don't care.
Okay.
Receiving, I'm more.
Okay, so individual there, and I
Yeah.
don't see any opposition, so we're gonna consider that.
it would read an individual. I will take that.
Okay, an individual may, is that what we're looking? Anyone may report, okay, either way, that simplifies it. Okay, I'm not seeing anybody in opposition to that. Go ahead with the next recommendation.
Well, I have a question on that.
Yes, go ahead.
Does that include anyone can report on sensitive material?
Yes, anyone can, this is our hotline, and I guess the district's hotline. Anyone can report, right? I don't know, maybe you can answer that.
Even though in the sensitive materials legislation, it requires someone to have standing in order to report?
Well, I think anyone could report, but that doesn't mean they, right? You have to have standing for it to be relevant, though. Right, and in local, right? So.
Sensitive materials reporting
So
process would be different than this. This is the USBE
Yeah, this is,
hotline.
right, that is.
So should it clarify? Otherwise, it leads people to believe they can when they can't, or even if they report it, it won't be looked at if they don't have standing.
Correct me if I'm wrong, if they report something and they don't have standing, then the response back to them is, you need to have standing, or whatever that is. Would that be accurate? That audit would actually notify them of what the...
Yes, we could notify them. So on line 363, 364, that's specific to sensitive materials, and it does say an individual with standing may request, and it goes from there. So if we received something in general, we would process it in our normal way. We would point out they have to have standing and then refer it. And then, as mentioned, if it would be pursued or not would be dependent on their standing.
But it's not dependent on reporting, like anyone could report.
Anyone could report.
The outcome would be.
Right.
Okay. Board Member Carey? Is that it?
Did we vote on that already?
Well, we said, is there any opposition? So go ahead.
Thank you. Sorry. And then next would be lines 118 through 123. And then it's just my understanding that this deals with someone files a complaint and all of a sudden they go dark. You can't get a hold of them. We struck that language. My question is, was what in lines 118 through 123 addressed in line 352? And if not, what happens to that individual who files a complaint and then is non-responsive?
Okay, so 352 is specific to a resubmission. Right, so it's a little bit of a different circumstance. So if an individual resubmitted, we would of course be having some back and forth with them. So that's a little bit of a different circumstance. I think 118 through 123, that was just in draft 4. The idea was, let's simplify as much as possible. And so it was deemed like, hey, you don't need to put that in there. Of course, you're going to close it if someone's non-responsive. So the question is, do we want it in there so people know up front, or just leave it struck and it's like, I mean, we'll try, but we'll eventually close it. We're not going to leave it open.
Okay. Do you have a... Yeah, go ahead. You got to recommend... we need to turn it on.
So if I may just ask a question then?
Yes, go ahead.
So if the complainant goes dark and doesn't respond, is that matter marked as resolved or closed? Is there a different designation because it may not be resolved, but it's obviously ripe to be closed?
A great question. So we do, depending on how much information is submitted with the initial concern, we may be able to make a referral based on that. So that's kind of the process we look at, is how much was submitted, and if we can make a referral, we will. And so then the status would be marked referred. If there's not enough data that we can even make a referral, we will close it as insufficient data, because it can't move forward. So in that regard, we would not mark it resolved.
May I just follow?
Yes, go ahead.
So what percentage, just, and I understand I'm not looking for an exact number, but what percentage does that happen where they're just not getting back to us, we don't have enough data to contact them? Is that 1% of the cases, 5%?
Okay, I'm testing my memory, but I think it's about 8%. So this is just specific to state fiscal year 2025 and concerns that are specific to LEAs. And I think it's about 8% that have insufficient data that we haven't been able to refer. So a lower percentage, I will say, 2025 has had a higher amount of insufficient data than prior years.
Okay, and I don't have any motion for that then based on those answers. But if we could go to line 1.
Yes, go
sorry.
ahead.
Specifically?
Yes.
So CA Davis, with regard to line 118 through 123, my question would be, are there any parameters in this rule, because I don't see or recall any, that say what are the parameters or the stipulations that would close a complaint? It says 2 attempts within a week, 2 attempts within a month. What are the confines of saying we've done our due diligence? We've called and emailed in one day, no response, it's over. I'm just wondering how you define the outreach. Thank you.
Absolutely. So that because it's not in the rule, it has been left up to our discretion. I would say generally over a 2 or 3 week period is when we're looking at that. I definitely, because hotline information is reported to the audit committee on a monthly basis, it definitely wouldn't be longer than a month because we're constantly looking at that and trying to follow up. But probably within a 2 or 3 week period is practice because there is not current policy or parameters that are established in rule.
Parameters? It seems prudent that maybe we should amend this with parameters, and if so, Ben, where would I put them?
Could reinstate lines 118 through 120 and just put a time frame after, if the complainant does not respond to IAD after 2 days, 5 days, whatever you want to put, the IAD shall close the hotline complaint.
Can I ask a question? Are we setting too much of a parameter by doing that? Do you know what I mean? Are we creating, meaning someone might just not respond for a couple of weeks out, and I guess you could reopen it, so maybe that's not relevant. I'm just making sure we're also not pushing back in a way that we may be creating problems. And maybe not. That's, yeah.
No, these are excellent questions. Every hotline is a little bit different. So maybe one of the questions is there a parameter on someone has to respond to internal audit? If we're asking for additional information, which that would be very hard to designate, like, hey, you have to get back to us within 5 days, or is it just internal audit is going to try 2 more times within a month, or, you know, whatever the languages that Member Bogus is going to come up with. I think that's very relevant to consider, like, which of those are we talking about? You're right. Usually when people are contacting the hotline, it's an emotional event, and so it can take an amount of time. Generally, if we don't hear from them in our initial response or as we're trying to reach out to them, we do let them know we're going to close this, but if you reach back out, this is the number and we will reopen it. So we are trying to make sure that that's clear.
Okay, thank you. We'll come back then, Board Member Bogus, if that's okay. Okay, Board Member Carey?
This is would be a new line between 149 and 150. This deals with the reporting out. And the IAD shall make 1 or more referrals to the complainant, board leadership, and then it lists a whole bunch. I would like to make a motion to add a new line 150 and as provision C, and that language would read, the board member representing the district.
Okay.
And if there's any questions, I'm happy to speak to it, but if not.
Is there, any opposition to that? Anybody would like to vote on that, or are you comfortable with that? Okay. Okay, let's vote on that then. So, okay, go ahead and, do you want to speak to that? It's been seconded. I think you kind of did, but. Well, I was actually talking to Board Member Carey.
Yeah. Again, I just think it's important, and we talked about, how each of us is empowered equally on the board. This is an incident or alleged incident that occurred in our district, and I think it's important for the board member representing that district to be notified and advised of it. And the same restrictions that are on the complainant, board leadership, and others obviously would apply to the individual board member. But again, I think to carry out our duties, it's imperative that we're made aware of that.
Yes.
Just to clarify, so I understand, depending on how this moves forward. So our understanding of what this would do is that internal audit could make multiple referrals, and it would be dependent on the concern that comes in. So we're not saying we will notify everybody that's listed here, just we will notify as needed for that hotline is who we would notify. So is that the right understanding? Did I understand that right?
Okay.
That would be my understanding. So if there was an incident in one of the Weber or Ogden schools in my district, then I would be notified of that. But if it's something that took place in Salt Lake or, well, nothing ever happens in Cedar City, but if it happened in Cedar City, you know, I would be, that not my area, you would be notified the board member representing that area.
Okay, do you have a?
So one more follow-up, just to make sure I understand. So for example, where we have board leadership listed here, that we might send something to board leadership, usually that would be if it's a very egregious circumstance or we have quite a number of concerns that have come in. We don't always, actually it's probably pretty rare that we would send a hotline concern to board leadership. So again, it would be, not everybody on this list would get every hotline, and as you said, even if it's for Davis and it's going to Member Wood, or I wasn't reading it that way, that hey, if it was Weber, it's going to Member Carey every time. So if it's every time it's Weber, I'm sending it to Member Carey. That's just an understanding I need to have to make sure that we employ our duty accurately.
Okay, do you want to clarify?
No, and I agree. You still exercise your discretion that way. Just as you exercise your discretion as when to advise board leadership, you would exercise that same discretion when this has reached the level where that local board member representing that area needs to know.
Okay, Board Member Davis. And then Board Member.
Oh, that might answer my question, I guess. Like, for example, if there's a issue with a coach, I mean, we have zero authority for personnel issues. So I'm assuming in those cases, you're not going to send those to us. It's like if there's something where it's going to be a licensing issue or something that we have jurisdiction over, or it's gone to that egregious level, then if it's to the level you're going to send board leadership, you should I think a board member should be copied. I don't think we should be sent every single thing. You know, there's hundreds of things, but sometimes people write about because they just need to be directed to the right person or what have you. But that's kind of what I'm hearing, if I'm understanding that right.
Okay, Board Member Wood.
And I think that's just clarifying what I was feeling like. If this was a licensing issue, it could come to UPAC. And for me, I've kind of stayed away from those things. When parents have come to me, I've referred them to the hotline or to the district, so that knowing that if it circled back to me, I didn't have half a story, I had the full story. So I want to make sure that that's kind of the proper route to go.
Okay, Chair Hymas.
Thank you. I'm wondering if then, instead of having a C with the board member that represents that district, if what we're getting at, and I'm asking the maker of this motion, what we're getting at is B would read more along the lines of board leadership plus the board member representing the district.
Board Member Carey? Does that?
Yeah, and I agree with Board Member Hymas that I think, in light of what Board Member Davis said, I was thinking along the same lines, that, and maybe the motion be amended to read board membership and the board member representing the district. And I think that clears up the ambiguity that if it reaches that level, it's not only board leadership who would be notified, but the board member as well.
Okay.
Thank you, Director Davis. Thank you for that feedback.
Okay, Board Member Bogus, did you have a question on this? No. Oh, your light's on, so. Okay, is it related to this? Okay, so we'll have you go next. So the amendment before the board is that we insert, we're not inserting line after 149, right? We're including it on 149, right? So that it, amend line 49 to read board leadership and the board member representing the district. Okay, so that is the motion before the board. And as soon as it pulls up, we will vote, so. Just a second here.
Okay, go ahead and vote. Is that right?
So Kelsey, the language over here is not right. Is that okay?
The language on the left's correct?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, it got cut off, so I'll add it after the fact.
Okay, because line 150 is no longer being affected.
Yeah, that, okay.
Do you want to go back and clean that up? Oh, okay. One more second here. Yes, as soon as we have it back up. Okay, go ahead and vote. Board Member Klein, and I can read it again if you're not sure what that is. We're adding amend it to say board leadership and the board member representing that district.
Yes.
Go ahead and vote. Leanne, would you mind getting, as she's voted yes on this? Yeah, thank you. Okay, Board Member Buck, do you got a couple more? Why don't we finish yours and then we'll head to board, is that okay? Board Member Buckus, go ahead, Board Member Carey. Oh, let me read that out, I apologize. So that was 12-2, it passed, and the 2 no votes were, someone read that for me from this? Board Member Rill and Board Member Lear.
So lines 202 to 204. And this is more of a question, and I apologize, but it says that the IAD shall provide training and informational materials for use by an LEA governing board.
So, I'm sorry, Joe, I keep missing the line numbers.
Oh, 202 to 204.
Okay.
Could you just give us help us understand the vision of that? Is that you and your staff going out doing this training? Is that videotape training? And is there a projected cost associated with the training that is being proposed in lines 202 to 204?
Absolutely, happy to answer that. So that language there, and then also in lines 281 through 288, they kind of go hand in hand, and it's very similar to what's in R277113 about training on audit committees. And so the provision that you're referring to in 202 is, hey, internal audit's going to prepare this training, and then 281 talks about, well then, and how does it happen? And that language again is taken pretty much, I think, directly out of Rule 113, where it says, hey, the presiding officer is just going to make sure that training happens in accordance with what's required in code, and then they're going to use the training that internal audit puts together. So it is intended to be online, based on kind of how you look at it. It would be an online training. Of course, we can do in-person technical assistance if someone reaches out, but it is intended to be just like that audit training from 113 that would be online, and so anybody could go access it at any point in time.
Okay,
A quick follow-up?
Yes.
Is there any cost projection associated with that?
The cost would be me and my staff's time to put that together. So we are thinking of a shorter training, but the thought was, because we tried to simplify this rule a lot, but it can be misunderstood, it might be good to just put together, I don't know, a 10-minute training or something. Just, hey, just here's a couple things to be aware of with the rule, just so everybody's on the same page, that there's clarity there. So it would be whatever the cost is for my staff to put together about a 10-minute training on the rule.
And when you say 10-minute training, that might be a video that people could go watch, that kind of a training?
Yes.
Okay. Kind of information.
Vice Chair, just one last motion.
Yes, go ahead.
And that would be on line 293.
Okay. 293.
And I would just like it to mirror the language of 292, in that it would read readily accessible access to the state public education hotline. Ben, you winced a little bit. Is that not appropriate there?
So maybe take readily out on the word one above and just put accessible.
Because readily can be subjective. Are you asking for on demand kind of thing?
No, I just want to make sure that if they go there, they see the option to contact the state as well. But I'm fine with either one.
It should just be parallel, which is what you're trying to do.
Yeah.
So what would you like?
Let's just leave it like that unless there's...
Put readily in?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so was there a second? Yeah. There was a second? Okay. Unless there's any objection, it would be adding readily accessible access to the public education hotline. Is there anybody that? Yeah. So it's, an LEA governing board shall allow individuals to report alleged violations consistent with subsection by providing on its LEA website and each school's website, and then it would say readily accessible access to the state hotline.
Did you get the I before that?
Yeah, but I was just reading the one that we were changing. So, but I could read both if necessary. Board Member Carey?
And again, the purpose is uniformity, so that's the driver
It's
behind
just
this.
readily accessible, right?
The second
Readily
access needs to
accessible.
be.
Yeah. Readily accessible. It's not enough? Okay, readily accessible access. This one up here?
So it would read, an LEA governing board shall allow individuals to report alleged violations consistent with the rule by providing on its LEA website and each school's website readily accessible access to the state public education hotline. You have to have a noun there, so you can't just strike access. I mean, it might be more appropriate, as Board Member Davis is saying, to change that to, instead of readily accessible access to a link to the state public education hotline.
Board Member
'Cause
Carey?
it's not really the LEA that is providing the access to the state hotline.
Yeah, and I would be fine with the link, and I would suggest we probably use the one which is referenced in line 78.
What do you mean the one listed? I don't, oh, okay, I see what you're saying. So you want us to spell out the whole internet link there?
Well, I'm just saying, we did it in line 78.
Okay.
Again, I will defer to you, Ben. If there's a better way to do it, it doesn't have to be that way. I just want them to know that they can contact USBE as well. I think they'll have to write that on the website.
But it is an or, but it's one or the other. They need to provide one or the other. Just to be clear on that, it's not.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, they either have to have an education, local education hotline, or they have to have access to our hotline. It's an or, one or the other. We're asking them to have, in place of requiring a hotline, we're asking them, well, it could be that. They would have to, I guess, that would be their.
I would think it should be both.
Board Member, yeah. Board Member Rill, you had a comment?
Thank you, Vice Chair Earl. I don't think it's good practice to put a URL in a rule whatsoever. URLs change. It hyperlinks to code work because you can update the link to the code if you need, but putting a URL in rule does not seem like a good idea because URLs change frequently, and It's just not great practice from a web perspective.
Okay. Board Member Bogus, is that for your motion, or is this something? Okay. Board Member Carey?
That if it's a technical change, I would just, in light of the feedback from Board Member Reel, I think that in line 78, there is a spelled out website, and so maybe that again should be modified.
Do we want to ask staff to just make a technical change that works?
Yeah.
This is a pretty static URL. I get the point, but this is.
Okay.
In light of what Board Member Reel said, I think if I could amend the motion. I know it was seconded, but if without objection, I think we just strike the link itself and just leave it where you ended it, Director Rasmussen. Yes. And I would make that same recommendation for line 78 unless it's required to be there.
Okay, so I'm trying to figure out where we're at. Are we ready to, we're going to vote on this? Or is this just a technical change?
I have a comment.
Okay, thanks, Board Member Klein. Just 1 second, let me find where we're at here. So are we looking at this as a technical change, or would we like to vote on it?
The motion itself has to be voted.
Okay, let's vote then.
Can I?
Okay, and Board Member Klein, you have a question related to this?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
So does it list both the local public or the local district hotline and the USBE hotline? Or is it one or the other? Or I can't see except for what
it's separated by an or. They need to have one or the other.
So I would amend it to be and, so that you don't end up having a kind of a fox guarding the henhouse scenario, where if it's reported to the very people that are the ones violating it and they sweep it under the rug or don't address it like they should, then they have another avenue with which to report it. At least that they both be listed, if not reported to.
Okay, is there a second for the and? Okay, I don't hear a second on that. We're back to the original motion, which is, someone highlight it for me. Okay, so that the board amend draft 4 in lines 293 to read a link to the state public education hotline, strike the URL on line 78, and it seemed like there was, okay. That's the motion before the board. Board Member Davis?
One more? Sorry, I only have draft 3 in my backups, unless I missed it.
You
draft
should
4
have draft
going
4 somewhere,
somewhere. I was working off what I thought, but now I'm gonna
make sure you're not in the top section that you're in, right? Because this was in a
probably
special meeting.
So you've got it. It was in 2 different places.
So it should be 5.2 that you're at, not in the 4.
5.5. 5.2.
Are you,
Okay.
Okay, you good?
Yeah, that's helpful, but I just want to clarify.
Yes.
So we're asking them to either put either a hotline, like an actual hotline, but is the way it's defined also, they can put either that or their process for their complaint in their LEA, or a link to our hotline. Is
Yes.
those are their choices. And it doesn't have to be a technical hotline. It can be a process of, you can call this person and here's the phone number and email for this problems, and this person for elementary and this person for secondary, or that's right.
Can
That's
someone confirm
doable?
that? I don't know that I could speak to that. Yes,
Yes,
Director
so
Davis.
both local education hotline and public education hotline, meaning the state, are defined terms, and it does say process, so you could just list that out.
So it doesn't have to be something they can call or email or whatever. Okay.
Okay. Okay, let's go ahead and vote. And I can read it again if anybody needs me to. Would you like one more read? Okay, thank you. Go ahead and vote. This is on striking the URL. Board Member Klein?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, I'm missing 2 votes. Okay, that's unanimous. And is that all you have, Board Member Carey? Okay, Board Member Bogus, you have a motion?
Yes, ma'am, I would like to move that we reinstate lines number 118 through 120.
Oh, yeah.
And following the comma in IAD, we add the language within 14 calendar days.
What line was that again? Would you mind?
118.
Oh, 118. Okay, I looked at 18.
120. And then following the word complaint and prior to the period, add the language and notify the complainant of closure.
And notify the complainant.
Of closure.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, there's a second by Board Member Green. Do you want to speak to that motion?
Yeah, so I think as we've entertained the conversation and reviewed, law and licensing, I think that if we're going to close something, we need to have parameters around closure so that we understand that. We communicate that to people. And then if we're closing it, we tell them that it's closed so that they have to, the burden is back on them to re-engage should they choose to. And I think it's just good to have things be time-bound and clear. So, thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Anybody else want to speak to that?
Oh, I have one more comment.
Okay.
And I think 14 days in calendar days is good. That's 2 weeks. And if you're passionate about a complaint, 14 days is enough for people to check their spam folder. It's enough for them to miss a voicemail. It's enough time. 14 days is adequate time to respond back to our internal audit department.
Okay, Board Member Straight.
I'd like to make an amendment.
Okay.
I move 14 calendar days to 10 working days.
Okay.
Can I ask a question?
Yes. Wait. It needs to be seconded. Okay. There's a second on there. So go ahead. What's your question?
Is this after it would go to the LEA? Only if you can't get a hold of anyone. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. So the amendment, we're amending the amendment, and it would change from 14 calendar days to 10 working days. I don't see any. Do you have a comment on that, Board Member Vargas? Okay.
So I actually entertained the idea of working days, but I think the question becomes whose working days and what do we do at the end of May when school ends in 2 days? Are we not going to notify them until whenever? I think 14 calendar days is simple, it's easy, and we don't have to engage in all of the permutations and scenarios of what that entails.
I just want clarification. This is our internal audit would be bound by the 14 days, right? Do you guys take summers off?
I might start taking.
No, am I right? I'm just making sure that's the right people, right?
So this is internal audit striving to obtain information from a complainant.
Okay.
So
Does that make sense, Board Member Bogus? Just the clarification?
So it does, but it begs the question, whose working days? Like calendar days applies to all people. And let's say it's over the 4th of July. So if it's just 14 calendar days, then it doesn't matter. I mean, we don't want this to spread over 3 weeks, or let's say it's, I'm trying to think, Thanksgiving. So then if the day after Thanksgiving, so then we're going to add another 3 days on the end of it. It just seems 14 calendar days is clear. It's not subjective. We don't have to worry about holidays and the chaos that comes with, is it a legal holiday? Is it not a legal holiday? Is it a Utah holiday? Is it not? Like, it just avoids all the crazy questions that come with that. And 14 days is just so much clearer.
Okay. Board Member Straight, did you want to respond?
Just, let's change that to business days instead of working days. That might make it a little more clear. And, yeah.
So I guess, then that's what I was just trying to decide. Is this internal audit we're talking about? It looks to me like it's the complainant, right? Which then, once again, what would that refer to them? So I see what you're saying. Is it?
The burden is not on our agency, it's on the complainant.
Right. And that's, reading the first part, it is our agency, but the second part is the complainant. So, okay.
The language I proposed provides clarity because the burden is on someone else. And we can't subject a complainant to a calendar that they don't engage in on a regular basis. Are we going to send them the calendar? Please respond in 10 business days. Over the next 3 weeks, we're closed these days. That at some point, it just becomes ambiguous and crazy, and I just don't think that our internal audit people should be spending their time counting the days that, your response, according to our policy, is due in 1, 2, 3, 4. I just think it's silly. I just think 14 calendar days is so much better, and that is confusing and cumbersome to our staff.
Okay. All right. Well, let's vote on that. So the amendment is to change it from 14 calendar days to 10 business days. So go ahead and vote.
Yes.
Okay, I'm missing 2, but is Board Member Rill here? I'm missing 1. Is everybody double check to see if they voted? I'm still missing 2. So someone double check. Oh, okay, sorry, I didn't notice that. So Board Member Norton's not here, but we have, that motion failed, 10-4. The 4 in favor were, I don't know. There were 4 in favor. It was Klein, Moss, Straight, and Lear. Klein, Moss, Straight, and Lear. Okay. So the motion before the board is that we amend, reinstate lines 118 to 120 and add following IAD within 10 calendar days following complainant, add and notify the complainant of closure. So as soon as this is up, people can vote. Okay, go ahead and vote. Board Member Klein?
Member Klein is a yes.
Every time it does that, I think it's on my hearing aid. Just kidding.
Okay. Okay. I'm not, that motion passes unanimously. Do I? Without member there. And it is unanimous. There we go. Board Member Rill is not here. We are going to, okay, so the underlying motion, we're gonna move it. Okay, so the motion is that the board approve R277123, process for members of the public to report violations of statute and board rule. Draft 4, as amended, on second and final reading. As soon as that's up, you can go ahead and vote. What was your drink? Oh. Okay. Board Member Klein, did you have a vote on this? Is the underlying motion?
Yes.
Okay, board. We're missing 2 votes, so double check. And I'm missing 1 vote. Member Bogus? Okay, that is a unanimous vote. And we are actually going to move on to the MOU. We're going to, who's directing here? Just so we've got people that have been waiting. So we're going to go on to the MOU and then we'll come back to the item we're skipping. Just so that we can
Do you want me to
be courteous
do
of
you
our
want me to
guests.
set
that are
it
here.
up here?
Yeah, will you set it up for us? Set the table.
So this is agenda item 5.4, MOU between USBE and SCSB. Motion for the board is that the committee recommends that the board approve the MOU between USBE and SCSB Draft 3.
Okay, the motion before the board is that the board approve the MOU between USBE and SCSB. Did I say that right? Draft 3. And go ahead and vote on that. I'm not seeing any motions, so. Oh, sorry, what? Hold on one second. Board Member Davis, question?
I just want to just make sure. From what I understood when I was asking about this previously is that everything in the MOU is outlined in code. Is that accurate? So it doesn't, no? Because I was told everything in here was in code.
There are things that are agreed upon it. For example, that they will get their own account with DHRM and that they will have their own records officer, grandma records officer. So there are a couple of things in there that are not statutorily required, that are just things that we've negotiated with them so that they're independent of USBE as far as their expenditures are concerned and their day-to-day operations are concerned, as long as they fit within the budget. So everything is not in
And
statute.
is the independence required in code?
It is. They removed the USBE is over their expenditures any longer. That was taken out of code.
So last quick follow-up. So the extras that were put in were to help what is required in code come to fruition?
Help them be more independent, yes.
Thank you.
Operate more independently.
Okay, we're back to the motion then. And I'll just read the motion again, and people have started voting, but the committee recommends that the board approve, the committee recommends that the board approve the MOU between USBE and SCSB Draft 3. So go ahead and vote. Board Member Klein, do you have a vote?
I will abstain.
Okay. Board Member Klein's abstaining. I need 4 more, 3 more, 2, 1. Oh, that's it. Okay, the motion passes 13 in favor. Wait, we're missing 1. Okay, the motion is approved, 14 in favor, 1 abstention. That's Board Member Klein. And we are going to go on to R277, or 5.3. We'll go back up to that one. There you go, all afternoon. Thanks for staying all afternoon. Okay.
Thank you. Going back to agenda item 5.3, R277-113, LEA fiscal and auditing policies. The committee recommends that the board approve R277-113, LEA fiscal and auditing policies, draft 4 on second and final reading.
Okay, the motion before the board Let me look and see if I have any lights. The motion before the board is that the committee recommends that the board approve R277113 LEA fiscal and auditing policies, draft 4 on second and final reading. Okay, go ahead and vote. Board Member Klein, do you have a motion for us?
I will abstain.
Okay, an abstention from that one? Oh, whoops, okay. Hold on just one second. They're getting the right motion up for us. Thank you for checking that. Okay, go ahead and vote. Board Member Klein, you're an abstention, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. 7 more. 2. I'm looking for 2 more votes. I'm looking for 1. Oh, that's it. Okay, 14 in favor and 1 abstention. That motion passes. Go ahead, Board Member Hymas, Chair Hymas.
Thank you. We are on agenda item 5.5, use of discretionary funds. There are 3 motions here, and I will just read those one at a time to vote if that's okay. The first motion for the board is that the committee recommends that the board commit $1.5 million of federal mineral lease funds for use for compliance with 53G-6-806 parent portal and direct staff to begin using the funds as soon as possible with the intent to comply with the applicable code.
Okay, is there any, yes, go ahead, Board Member Bogus.
So what do we get for $1.5 million?
I don't know if Scott is around, but we talked about how the Florida contract to get our dashboard going, correct me if I'm wrong here, staff or somebody else, did not get funded, and so we are asking to use this money in order to comply with the code. It looks like we have a staff approaching chair.
Okay.
So a small follow-up.
Yes.
So then, this is not the parent portal. This is not the
our
same parent portal.
Parent portal that we have on our website, so no.
Well, that's the question.
This portal is related to the safety bill, not related to parental access on our website for parent information, for that parent portal.
Okay.
And
We may have solved it, Scott.
do you need further clarification? Are you good? Okay.
Red Christmas light. Thank you.
Board member.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Okay.
I think we're good. Unless Board Member Davis, do you?
Okay.
Board Member Davis, did you have a question?
I just want to know why there's not a fiscal note with this requirement. That's a lot of money.
Well, I can't answer that, but.
I mean, this is typically money we have at our discretion, and we can't use it for our discretion because there's something that's required in code that should have a fiscal note with it.
Well,
Okay. Now, Deputy Superintendent Scott Jones, do you have some clarification you want to add to this item?
All the answers were given across the table, so no, it's all good. So just background. HB 84, comes out. We do a fiscal note to it. It didn't get funded. So then, through the board, we tried to pursue with the University of Florida, the grant to build the parent portal that is required in HB 84. That process fell through, so now we came to you to ask for, or recommending the $1.5 million of federal mineral release money, which this is an allowable use, research and development, to meet the code, to meet the requirements of the bill, which is, an unfunded mandate. So we have found partial funds. The original estimate, I think, was $3 million, right? So, this will at least get us started on the road to that requirement stemming from HB 84 to build a parent portal for the report, for the dashboard reporting aspects of it. Does that help answer the question, Madam Chair?
I believe it's clear for me, but do we have some other questions out there? Board Member Bogus, do you have a question?
I have an amendment.
You have an amendment. Okay, go ahead. Amendment's appropriate.
So I would just amend the motion to add the language and direct staff to work with the legislature or a legislator to advise of fiscal needs and possibly secure ongoing funding.
Okay. Is that a second to that motion or amendment? Okay, second to that. Do we need did someone writing that down as we went, or is that something we can?
So that's in addition to,
Yeah.
amendment's not in here, so it's in addition to.
Okay.
You could also just direct staff to.
Yes, go ahead, ask a question.
Direct this question towards Scott or whoever he directs it to, directed to direct. Scott, does this change anything? I mean, do you need to, is the direction already there? I guess what I'm asking is this necessary, or do you work with legislators on this, or is the law already given and you already know what you need to do? Like, tell me what this does.
Not yet. There you go.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Through Madam Chair, the question is, yes, this helps. I think we'd also be remiss, though, we as staff track your priorities for funding going into the legislative session. You have identified school safety as one of your, requests for funding. Within that, though, is some specific what that money would go for if you were funded. It may also help that, and you don't have to do it this month or something, to also, you as a board, relook at that and add more specificity to it, like for a position that didn't get funded, and maybe for the additional 1.5 million that was on the estimate. We're in a great position there. This adds clarity, gives good direction to staff to work with the legislature, but we can also co-op, if you will, that process of your requests to also see if you as a board want to increase that amount of the request for school safety, given also that the governor's budget has been published and you can see what the parallel processes are for school safety. But short answer is yes, sir. It helps.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Okay.
His light is on, but go to David.
Go ahead, board. Oh, go. Should we go Davis first? While you're looking, go ahead.
Thanks.
Davis.
What is the timeline on implementation, and do we have time to wait until January to ask for the full 3 million in light of the fact that we didn't get this grant to pay for this mandate?
For what I understand, the only date is last July.
Last July for what?
Implementation of the things in HB 84.
We were supposed to have a portal made by last July?
We were supposed to have all of the things done in 84.
Okay. Okay, hold. Okay. Oh,
Add to your answer, Cindy, is from what I understand as well, this, and Scott, please correct me if I'm wrong, this money needs to be used somewhere. And this is a great place to use it.
Madam Chair, the answer to Board Member Hymas's question is yes. Sir.
okay. Thank you. And then who else did, Board Member Carey?
Hey, Deputy Jones, let's just assume there's a board member who tried to find out how much money the governor had allocated in his budget for school security, and they were unsuccessful. Would you know how much money?
187 million, maybe? I don't think.
Was it?
Right. Yeah,
But does,
Public yesterday.
do we know?
Madam Chair, I can provide the whole board and the board member that inquired about that money, the amount.
During
that-
finance? Okay.
Yeah, I could do it as part of the monthly
Okay.
budget report. I just don't have it in front of me, so I can do that, though.
Okay. Thank you. We're going to go ahead and move this. So the motion before the board is that the committee recommends that the board commit, oh, and we are doing amendments, sorry. Board Member Bogus. Is there any objection to adding that additional language? Board Member Davis?
I don't have objection to that. This is the same bill that's pretty big and onerous that they're going to be revamping for all the LEAs. Are they going to revamp this mandate for us as well? That might be a better question to be answered tomorrow. Well, you think you're going to be addressing some of this tomorrow? Can we postpone this to tomorrow during the study session? This motion?
You are able to make a motion that would say that if you'd like to. So-
I'd like to postpone this motion to tomorrow during the study session on safety so we can wrap our heads around it better. Thank you.
Is there a second? Okay, Board Member Lear seconded that. The motion before the board is to postpone this item until tomorrow afternoon after the safety, what? Postpone the motion until tomorrow afternoon after the safety item. Does that work? Okay. Any discussion of the motion? Perfect, let's vote. Sorry, I have an orange. Board Member Carey.
Yeah, and I'm just going to say this because I think I'm reading it off Director Coda's face. I just want to say that we're way overdue with this. I know the School Safety Task Force is concerned. I was talking to Director Coda and Deputy Norman today about the school assessments are due by December 31st, and the numbers I heard earlier today were not encouraging. And I don't blame the LEAs, right? A lot of them are just stuck not knowing what do we do, how do we act. So I'm going to support the motion because I do see the wisdom in having this come after. But I just want to reiterate to the board what it already knows is that there is an urgency from the committee that this stuff happen. But I will support the motion. Thank you.
Okay. All right, so the motion before the board is that the board postpone this motion until the December 6th study session, work session. I think we titled it work session, so it needs to be work session up here because we don't have a study session. Okay, all those in favor, as soon as we have it up there, go ahead and vote. Board Member Klein?
To postpone, yes.
And I need one more. That would be me. Okay, it's unanimous that we're postponing till tomorrow. And go ahead with the next motion.
The second motion for the board is that the committee recommends that the board return the remaining balance from the impact of Title IX changes on public schools project to the state funds portion of the discretionary funds account and then commit $75,000 of state funds for use by an external firm to advise and assist on the return on investment evaluation process.
Okay. Board Chair Moss?
Slight amendment. I appreciate this one being considered. I had put this in the hopper to assist with the Finance Committee's ROI process. It says external firm. What I had in mind was a research consultant, could be a university. Those that I talked to were districts and a university researcher who looks at educational ROI. So I'd just suggest or propose an amendment to change external firm to research consultant. I guess external, but change firm to research consultant.
Okay. Is there anybody in opposition to that? Okay, so it would be changing, say it one more time.
Objection to changing firm to research consultant because firm suggests commercial, and I had universities potentially in mind.
So from a firm to a research consultant. Okay, I don't hear any opposition. We're going to consider that a unanimous change. Okay, so the motion before the board is that the committee recommends that the board return the remaining balance from the impact of Title IX changes on public schools project to the state funds portion of the discretionary funds account and then commit $75,000 of state funds for use by an external, what was the word again? Research consultant to advise and assist in the return on investment evaluation process. Okay.
Can we
go
get
ahead.
some more explanation
Sure.
as to
board
what
member
we're talking about? Assist on the return on investment evaluation process. What exactly
Hold on
are
just
we
a second.
talking about?
Yes. Chair Moss, could you articulate a little bit more detail?
Yeah, you bet. With Chair Young's, Chief of Staff Young's assistance and Deputy Jones in Finance, we've been working through the process of evaluating the return on investment, the educational return on investment of the programs that we administer. We've got a nice rubric that's been put together. Our staff have been identifying the inputs that go into each program in terms of staff time and dollars, the outcomes from our performance measures that we would expect to see if they're having an impact. And the difficulty there is just pinning down exactly whether the inputs give you the outcomes. And so there's research teams that specialize this. I've talked to Chief of Staff Young and Director Bruff that this would be a good value in assistance as we work through that process as Finance Committee goes through all these programs. So for about $5 or $10 grand, you can get a deep dive on a particular program that the Finance Committee decides they'd really like to take a deep look at, and that 75 grand could get you several of those during a year. Other monies could be used for general consulting on how do you pick the best measures to look at whether this program is making a difference. How do you just kind of conduct that process internally? So combination of deep dive and general research for 75 grand would give a year's worth of that kind of outside help.
Okay, follow up.
Yes, go ahead.
Is there a list of programs that have been prioritized for this? To go through this process?
Like me to answer?
Yeah.
Yes, the committee has been identifying programs. Members of the Finance Committee, they'd like staff to tee up in the rubric. They've been doing that. We've probably done 7 or 8 so far. And that remains the judgment of the Finance Committee to select with staff recommendation, and then those are being put through that process as they go through the finance discussion.
What is on the list so far? In order
Let's
of priority?
see. We had, they're all in backup. They've been in the Finance Committee each time, so they're available there. I'm having trouble remembering specifics. Let's see, what did we have? We had transportation came up early on. There was some element of literacy. These are tend to be specific programs that have a funding stream, and the question then becomes, what is the ROI from the dollars in? So they're all available on Finance Committee backup, those that have been picked so far.
Okay.
Under what label?
Thank you, Kelsey. Did you hear that? It was measuring the results
No.
of appropriations for specific programs. That's the title you want to look for in the backup.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, go ahead and vote then. This would be using that $75,000 for return on investment. So, Board Member Klein, do you have a vote?
No, I haven't had a chance to look at the list, so that would have been helpful. Yeah.
Okay. I'm missing 3, 2, 1 more. Okay, so that passes with 13 yeses, 2 noes. Those noes would be Board Member Klein and who's the other one? And Board Member Bogus.
Okay, we have one more motion. The committee recommends that the board commit $40,000 of federal mineral lease funds to add a facilitator to support the board in developing its strategic plan beginning January 2025.
I'm not seeing any. Okay, so the motion before the board is that the committee recommends that the board commit $40,000 of federal mineral lease funds to add a facilitator to support the board in developing its strategic plan beginning January 2025. Go ahead and vote. Board Member Klein, did you have a vote on that?
No.
Okay. So the motion passes, 12 yeses, 3 noes. The noes are Board Member Klein, Board Member Green, and Board Member Bogus. So, okay, and we are going to let superintendent do her message and then take a break. She's has an obligation in a few minutes, so we want to make sure we get that done, and then right after that, we'll take a quick break.
Jamie Workman. Thank you, Madam Chair. Teeing up Jamie Workman. Jamie, if you're nearby and want to start with the art. If not, Ryan, I guess we'll launch. Slide 3. Okay, today I thought I would really focus on the characteristics of the vision when we talk about our board vision of academic and organizational excellence in Utah education and the characteristics therein. I want to highlight these three that I think are really tied together: participate in civic responsibilities, pursue personal goals, and embody strong moral and social values. And I want to do that from what I've observed in our schools over the years, particularly this time of year, in the way our children engage in service. For a lot of our schools, they do things like food drives and clothing drives and things to help during the holidays, but many of our schools engage in service throughout the year. Last year, you heard me, for example, talk about the work of Clearfield High School and how so many of the students who have needs of their own are most proud of their what they call their school spirit that's wrapped around the spirit of service. And they earn so much money that they work with community organizations to give to families in need. And that so deeply touched Dr. Norman and I when we were able to be there and witness that. So we tried to capture a number of photos that, and I'll tell you kind of after you see this short vignette, some of the work behind this, but we'll see if we can launch that. And thanks to Barb Fuentes for putting this together, and Ryan as well. Thank you, Barb and Ryan. So I want to drill down on some of these opportunities that you saw through pictures. One picture was of our students at the School for the Deaf on the Salt Lake campus, and their teacher, Jasmine Taylor, reported that they collected and donated approximately 13 big boxes of coats, hats, gloves, etc. to give to the road home, and that they do service projects all throughout the year. Uinta School District has updated their district strategic plan to add service as a core value. And their schools have been developing age-appropriate service learning plans for all of the students. And the plans have already had an impact on the students in their community. They have a Hope Squad and a suicide prevention walk and a number of things that have been recognized by Utah Jazz owner Ashley Smith and First Lady Abby Cox. They've donated almost 4,000 pounds of food, and the list goes on. So really embedding service as a core value throughout Uinta District. They're really seeing it pay off as just a norm of the way the students engage. In Alpine School District, you saw pictures of Legacy Elementary Food Drive in American Fork, and in Orem, a clothing swap that a number of their schools engaged in for the winter months. Ogden High School, we showed a couple of videos of making blankets and a clothing drive and food drive, and their students who were involved in Latinos for Action tutor students at nearby elementary schools on a weekly basis. And a couple of things that have come out of that program: it provides positive role models for younger students and helps ease their transition to high school. It really alleviates some of the anxiety because they've been interacting with these high school kids already. Jordan School District, they really focus on service in many of their schools, but the high schools get pretty competitive, just like they do amongst themselves with sports. They have service competition. So they really try to outdo each other with service. And last December, they raised $625,000 among their 6 high schools and provided money that went to nonprofits to help with domestic violence support groups for families, granting wishes of local children battling severe illness, supporting devices for students with disabilities, therapies for children and veterans working with horses, and holiday toys and gifts for Utah families in need. Those are some of the things that the kiddos came up with as ideas to use that $625,000. So I love that that is just as competitive as maybe their sporting teams. In Cache County, another group of Latinos in Action work with third graders specifically. And I love that the principals from all 3 of the schools where they're doing this work say that it's the kids at the elementary schools just look forward to it. And it's the highlight of their week to interact with students from the junior high or the middle school rather at South Cache Middle School in Hiram. So well done, South Cache Middle. And again, I could highlight every single school in our state, but I'm highlighting a few. Across Davis District, there are all sorts of food drives. Entheos Academy has service at the core of their mission. I know that Chair Moss, I think you attended their service fair this year. I went a couple of years ago and get invited. Member Davis has been, probably others of you have been. And it's amazing to see that the students at Entheos are really focused on their community and how they can give back. And it can be something as simple. I remember their projects were some like really big things, and sometimes just simple things like mowing my elderly neighbor's lawn, which is a really big thing for that neighbor and the student. And I loved hearing how service had changed their lives. I was with a group of teachers from Walden Charter School, and we were talking about how service is such a part of what they do. And I love their mantra of Walden believing that engagement in service learning is an integral part of education. And they have this day of service that's coming up, so I wanted to highlight it on December 20th. I'll be attending. And the Day of Service is an annual opportunity for students to put service learning into practice. So it's part of their curriculum, it's part of what they do, and they do a lot of small things. But then on this Day of Service, the entire school parses out all over the community, and they've done things, I've been told, from cleaning out corrals to delivering food to the food bank to sorting cans. So sometimes the work isn't pretty, but the kids really love it. So I'm excited to go participate with them on the 20th. So I did just want to highlight a number of these schools from Salt Lake to Cache to everywhere in between, of the way that our elementary, middle school, and high school students give back. I failed to mention one that I love. Bonneville Elementary School in Salt Lake City has a Socktober, where in the month of October they gather socks for the men and women who are unsheltered and in some of our homeless shelters. So it just, I think it changes hearts and minds. There's a lot of great, research around how service can really not only change our hearts, but really change our brain chemistry when we engage in it. So there was a bill that came out last year. There was a pilot program, and this pilot program was really championed by Lieutenant Governor Henderson and others, but she's talked about this a lot. And I had the opportunity to meet with her and hear her vision about integrating service into all of our schools. So this bill is a pilot to try and get at that, integrating a culture of service. And it's not apart from what schools are currently doing, but it's inclusive of those activities, and then provides opportunities for the receivers and the givers to reflect on how it's made a difference in their lives. Those LEAs who have been selected to participate, they are able to use the money to help them hire personnel to provide structure and integration until they can measure the outcomes. And the schools that were selected for that are Sevier, Nebo, Garfield, Granite, and Mountain Heights Academy. They're the ones that put in an application and are receiving the money. We'll get more metrics in January. I think a lot of the work has been done this fall, but they've been very excited about it. So we'll report back when we hear more. UServe Utah was tasked in helping run the program. They are called out in the bill. You have representatives. You have a representative on UServe Utah. I am named in the legislation around UServe, but I designate a staff member. And when I've attended UServe, which I love to do, we hear about so many great things going on in the needs. But in terms of this grant, here are the things that the pilot program can pay for. And you can see the list there. I won't read through them. But basically, these are the qualifying activities and how it can be integrated into the school through clubs and organizations, after school or out of school extracurricular. They can do it right in the classroom, like we've seen with some of the examples today, or student leadership organizations. And I've seen service play out through all of those different ways. Last but not least, I want to thank our board members, all of you. As we bring this discussion of service to a close, I really appreciate and admire the work that every one of you do every day on behalf of our students. I know that a time that you spend on phone calls, emails, conversations, trying to understand, deepen your understanding about issues, and truly serving your community. Watching you go through elections is painful, so I can't imagine what it's like for you when you're out there on the campaign trail. I hear you talk about the joys of meeting constituents and the challenges of election, and that in itself is civic engagement. And I just want you to know that on behalf of all of our staff, almost 400 people, we see you, we hear you, and we recognize you and appreciate all of the work that you do on behalf of our children and their families and the adults who serve them. And I especially want to thank our 4 outgoing board members, whom I so appreciate. And I'll send you private notes so that I don't end up emoting here. But just really wanting to recognize the 4 of you and thank you for your service along with all of you. And with that, I see a light on, I think, for Member Hart.
Yeah. Can I? It's a point of privilege. We have a celebration today. Dr. Norman, will you stand up, please? All right. This is Dr. Norman's last board meeting. And on that note, I want to make sure that she is recognized for her tireless service. She started as a teacher, math, and after attending Weber State, and just did 100 million jobs. It looks like you've done them all, I think. Digital leadership or the digital coordinator, math specialist, curriculum director, but most of all, she brings her heart and her brain to work every day for the students of Utah. And I just, on behalf of the board, want to thank you. And you have earned every moment of this retirement, and I know you've got so many things planned, you're not going to have any free time at all. But just wanted to make sure that you were recognized and you heard our thank you. I'm actually not done. I also want to.
Before you go there, Member Hart,
Yes.
can I just say that you're all invited? I think you received an invitation to
Thank
an
you.
open house as we wish Dr. Norman happy trails on January 3rd. So go back and search your email. We can have Kelsey resend it. Just want to make sure you all knew that you were invited to that. Thank you.
Thank
Vice Chair
you. Thank you. And I'd like to recognize Vice Chair Earl. No, you're not going anywhere, but you have served this board tirelessly in so many ways that are not seen. I know no one that works harder, and I have learned so much. This is on behalf of the board. Again, this board has no idea the level of love, care, concern, thought that that Vice Chair Earl brings to the table every single day, no matter her role. So just want to make sure that you knew how much we appreciate you. All right. Now we're going to have to change our agenda. What's that? Oh, yes. Yes, but first, we are going to adjust our agenda. Just so you know, after we do the art, where's Jamie? Come on up. But I know people are seeing the clock, so we've got a plan, and after we do art, we'll talk about some adjustments, okay?
Hello, everyone. I'm Jamie Workman. I am the BTS Art Specialist on staff here at USBE, and it's my honor to present what we have this month, which is the Utah Tech University region, and it's a showcase of the intersection of arts and education through engaging performances and innovative projects, while partnering with charters and teachers in the Washington County School District. In honor of Veterans Day, teachers Cassie Flinder and Horizon Elementary and Bryce Weber at George Washington Academy Charter School have led the students in a moving tribute celebrating service and sacrifice through music and performance. Crimson View Elementary Chris Sewell created a captivating, this is one of my favorites, glow-in-the-dark experience to immerse the students in a world of creativity and light, fostering imagination and expression while integrating different adaptations like bioluminescence that animals use to survive. Desert Canyons Elementary Courtney Giles helps students create a dynamic dance project highlighting the beauty of life cycles, blending movement and storytelling in a compelling way. And you can view the dance performance by scanning the QR code that is on the wall. Additionally, the program extended its reach to the community with a science and art night at Horizon Elementary, where students explored the connection between scientific discovery and artistic creation. These projects exemplify the BTS Arts program commitment to integrating arts into the curriculum, enriching students' learning and personal growth. Thank you so much for your time.
Okay, yeah, I think you guys probably need a 5-minute break too, right? Okay, everybody's saying, yes, it's time. I think we're going to try to, do you want to try to do audit or wait? Okay, we're going to try to do the consent calendar and then go into executive after that. Just while we have people here, sometimes we end up with people online on Friday, so this just makes it so we can get into that. That's what our plan is, and then the rest of the items we did indicate that they can be carried over to tomorrow, so.
But we will be going to 7:30, so we'll, because that's our stated end time. We'll go to 7:30, because then we can eat. So we'll do the consent, executive, and then we'll go back and do as much as we can until 7:30.
Okay, all right, take a 5-minute break. So. Do you want that one? No, this isn't me.
Except then when you get into here.
I haven't written on anything.
Yeah.
This is Sarah.
Sorry.
Sarah, is this you? Is that you? This other one. Oh, no.
Comments.
I don't know who it is.
Okay, we're ready to get going one more time, so we'll give you 30 seconds to finish up your discussion. Where'd you get that?
Oh,
there?
it's over there. The
Okay.
last one, but you know what?
Oh, no. I don't want
You wanted it.
No,
It's
no, I don't
coconut.
want it. What do you mean it's coconut?
Look,
You eat it. Yeah. Okay, we're going to get started. We're going to go ahead and go to our general consent calendar. And let me get to that item. So I'm looking, give you just a second. I keep going back. Okay, we're ready for the general consent calendar. So if there's anybody that wants to make a motion or pull something, and maybe I have to turn this over. I'm actually wanting to pull the instructional materials thing. I just had a question on one item. So,
You want me to run it?
yeah, you run it. I'm going to pull it.
Okay. Open the motions on the consent calendar.
I'd like to pull the instructional materials piece to ask a question.
Okay. Which number is that? Let's see. 13.4?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I'd like to
Yes.
pull the minutes.
Okay.
Did these get amended?
Just trying.
Okay.
Where'd we go
Once-
here? I'm
do-
trying to get the consent.
Member Bogus, you want to wait?
Hmm. You want us to wait then, Member Bogus, for possible poll? Okay, so we have polled already number 13.2, it's the minutes. Number 13.4 is instructional materials.
I don't think there's anything else.
Well, we got contracts.
You got the
Oh.
contracts that can be moved, but that's probably what Member Bogus is.
Item 1, item 3 is an info item. You know, you're right. I guess unless there was a particular contract, then we might have what's left. Okay. All right.
There remain.
Entertaining motion. So what remains is item number 1, the contracts and agreements for approval. It has not been pulled.
Okay, then
Entertaining motions were those.
I move that we approve the remaining items on the monthly consent calendar.
Okay. Is there a second? Second. Any discussion? Seeing none, please vote. This is on item 13.1 to approve.
So that's the contracts.
Correct.
I should have pulled one of them off.
Member Klein is a no.
Member Klein's a no. Thank you. Did we get Member Klein as a no? We did. Okay, that passes 12-3 with the no votes being Member Bogus, Member Klein, Member Vice Chair Earl. Okay, we have pulled items 2 and 4. Any motions on those?
Can I ask a question on 4?
Yes.
Is Terry Davis here by chance? Oh, there you are, Terry. Sorry, I was looking in the back. If there's one item, when I look down through this, let me pull this up again. One particular book that, it said, this is what it said. It said, strong warning that this may cause frustrations with students and parents, but it was recommended and limited.
And I'm just wondering is it possible to have a book reviewed twice? Does that make sense? But by different reviewers, there was enough of a signal, and when I looked up the book itself, it's a history book, but then people seemed to have a wide variety of concerns with it. Some loved it, some hated it for a variety of reasons. Is it possible to have it looked at one more time?
Yes, we
Okay.
can pull that item off of the report, and go ahead and
Okay,
put it, move it to the next review starting in January.
I would just recommend it's looked at one more time is all. I don't know if one reviewer looked at this or if it was several, how that works, right? But, so it's By the People textbook. That's the one I'd ask that we pull, and we probably need to make a motion to pull that, right?
Yes.
I'd make a motion that we pull By the People textbook and have it reviewed again for spring.
Is there a second? Second, Member Hymas. Any discussion? If not, the motion is to pull the book By the People from the Instructional Materials Review Report. And otherwise, well, I guess we'll come back to that. The motion is to pull that particular
Pull
book
it
for
and-
further review.
Yeah.
The rest would go forward, though,
Yeah.
correct? Okay. Any discussion, Member Straight?
Wait, no, then I would move to divide.
It's to pull it to have it reviewed.
I think she's pulling one. That doesn't mean the rest is approved unless that is moved separately.
We don't have a motion. But that's not what you just said.
Thought it was. Tell me what you
The
heard.
book for further review.
Well, then I asked her, and she said, no, that would be a motion. So, I was corrected. This would be pulled, and then the question would be whether to move the rest to be approved. So, I misspoke at the start. Okay, so the motion is to pull By the People from the approved instructional materials review report.
Chair?
Yes.
I was waiting to
I'm
speak.
sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. I missed you. Go ahead. Let's freeze the vote.
Well, I was just
Apologies.
hoping to get a little insight as to the reasoning.
I can read what the content was that they indicated on the rubric. This is what I'm reading. I don't have any idea. Whoever reviewed it, I'm looking at the content that their comment, whoever they is. I have no idea. Maybe Terry could speak to that.
Terry Davis, Instructional Materials Specialist for the Utah State Board of Education. A team reviews that, and usually the team is of 3 or 4 people. We try to get an odd number of people for that review.
Is there one administrator, 5 teachers, a history teacher? How's the team determined?
The team is determined it's comprised of 3 professionals. Usually those are teachers in the field, and usually they have quite a bit of experience, so that we try to not have brand new teachers, but teachers that have been there quite a while.
Okay, and I'll just read the comment once again. So I did already, but it says, strong warning that this may cause frustrations with students and parents. It's recommended, but it's limited. I would ask, just because of the comments, this was what was contained in the document itself, that it be reviewed again. That's what I'm asking.
Proceed with the vote unless there are further. Okay.
Is this reviewed for possible approval or to change the recommendation?
I think it's to reconsider the approval, correct? Which could result in disapproval or.
I will vote yes to
Member Klein's a yes? Okay.
Wait, I had another question, Jim.
Yes.
Is it too late?
Well, go ahead,
I
if
just
it's for
wonder-
your own vote. I mean,
I'm
we're.
just wondering, I'm wondering if this follows the protocol. I mean, is this just out of the blue that the board, is this in the rule or the procedures that we have that are written that say a board member can pull one of these off and with a board vote, then it's reviewed again? Is that, or is this just, we're making it up as we go along?
Staff
That
have an
is a
answer?
question to Terry.
Terry?
We've never had one item pulled before, and so this is a new thing, and it's not written, it's not in writing that can be done. But you have 1,086 other items on the report that are waiting for your approval.
Okay. So I know we have an instructional materials rule, but it doesn't anticipate this or even talk about. So suddenly the board's involved in this process that has been left to this commission designated by the board, and we're changing that up. I'm just not
I guess
comfortable with
what
that.
we do have is this comes to the board for approval, and so,
But do we have a
We have-
item veto or no?
good question. I guess Terry's suggestion is we have 1,000 and something in there, and we don't have explicitly on this item removal, but it would be consistent with standard practice and would allow us to approve those who are not subject. I'm also a little bit winging it, but I think general protocol brings it to us, and we
Could I-
generally have the ability to pull one, so.
In order to take less time and to move this along, could I request from staff that you look again at the instructional materials rule and look at a process that would then build the board into either taking one item off or vetoing the whole thing, or some process that isn't hugely complicated, but that allows us to follow a process instead of just saying, I don't like items 13, 15, and 29. And then having something, so we can, in the future, have something to rely on as a process. Thanks.
So that might be an exploration of the rule and whether it comes to the board to change the process, protocol, whatever. Vice Chair Earl?
Yeah, I was gonna,
Oh, sorry.
we have removed things before, and we've actually asked for things to be held before. So this is not uncommon. It doesn't happen usually. So it doesn't matter. The fact we have to approve something suggests that we can also not approve something. But this seemed like a responsible way, looking at the comments, to ask that it just go back and be reviewed again. So, okay, well, we could
We can
just
explore.
remove it.
Okay. Member Davis? Oh.
In light of, I think I'm hearing that there are over 1,000 materials waiting to be reviewed.
Approved.
Approved,
Been
not
reviewed. They're
reviewed,
before us to
approved.
approve.
Right. Okay, so, is it possible just to get more information about why that quote was put there? Like, I mean, it would be nice to have more information, like on this many number of pages, the whole thing is this many pages, on this many number of pages, there were concerning materials that violate some law.
That might.
Because that might be helpful for us to then know if we want a whole nother review committee or if we just want to pull it off.
So I think the intent, tell me if I'm wrong, Vice Chair Earl, might be to allow that, to pull this one for that discussion based on the description, suggesting a further dig might be helpful while we consider whether to approve the remaining 1,000 and
If we just get more information
such and
on
such.
it.
Yeah, I think
May
that's
not
the request,
require a
is to
whole
pull it
nother
for review based on the description that set off concern.
I'll make a motion, Chair.
Right? I think we have a motion, don't we?
But
A different motion?
I was gonna make a substitute
Oh.
motion.
Yeah,
Well-
and I want to change my vote.
Okay.
So, okay, we've
To
got
her
some people
substitute.
wanting to change their vote. We can cancel this vote, I think, because it wasn't finished and we still had questions, right? So, let's see. Let's do that. Vice Chair Hart?
And I'm doing this on the fly. Where'd it go? Where'd your motion go?
I don't know.
I move that the board approve the fall 2023 instructional materials review report minus by the people textbook for reconsideration.
Is there a second? Been seconded. Any discussion? Yes, I think you're up next. And unless there was further discussion by the maker, did you speak to it? Okay. Member Bogus then.
So I don't think those words mean what you think they mean. I grammatically, I don't think they do what you intend for it to do. I think two motions with Member Earl's motion first and then the approval second would be the better way to do it.
Well, let's check with our parliamentarian, but Dr. Norman, did you have a comment?
I do. So in R277, 469, it states what the board's response, sorry. Oh, sorry. It's really good too, what I was saying, yeah. Okay, in R277469 in -6, section 1, it states what the superintendent and the board shall do. It says the superintendent and the board, in reviewing whether to recommend instructional materials, may consider whether their instructional materials, A, are consistent with core requirements, B, are mapped and aligned to the core and state adopted as assessments if planned, and then it goes down to C, are high-quality research-based and proven to be effective in supporting student learning. So to the question as to whether or not what the board's role is, the board either approves or doesn't approve, and if something is not approved, so you could say, and we don't approve the following, then that vendor would then be notified they weren't approved, and they could resubmit in spring. So that's the process.
I need to.
All right, so we need to what?
Well, I just, so the motion I want to make is that all items minus by the people a history of the United States
Consistent with
be
that criteria.
approved
Yes. Yes.
in the instructional materials fall report.
Yeah, exactly, yes.
That simplifies it.
Yeah.
Does that cover it?
Is this the Howard Zinn book?
No, Fraser.
I don't think so.
F-R-A-S-E-R.
Okay.
It's U.S. history textbook, AP.
So if this passes, that would be pulled for further consideration. The rest would go through. Is that correct? That's the effect?
That's the intent and
Is it the effect? Because we're
Because we're approving.
going away from intent and into effect.
So we're approving everything else but this in one motion. Can we please divide those out?
I think we did. Isn't that the effect of the motion, is that you divide the one from the remainder?
No.
Unless there's a further division?
We would like to divide the motion itself.
To pass the 1,000.
Because you may not want to pass the.
Okay.
That would be the purpose.
Okay. The motion to divide is then to divide the question of pulling by the people from the approval of the remainder. Is that correct?
Yes.
Inconceivable. Okay.
No more ramen, I mean it. Anybody want a peanut?
Okay, let us vote.
Okay.
Did that get a second? Yes. Okay. So then, I'm trying to keep things moving forward. I don't care. We're waiting for the motion to divide to be typed in for vote. Yep. Member Klein?
What was that?
Do you, the motion to divide the two, is it, just needed your vote?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
I got you. Okay, let's see. How many do we have
We have 14.
missing? Oh, there we go. That passes 13-1. The no vote being Member Lear, so the motion is divided. So we have two separate items, one being the polling for further review, tell me if I get this wrong, of by the people correct? That would pull it for further review by the,
Further review, you either pull it or you accept it or you don't accept it.
would the effect of that be that they explore the questions of the reasons for the strong warning and potentially bring back additional information? Okay, so it doesn't send it into Neverland. It explores why it was given a strong warning and could be coming back to us. Is that correct? It could be considered and explained in more detail for further consideration by the board?
The publisher, it's in the publisher's court. The publisher has to resubmit.
Can we get Dr. Norman there?
That's what she's.
Yeah, no, that's great. And Nate, do you want to speak to what those words are?
Yeah. Can you repeat the question?
Yeah, it was just the effect. If it's pulled, meaning we don't approve it today, does it go back for further explanation of the reason for the strong warning that was given and then potential reconsideration by the board? What does that do with the title?
Yeah, as Nathan Ock, STEM coordinator for Utah State Board of Education, as I understand the board rule, like the language used is pretty broad, and so it seems that it would be appropriate to either ask for it to do another review or whether to make recommendations as to the recommended level of the material. Because the language specifically is in reviewing whether to recommend instructional materials, the board may consider whether the instructional materials, and then it lists 12 things, all of which could be germane to board member Earl's concerns.
Okay, so it may or may not. The outcome of this is it won't be approved now. It may or may not come back with or without further explanation. Okay. Any other discussion on the motion, Member Lear? Okay. Okay. Member Davis.
Do they get specifics about why they were pulled and like what strong warning actually means? And so if they want to, they can redo some of that and resubmit. Thank you.
Okay, so the motion then is, just to be clear, let's see, that the board not approve by the people a history of the United States. Correct? I get that right in terms of the split divided motion? Okay, please vote.
Which one are we voting on first?
We're voting to not approve the title by the people.
I would vote yes.
Member Klein's a yes. Thank you. Can,
I can change the, teach the class. You're going to know.
so that gives us, let's see.
Could you turn your 3 opposed on, actually?
Turn mine? What?
Can you turn your mic on?
Yes. I would like to switch my vote to no, thank you.
So, okay, we still need that to be, do I just need to read that as the, okay, you'll get the record right even though it's, oh, okay. So that passes 12-3, the no votes being Member Lear, Member Hart, and Member Reel. Okay, that brings us back to the remainder of the divided motion, which is that the board approve. Let's see. Yeah, that the board approve the remainder of the instructional materials review report, fall 2023. Any further discussion? Seeing none, please vote. Member Klein.
The motion says except for by the people. We don't need that on anymore, right?
Yeah, I read it without that. We got to make sure the text is that. What's remaining now is to, okay. To approve all the materials listed in the instructional materials fall report for 2023, having removed the title that we just voted to disapprove.
I can't get my vote to go.
Board Member Klein is a no.
Member Klein's a no. Thank you. Can we unfreeze Member Earl somehow, or just record it somehow? Let's see. Who did we lose? Klein's a no. There we go. Just need Earl. Okay, that passes 11-3. The no votes being members Bogus, Green, and Klein. And I forget, who have we lost?
No, but mine's a yes.
But are we missing?
So Vice Chair Earl's vote is missing because.
Okay, so we do have 15 still. It's just that. Okay, gotcha. All right, but you were a yes? Okay, so we got that right. Okay. Let's see, to the minutes. Yes, is there a vote on the minutes? Or a motion, excuse me, on the minutes.
I move to approve the minutes.
Second? Any discussion? Okay, motion is to approve the minutes. Members, please vote.
Board Member Klein is a yes.
Klein's a yes. Okay. And one more. That's unanimous, 15-0. Thank you very much. Okay, let's see, back to you. Where are we?
We're ready to go into executive. Yep.
Okay, where are we going to do board member comments first?
Yeah, board member comments.
All right. We'll do that. We're going to do quickly board chair's report and then open it to any board member comments, then go into executive. So I will be quick, I promise. I always say that. Molly will kill me if I'm not. So let me just report. I often haven't because I wanted to speed this along, but a couple cool things I was able to do this last month. I went to the news conference up in Wasatch, heard some great things about what they're working on, PLCs that are doing so well in a number of places. They had a question that I was able to respond to. A year ago, we passed a revision to Rule 217, which required LEAs to report to UPAC, or at least pass on to UPAC, parent complaints about teacher misconduct. There was some concern and question about that rule. Superintendent Dixon and I were both there. We were able to answer that and explain. We had a really, just flashed me back to a good lengthy discussion we had here, to some protections put in, clarification, made clear that this is a second set of eyes. It didn't mean there was a flag on a teacher's file. It meant UPAC would be aware. They would exercise independent decision about whether to take action. And so there was some concern about whether simply referring to UPAC, the fact that they had a complaint, was itself a report that triggered an investigation, and we were able to resolve that concern, and I appreciated the opportunity. So that was out there, and you may still be getting questions about it, so I raise it for that reason. We had got another email about it recently that also had some misperception about it. So good opportunity to clarify work that, again, we did a year ago, but, you know, sometimes the information still is misunderstood. Good opportunity to talk about it. I got to go to the Davis Catalyst Center this last week. Amazing facility. Kids working on their own projects with industry who has donated and then participated. Got somebody walking around in the incredible audio room and video room that just came from KUTV and is helping the kids do audio projects. Then they're doing some commercial here for the pharmacy, which is also part of their building. So those kids are working on that stuff over here. Kids here are working on video production, and 2 or 3 examples that I heard were kids in one department that might have been audio video doing production for kids in a different department that was doing, you know, pharmaceuticals or tech or whatever else. So just a really cool opportunity to see these kids learning what's out there, what's available, getting hands-on early, great facilities there. And then I got to go to the staff breakfast, which was a blast. Member Wood and I were there, got to serve maple syrup and just be able to see all our staff. So it was a wonderful opportunity to celebrate with them, and have a good time and kind of start to feel that holiday spirit, buzz, etc. So a couple quick thoughts, a little bit like Member Davis. I've thought about, what I care about here, and like you, I care about our kids. I got 5, I got 2 still in the public system. The question then becomes sort of how do you focus your care? And I've thought about some of the things that I've focused on as a board member and a chair, and I think they're a celebration really of what works. I've tended to have thoughts or ideas about how we can better identify what's working for kids, what's moving the needle. And some of the things that I've been passionate about, and you won't hear me rambling on about these, at least not here. I might be rambling on somewhere, but ULEAD is one that I've enjoyed, and as Megan Everett has brought that to a point where it's really buzzing. We got a data guy that's looking, we got outside higher ed researchers looking, we got districts coming together in a cohort to say, okay, we asked you who's killing it in 6th grade math, you identified these people, we understand it, we heard some of the things they're doing in PLCs, the way they're improving their practice, how they're using formative assessments, sharing data. I got to sit in on a couple of those. It was a blast. It was a project where people didn't know they were outliers, and they sat there and said, we had no idea we were jumping off the chart, but we'll tell you what we did 4 years ago that brought us here. And the culture, for one, that the principal introduced in their PLC, the rigor that the PLC lead was using, the opportunity teachers had to admit where they're falling short and then learn from each other in both a compassionate and rigorous way. That combination's not always there, was inspiring. I've enjoyed working up with some of you this master teacher role that we kind of sponsored up and got some funding for, and have enjoyed seeing that. That involves finding who's doing it well. Who are the teachers that are the masters that might be treated like an administrator in pay, but still keep your foot in the classroom, kind of a headmaster type of a role. And so we got about $5 million for that a couple of years back, and that was a lot of fun. The ROI project I talked about earlier is a chance to see whether things are working. The parent engagement specialist was something that I was passionate about. We got Cassie out there trying to help schools understand what's working on parent engagement. We've got distrust. You've got some tension out there, and part of what we tasked her with is figure out who's doing it well, who's making a partnership between the school and the parents, and how are they doing it. And so she's doing that. Recently, Wasatch and some others, as I asked around, brought to us the question of whether we could alter the assessment a bit, because their PLCs, the way they learn from each other internally, the way they learn from other schools externally, would be benefited if they had course-specific, locally developed end-of-year assessments in grade 9 and 10. And so that became an interesting discussion with Assistant Superintendent Nielsen, a lot of the districts. But again, their motive for that was, we're hungry to learn. And when we have this alignment between our formative and summative assessments, we can internally get that PLC really cranking, and we can go out to Tooele or JUAB and we can say, hey, you're crushing it in 10th grade chemistry or whatever that is. We want to learn from you. So as I sit back and just think about some things that I've tried to work on and had the privilege of working with a lot of you on, that's a theme for me. It's celebrating and learning from what's really working well, what's moving the needle. And some things don't move the needle, and it's an opportunity to make distinctions, to say, okay, what's a distraction? What maybe, and this is the last time you'll hear this from me, but what might get us into the realm where we let good intentions mask asking the right questions and doing rigorous analysis, and we end up in, yes, cuddle and muddle. Apologies for using that over and over, but that's where we go wrong. And where we go right, I see wonderful things happening in Utah schools, and having the ability to learn from them if we structure the system in a way that brings that to the fore, and then we have the ability to say, okay, that's working better, what can we do about that? So anyway, that's my report, and I'll just, for a second, I won't turn it back to any of you that have comments, but going from Chair Moss to Member Moss, I just want to say thank you all. This has been the adventure of a lifetime. It's been a privilege. My group came on in the middle of COVID. We sat at home and addressed some pretty tricky issues while we were either masked up here or in our basement bedroom somewhere. And we got up to speed on all of the issues, all of the personalities. It was a challenge, but it was a thrill. And so I just want to say thanks as a person, as Jim Moss, for being able to work with all of you. I've agreed with all of you in one form or another. I've disagreed with all of you in one form or another. I've learned from every single one of you about something. We've got a wealth of experience, background, perspective here, and that's been what makes it so fun. We come from all over the place, and we bring our ideas and our background here, and we're able to sort out our ideas about some very important issues for the students of Utah. So I want to thank you, and I'll be around. I'm off to my next phase will partly involve the Center for Constitutional Studies over at UVU. You teachers in here know how much I envy you, and I've been able to become a teacher in the last year. I'm a college professor, so it's not K-12, but it's 13 practically. It's college freshman learning Intro to American Government, and I'll be teaching another class there. I'll be participating in a master's program that CCS runs with the Department of Education over there at UVU, and doing some writing and other stuff. So one of my projects that I'm looking forward to is just to let members straight and others know I'm following your history example. I'll be examining some of the Adams-Jefferson correspondence after they were reconciled through the help of Abigail and Benjamin Rush. They had a wonderful exchange of letters, and one of them says, from John Adams, "You and I ought not to die before we explain ourselves to each other." And they did that for 12 years and then died on the same day. And they disagreed in a way that I think Chair Hymas talked about was conflict without contention. And I'm looking forward to doing some of that examination of how do you do that work? How did they exemplify it from bitter enemies to people who really hashed out the great ideas of the day in a very vigorous but respectful way? So that's my future. I look forward to seeing you around, and just thank you for letting me have this privilege of serving with you. So that's my report, and anybody who has board member comments, we have time for that as well. Anybody? Member Norton.
I am not even a tenth of the orator you are, and I am much more comfortable being quiet. So I'm going to just say a couple of words that I cannot leave here without saying, and that's to our staff. I want all of you to know that I am so lucky to have had the opportunity to work with you for the last 4 years. You are amazing. And when Governor Cox so proudly stood on the stage this summer and told all those teachers that Utah was rated by Forbes magazine as the #1 public education system in the nation, my heart burst. I was so happy because it's because of you. You are the work, you are the love, you are the passion that brings this about. And I hope we continue to keep telling everybody about this, because our students need to know that they are in the best schools in the nation. Our teachers need to know that. Our parents need to know that. Our administrators and our taxpayers need to know that. You are fabulous. Our superintendency is sought out by people all around the world, because they're so great, they are so smart, they are inventive, and they have learned so much, and they're sharing it with the rest of the world. And I think to a T, every single one of them would turn around to the people that work for them and say it's because of all of these departments. And it is. Every person that I have interacted with here, I am just amazed. You are so patient. You are so kind. You are so professional. You have the work ethic like I have never, ever seen. And it's a group. It's not one or two. I'm just amazed. But thank you. And thank you for what you do for our children. Thank you for what you've done for me. You've made me such a better person because I get to talk to you. I get to see you. I get to interact with you, and it just makes my day every time I get to visit with people from the State Board of Education. So I guess I'm just going to end that with thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It has been, one of the richest moments of my life. I appreciate it. Thanks.
Sorry, member Straight. Oh, okay.
First of all, that was beautiful, and it was as good as yours, right, Chair? I mean, well, I didn't want to hurt your feelings, but I will definitely be number 3 out of this group. But wow, what a great experience! The first time, and I'm not going to retire because I've got to figure out some way to make a difference, and whatever that is, I want to be there. But I was reminded just last week when I was in the parking lot of Walmart, and this person drove past me, and they stopped. They rolled down the window and they yelled, "Coach Straight, is that you?" and it was someone from my very first year of teaching. And that happened again later that day. And education has been the joy of my life. Public service has been the joy of my life. So this is not an end. This is a beginning. Another door will open. But when I retired the first time, I read Marvin K. Mooney and by Dr. Seuss, and I put my name in instead of Marvin K. Mooney. But some of you may not know, and here's a fun history fact, that Marvin K. Mooney was a book written by Dr. Seuss about Richard Milhouse Nixon, and it being his time to go. And so we all have our time to go in different ways in this life, and it's been a joy and a pleasure. What a wonderful group of individuals we have who serve the community, and you won't see me, but I'll be around the corner. So anyway, thank you so much to everyone.
Thank you, Member Straight. Member Hymas?
Just quickly, when you serve with somebody, there's a bond created, unspoken, but there's a bond. And when you start serving with somebody, I think it's a little bit stronger. And the opportunity to jump on here 4 years ago with Chair Moss, Natalie Klein, Kristen Norton, and Brent Straight, and of course Molly, and but she's not going anywhere. So and Randy, of course, was part of that as well. And you become a family, and I feel that's kind of how it is. And I don't hang out with all my brothers. I love them to death, or my sisters. I love them to death, but I like more than some than others. And I'm not saying anything about here. I'm not trying to, insinuate anything. What I'm saying is, what I'm saying is, I truly appreciate what has been brought to this table, and we don't always agree. And in fact, in some cases, we speaking in generalities, may rarely agree, but the bond is there, right? And you can say, yeah, whether or not you liked Matt Hymas, yeah, I served with that guy from 2020 to 2024, right? And I'll say the same of you, and I'll say it was a great experience, one of the best of my life. And so I appreciate those who are going out and those who are still in here, but I appreciate you putting yourselves out there and running. And without being mean, some of us not failing, but moving on, right? Things happen and things change, and I don't expect to be here forever. I think Carol does, but the rest of us have future insight. Yeah, but I just, again, express my gratitude and appreciation for the opportunity to serve with this body at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Hymas. Chair Hymas. Any other board member comments? Well, I'll just add my thanks to staff and everybody. You've made it a truly great place to serve. And so at the end of the year and the end of a service for some of us, just thank you all for making it work and putting this into practice. We all know all the hours that go on behind the scenes, and this is a great building. I've actually been in this building for 7 years, including the charter school. So I've been kicking around and watching you in action for quite a while, and it's very inspiring. And as we argue policy and meet with stakeholders, we know that you're here in this building getting things done for kids, and that's always the foundation of what USBE is about. So thank you all, and thank you for board members for weighing in. And let's see, we will move back to, I think, executive then, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
I move that the board go into executive session for the purpose of discussing the character, professional competence, or physical or mental health of individuals, and pending or reasonably imminent litigation. Voice vote.
Second, okay, I will do a roll call, if I can find the front page. All right, the motion then is to go into executive session. Roll call, Member Reel.
Member Reel.
Yes. Member Booth.
Yes.
Member Bogus. Yes. Member Klein.
Yes.
Member Davis. Member Green. Member Carey. Yes. Member Wood. Yes. Member Hymas. Yes. Member Lear. to go into executive? Yes. Member Norton? Member Straight? Vice Chair Earl?
Yes.
Vice Chair Hart?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. Okay, we will go into executive session.
Okay, I'm looking for a motion to come out of executive session. Okay, the motion has been made to come out of executive session. Let's see, we call names, right? Board Member Rill. Board Member Booth. Board Member Bogus. Board Member Klein. Board Member Davis. Board Member Green. Board Member Carey. Board Member Wood. Board Member Hymas. Board Member Lear. Board Member Norton. Board Member Straight. Vice Chair Earl's a yes. Vice Chair Hart.
Yes.
And Chair Moss.
Yes.
Okay. You ready?
I just second all her motions.
Go ahead. Yes. I move that the board appoint Jamie Webb for a 2.5-year term to the Utah Special Education Advisory Panel, representing a school district special education program administrator.
Second.
The motion before the board is that board appoint Jamie Webb to the Utah Special Education Advisory Panel for a 2.5-year term. Did I get that right? Okay. Do we have them up, ready to vote? Okay, all those in favor, go ahead and vote. No,
Klein
no,
is a no.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay, two more. Okay, so the motion passes with 14 members voting yes and Board Member Klein voting no. Go ahead. I move that the board pull case number 24-2067 from the consent calendar.
Second.
Okay, the motion before the board is that the board pull case number 24-2067 from the consent calendar. All those in favor? Go ahead and vote. Board Member Klein?
Abstain.
Abstaining, okay. That's enough. Okay. That passes with 13 votes and 2 abstentions. Who else abstained? Board Member Klein and? Oh. And I abstained from that one as well. Okay, go ahead. I move that the board accept UPAC's consent calendar.
Second.
Okay. So, thanks. The motion before the board is that the board accept UPAC's consent calendar. All those in favor, go ahead and vote. That's so funny.
Abstain.
Okay, that passed with 13 votes in favor and 1 abstention from Member Klein. Go
Okay.
ahead.
In case number 19-1706, I move that the board accept UPAC's recommendation.
Second.
The motion before the board is that the board accepts UPAC's recommendation for case number 19-1706. All those in favor?
Abstain.
Okay. Oh, that passes with a vote of 13 in favor, 1 abstention. Board Member Klein?
In case number 23-1980, I move to issue a letter of warning.
Second.
Okay, the motion before the board is that for case number 231980 to issue a letter of warning. All those in favor, go ahead and vote.
Abstain. Member Klein.
Okay, that motion passes with 13 votes in favor and 1 abstention, with Member Klein abstaining. Go ahead.
In case number 23-2052, I move that the board adopt a remand order with a 3-year suspension.
Second.
Okay, the motion before the board in case number 232052 that the board
adopt a remand order with a 3-year suspension. All those in favor? Member Klein?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, that is a unanimous vote of 14 in favor.
In case number 24-2060, I move that the board accept UPAC's recommendation.
Second.
I think it was 23-2060.
It was.
Okay,
Thank you.
Go ahead and just read it one more time.
In case number 23-2052, I'm off.
Down one.
Okay, I have 24.
Oh, 24-2060? Oh,
Uh-huh.
okay, then it's wrong
Okay.
here, so go ahead.
Okay, in case number 24-2060, I move that the board accept UPAC's recommendation.
Second.
Okay, the motion before the board is that the board accept UPAC's recommendation for 24-2060. Go ahead and vote.
Member Klein abstains.
That passes with 13 votes in favor and 1 abstention. Okay. Go ahead.
In case number 24-2061, I move that the board accept UPAC's recommendation.
Second.
The motion before the board is that we accept UPAC's recommendation for case number 24-2061. Go ahead and vote.
Member Klein abstains.
Okay, that's 13 votes in favor and 1 abstention. Oh, 14. It wasn't when I looked, but yes, it is now. Okay. Go ahead.
In case number 24-2079, I move that the board accept UPAC's recommendation.
Second.
The motion before the board is that we accept UPAC's recommendation for case number 24-2079. All those in favor, go ahead and vote. Board Member Klein?
Abstain.
The motion passes with 14 votes in favor and 1 abstention from Board Member Klein.
In case number 24-2090, I move that the board accept UPAC's recommendation.
Second.
The motion before the board is that the board accepts UPAC's recommendation for case number 24-2090. Go ahead and vote.
Member Klein abstains.
That is 14 in favor and 1 abstention by Board Member Klein.
In case number 24-2114, I move that the board accept UPAC's recommendation.
Second.
The motion before the board is that the board accepts UPAC's recommendation for case number 24-2114. Go ahead and vote.
Member Klein abstains.
That motion passes with 14 in favor and 1 abstention. And we're looking for a final motion. The motion to adjourn is before us.
Second.
Okay. All in favor? Aye. Okay, have a
Aye.
good night. Oh, so sweet.
There's tons in 415, but I think the concern is lines 603 to 635. So don't read the whole thing, just read 603 to 635, those 30 lines, because I think that's where they're.
And so their concern is taking the fees away from arts